I think British was the most elegant. They might.
The man himself says the Court of Greenwich was very bad.
In the conversation yesterday.
Well, a very good morning from the Ageas Bowl, where we are 5 minutes away from getting underway. Day 2 of this County Championship Division 1 contest between Hampshire and Somerset. The state of play as we head into the second day is that Hampshire, who won the toss yesterday morning and batted first, a 282 for 7, and a certain Liam Dawson, who's not having a bad season, is 109 not out. Keith Barker with him on 20 not out. 3 wickets yesterday for Jack Brooks, a couple for Lewis Gregory, and 1 each for Shoaib Bashir, the off-spinner, and Ben Green, the medium pacer. So, your commentary team today, well, we've got a cast of thousands. Well, actually not thousands, we've got 4 of us actually, but it feels like a few. A little later, you'll hear from the regular voice of Hampshire's archivist and historian, Dave Allen. You will hear a new voice a little later, South African women's player, Sarah Barber, who's overseas pro at the Hursley Park Ladies Club, which is one of the top ladies clubs in the area, just outside Winchester. But to take you through this first period of play is myself, Kevin James, and from BBC Somerset and Bristol, it is Anthony Gibson. Anthony, good morning.
Good morning, Kevin. It's another hot one at the Ageas Bowl, and it's going to get hotter and hotter as the day goes on. And let's hope that goes for the cricket as well as the weather.
That's right. Yeah, I'm not sure the cricket matched the weather, did it really? No, but yes, it was probably about the hottest I can remember up here, actually, Anthony. Yesterday.
Was, yeah. Yeah.
But we can't complain, because we'd rather have it that way than being too cold. But the cricket was okay in terms of, well, certainly it was hard fought between the two teams, but not sure it was the most entertaining, and I think that has a lot to do with the pitch. It's not the quickest, it's a bit slow, and if bowlers bowl accurately, which I think by and large Somerset did yesterday.
Yeah, I thought Somerset stuck to their guns very well through a very long, hot day, and the bowlers tired towards the end, which made it a little bit easier for Liam Dawson and Keith Barker in that last session, when you could see the likes of Lewis Gregory visibly wilting in the heat. I spoke to Jack Brooks at the end, and he was looking fresh as a daisy for a 39-year-old fast bowler, and he reckoned he'd bowled pretty well, and Somerset as a bowling unit had done pretty well to restrict Hampshire to 282 for 7, and of course it would have been a whole lot better from the Somerset point of view had Dawson been given out caught and bowled, but he'd got 18, 19, something like that.
18.
And the consensus that has emerged overnight is that he should have been given out, and it wasn't a bump ball that came off the bottom of the bat. But there you are. It's Jack Brooks wasn't bearing any grudges about it. You know, you just take the rough with the smooth when it comes to umpiring decisions in the county championship. There are no cameras, no third umpires.
Yeah, I mean, if it was out, and I think everything proves to the fact that it was. It's very rare, isn't it, for catches like that not to be given. I think the umpires have had a bit of a nightmare, and the two umpires are walking out now, Ben Debenham and Rob Bailey. I think that is a bit of a boob from their part, if I'm honest. It should be a bit more obvious than that. But Dawson was batting at the end that we're commentating from, so we didn't have a full-on view of it. But I think if it was out, then I think Somerset took it pretty well, actually, because I think there'd been a few players around the circuit that might have had put in a few more protests than they did. And funny enough, I saw, to his credit, I saw Jason Kerr last night, the head coach, and it sort of came up. We were in the lift, and I thought even then, actually, you know, he pointed it out, but he didn't do it in a forceful way. Why would he? To me, I don't know, but I've known the guy for years, played against him, and we've always sort of spoken whenever these two teams meet, and he was all right about it, but he just made the point that that was out.
Yeah. Well, it was. You can't blame Liam Dawson. He probably didn't know, Dawson himself, whether the ball had hit the bottom of his bat on the half volley, and well, Kevin reckons he probably did know, but I don't know. Let's give Dawson the benefit of the doubt, sure. and it was a mistake, but it was an umpiring mistake.
Yeah.
No hard feelings on the Somerset side.
No, I think to be honest, it's you know, so it's to Somerset's credit that they could have perhaps been a bit more. They could have been a bit more forceful with it, but I mean, at the end of the day, once the umpires made their decision, they've made their decision. But anyway, we'll move on because Dawson has added quite a few more to that 18, and of course for Somerset they've got to get a guy out. It's been plenty of times over history where players have been not given out when they perhaps should have been, and they're still there, so that's not unusual. On that part,
I've just retrieved 50p.
Yeah,
fallen out of my pocket. That could be absolutely crucial.
Believe me, I've picked up things that are worth far less than that. Because I just do. It's going to be Lewis Gregory, who actually kept going well, considering Anthony, because you said that he's perhaps not the fittest at the moment, but he got through 17 overs yesterday,
Yeah.
2 for 50, bowled well.
He did well.
Here he goes then. And here we go with day 2 as Dawson's forward pushes that up towards mid-off, and we are underway. And as I look around again, there is not a cloud in the sky.
Not many people here. Small
No.
and select gathering.
Well, they're probably putting calamine lotion on their sunburn, or they're doing something in which to try and recover from a day in the sun yesterday.
Good contingent of Somerset followers here
Yeah, there
yesterday,
is.
and I expect most of them will be here again today.
Let themselves be known, didn't they, at various times, as Gregory with his medium-paced bowls. His full was driven out on the offside, no run. Yeah, they're... well, I must admit, I had to cool down last night when I went home.
I was absolutely exhausted.
Yeah, it was an energy-sapping day.
It was.
And, I mean, I spoke to Liam Dawson after the game, and it would have been a good half an hour, maybe 25 minutes or so after the game, and he looked really hot then. So I'm thinking, what on earth would he be like in the middle? Great effort, though, from all the bowlers and the batters out in that heat yesterday as Gregory runs away from us. Bowls, and it's beaten the outside edge. Just a little bit of seam movement past Dawson's bat there. We are into the 17th over with this second new ball. If you're watching the live picture feed, that's a big leg break. That is a very, very good delivery. You bowled a few of those yesterday, did Lewis Gregory?
Yeah. Well, he swings it as well, as does Neil Wagner, who bowled well yesterday, I thought, without that much luck.
Agreed. Different type of bowler to Gregory, though, isn't it? Gregory kisses the surface. Wagner sort of bangs it in, and it's probably not that suited to him. Dawson, first runs of the morning, tackles that away behind square on the leg side, and Hampshire move on to 283 for 7. The other thing, and I know you spoke to the Somerset camp, Anthony, yesterday, but another sort of topic that came up with Jason Kerr in the lift last night was that he thought that if Somerset had batted first and got to the point that Hampshire did last night, I think he said that they would have been fairly happy.
Yes. Jack Brooks, who I spoke to, reckoned that Hampshire had probably just about shaded the day. They would be the happier of the two camps because, they were 140 odd for 5, and to get through to 282 for 7, was a good effort.
It was a good recovery. Lots of sort of 40 and 50 run partnerships dotted throughout the Hampshire innings. It's on the line of leg stump, and that's gone down to fine leg. Is that off the pad of Keith Parker? We'll wait to see what Ben Debenham signals. He's getting ready to signal. Leg byes there. Yeah, there it goes. There's the lifting of the right leg.
Where are the scorers?
The scorers are about... look, can you see that red light that just went on the end of the Shane Warne stand?
Yeah.
Under Ageas.
All right.
They are right there. You'll see the red light coming on as they flick the switch to say, yes, we've got your signal, umpire. About 2 o'clock, 2:30 as we look. Away to the right. On the west side of the ground as Gregory comes in and bowls to Dawson. Full. Dawson hits it into the ground off the bottom of the bat. And that is the end of the first over this morning. Hampshire have gone for 282 for 7 to 284 for 7.
Yeah, just one ball going past the outside edge of Liam Dawson's bat. Jack Brooks again saying, it's a slow pitch. It's a pretty good pitch. If you can get in on it, then there are runs to be had. But it's just the odd ball that misbehaves or does something a little bit unexpected, and he cited the one that Shoaib Bashir bowled an off break that actually hit James Roux on the helmet. Because it bit and bounced and turned. So, I think there will be something in this pitch, or plenty in this pitch for Liam Dawson in the fourth innings if we get that far. So we're going to have Jack Brooks from the pavilion end. 2 slips and a fine gully or a fourth slip. Brooks to Barker, who gets in a position to play a shot and then just lifts his bat out of the way. Keith Barker, 20 from 53 deliveries. Does he count as an all-rounder, Keith Barker, or is he a bowler who bats?
Well, a bowler who bats, but I think you're sort of in the grey area of an all-rounder and bowler who bats. You can sort of slide to one way or another.
Brooks in and bowls to Barker outside the off stump. He's got a good average for Hampshire, has Keith Barker. He averages 28.4.
With the ball?
With
or
the bat.
I mean, that's handy,
with the
isn't
bat.
It? Coming in at, well, he's here at number 9.
Yeah.
That's pretty good, isn't it?
And he's taken 152 wickets at 24.6, so his batting average is higher than his bowling average. So I reckon that does qualify him as an all-rounder.
Yes.
He's back on his stumps this time, playing that up to mid-off. Because there aren't... How did your batting average compare with your bowling average?
I think they were fairly similar. I think, off the top of my head, I would think I was 31 bat, 32 ball, so it was a bit too high.
Pretty good.
It was a bit too high with the ball. That was my problem.
Brooks in and bowls to Barker outside the off stump. But, if you look at the all-rounders around the country at the moment, there aren't many whose batting average is higher than their bowling average.
Agreed. There's always something that just sort of lets them down a little bit, isn't there? One side, either the bowling or the batting. It's the true all-rounders are very few and far between. The only thing with Keith Barker this year is that his bowling is way down. 14 wickets he's taken. Last year it was 50.
Brooks then into Barker and just played quietly back up the onside of the pitch. Just having a look at Craig Overton. He averages, what does he average? 21 with the bat and 23.5 with the ball. 23.5 is pretty good, but 21 isn't, I think, a true reflection of his ability as a batsman. Was playing a miss to one that really went sharply off the seam, taken by diving James Rew in front of first slip. That one went like a fast off break or leg break to the left-hander. End of the over, it was a maiden, and the score remains on 284 for 7.
Yeah, that did go, didn't it? That's the thing with Jack Brooks, he's very good. Saw a great ball that got Fletcher Middleton out early on yesterday. It went away from the right-hander, but he does bowl those cutters that would come into the right-hander but also away, as we saw there, to the left-hander. Here is Gregory to start a new over, bowling to Liam Dawson. Oh, it's just nipped away, but it's from wide. And Dawson leaves that one alone.
Yeah, Jack Brooks pointed out to me that he'd taken a wicket with the fourth ball with the first new ball and the fourth ball with the second new ball.
Oh. Keeping count. Great competitor. Yeah, I must admit I bumped into him this morning in the hotel. Hampshire, the Somerset players staying here.
They are.
Yeah, he's a good lad. Did a bit of commentary with him a few years back when he was at Yorkshire. Quite good fun, actually.
Yes, he is.
He's good value.
Worked with us down at Taunton several times.
Here's Gregory. So length ball, played back to mid-off. Dawson was thinking about a single. Wagner was a little bit late moving round from mid-off. He was on the next table to me when Hampshire played in a one-day final. It must have been against you guys, actually, in the 2019 one-day cup final, which you guys won.
We did.
And I was in a restaurant with one or two of the Hampshire contingent, and there he was, sitting on the next table. He said hello. I didn't recognise him initially. He just said, oh, hello, which was nice. He's that sort of bloke, really. Gregory bowls, always through the defences again. He's just found a little spot here, Gregory, this morning, and found it by and large yesterday. And when he gets it just short of a length in or around off stump, just having one or two problems. Dawson looking at the pitch there. The other thing as well, the pitch started reasonably damp apparently yesterday, which is actually a feature here.
It's changed colour, hasn't it, since yesterday morning?
It would be drying out very quickly. It'd be interesting to see when we get into day 3 and 4 how this plays. It's never a huge turner, unless it's prepared as a turner, which it was against Middlesex. It's never a huge turner here. It'll go out the rough though. That's outside off stump. Wisely left alone. Yeah, no ball. Another 1 to the total. 285 for 7.
Another 2 to the total.
Oh, was it 2? Sorry. 2 for a no ball. Poor bowlers.
Well, you've got to feel a bit sorry for the bowlers yesterday. I mean, they've been toiling away on this slow pitch in baking heat against some pretty obdurate Hampshire batting.
Yeah.
It's very hard to make anything happen on this pitch. You've just got to hope for the best, that the ball just misbehaves occasionally.
You do. Straighter, driven up to mid-on. Straight to the fielder and no run. Yes, it's a wicket where you just land the ball on the seam. As I say, I mean, there's 1 or 2 skillful bowlers out there, like the man operating now and the man operating at the far end, that can make things happen just by tweaking the wrist and what have you. But the skill there, of course, is making it happen, tweaking the wrist, but still bowling accurately.
And you've still got
a
pretty dead surface to cope with as well.
Yeah. In comes Gregory again. 2 slips on a gully weight. Goes to Dawson, pushes forward square on the offside where there is a gap. Dawson scampers through for a single and moves on to 111. I think I read something, I think it was on the BBC Sport website last night, the match report, that this is Dawson's best season with the bat in the Championship since 2015. Good for him. Was quite a while ago now that he actually was opening the batting for Hampshire. I think you have to go back about a decade for that. Very useful coming in at number 6 in this order for Hampshire, especially the form is in, all-round form, bat and ball. As Gregory comes in, bowling to Barker this time, short. Barker works that away down to fine leg, and there is no run. England under-19s are playing Australia under-19s and another one-day international, and Dave's just showing me that Dom Kelly, Hampshire's Dom Kelly, has picked up the first wicket. Australia 5 for 1 in the 3rd over. I think Eddie Jack got the first wicket in the previous game, which is another Hampshire 17-year-old. We love the 17-year-olds here at Hampshire. Eddie Jack and Dom Kelly did the county proud in the Metro Bank One Day Cup.
Quick bowlers, young quick bowlers?
Yes, but different types. Eddie Jack is the taller of the 2 and hits the deck a little bit more. Dom Kelly bowls a little bit more sliders. But both good prospects, that's for sure. 17 years of age, that's what the competition's all about. I think if you played in that competition and you were 20 years old, you were kind of old hat.
We had a 16-year-old for playing for Derbyshire in the Harry Moore.
Right.
Tall, about 6'6" tall, nice action. He looks a good prospect as well. Jack Brooks from the pavilion end bowls to Barker and beats him with a ball that goes past the outside edge. It's the 3rd time Somerset's bowlers have gone past the outside edge this morning without finding it, but keeping slips and wicketkeeper interested. Lewis Gregory at first slip, Andy Mead at 2nd, and Tom Lammonby at 4th slip. We've got backward point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and long leg the rest of the field, as Brooks is in and bowls full length delivery outside the off stump, which Barker doesn't need to offer a shot at. 288 for 7. Quiet start to the day's play, apart from those 3 plays and misses. No great excitement, no boundaries yet.
It's pretty much how we left off yesterday. Groundhog Day.
Brooks in and bowls and turns that into the onside. I asked Jack Brooks how well he thought he'd bowled, and he's an honest cricketer, Jack Brooks, and he said, well, I'm pretty low down the pecking order these days, and yesterday there was his 3 for 53, I think it was, were his best figures of the season. And I said, well done on your best figures of the season. He said, well, the fact that those are my best figures of the season perhaps says a little bit about where I stand, as that's outside the off stump. But he said I reckon I'm still pretty good with the new ball, and can swing it both ways. But I have lost a bit of nip, and I think that is probably probably true.
Oh, definitely. When you think back to his Northants days before
Yeah.
Yorkshire and what have you, and he's 39. I mean, he's going to, but the reason he's lasted this long is because he has a couple of natural balls. One that swings away from the right-hander, and then there's cutters which come back in off the pitch. I mean, if you, as I say, and I said it yesterday, if you can bowl those two deliveries, you're never going to go wrong. It doesn't matter what age you are. You might bowl a few more average balls as you get older, but
We're sending a man back at deep mid-wicket, but this is played to Ben Green at backward point. Sean Dixon's gone back. He's about 25 yards inside the deep mid-wicket boundary. The boundary on the western side of the ground, just a little bit longer than the one on the opposite side, but the pitch is reasonably central.
I think umpire's got the count wrong because the scoreboard has already shown over, and I'm sure they just momentarily checked with each other, but I think we got another ball.
They usually check after 4 balls of the over, don't they? Here's Brooks then. Into Barker, outside the off stump. No shot from Barker. End of the over. I think that was... Is that another maiden? Anyway, Brooks is... Yes, it was another maiden. 3 for 53 in 19 overs. 288 for 7, and time for me to make way.
Oh, we're looking after you today, Anthony. 15 minutes and he's already off. So, 15 minutes of play, of which Hampshire have gone for 282 for 7 to 288 for 7. And a new name in the commentary lineup today, who's just joining us, is Sarah Barber, South African ladies player, who's over here playing for the local Hursley Park Ladies Club near Winchester. We'll hear all about how that's been going in a moment as Gregory comes in and bowls to Dawson. It's a length ball, and there is no run. Just before she says hello, Alan Groves has just emailed solidcricket@gmail.com. He says, just a quick email to say thank you for all the brilliant commentary that you've done, as always, and your guest commentators as well. So that's a perfectly opportune time. Hello, Sarah. How are you?
Morning, I'm well, thanks, and yourself?
Yeah,
Lovely day here at the Ageas Bowl.
South African weather, this, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely lovely. I'm enjoying this.
There must have been a period about 2 weeks ago where you thought, oh, this weather's hopeless here, but we're all right for the last month of the season, or for a few more days anyway. Full delivery, Dawson plays that into the ground on the offside, and there is no run. Now, we must say that you have done a couple of commentaries for us on a couple of the Vipers matches, Southern Vipers, in the last couple of months, and they've been your first commentaries.
They have indeed. Sort of a dream come true. I spoke about it to Phil Green, and he sort of introduced me to you and got me into this, and I've loved it so far.
It's a bit of fun. As I say, this game might test us a little. Well, it has tested us yesterday a little bit. As I say, it's been slow going, but it's been interesting in terms of Hampshire trying to build as big a total as they can here. Nice drive from Dawson through the covers, just stroked into the cover area rather than hit with any venom, and he'll pick up a comfortable 2 runs, and that takes him on to 111, 288 for 7. So you've been playing for Hursley Park, and you're mainly a batter, aren't you?
I'm supposed to be. Back home I'm only a batter at the minute,
Right.
but I do open the bowling for the Hursley Park women's team. So,
Right.
Yeah.
And has your bowling improved because of it?
I'd say so. I've had last season I didn't bowl at all. I had a bit of a shoulder issue, but that's all sorted now. It's a bit of overuse injuries coming into play now because I can't say no to a cricket game.
Here comes, and there's plenty of them over here. Outside the off stump, that's a good bounce off the surface through to keeper James Rue. So you bowl sort of steamers, obviously seam up.
Yeah, I do. I get a bit of nip, you know.
Yeah.
I'm supposed to be right on medium fast, but I don't know about that.
No?
No. A lot of people do say I bowl rather quick, but I'm no, Lauren Bell, Izzy Wong.
Well, not many are.
No, not many are. That's obviously the dream, but...
Although, without going into too much detail, Izzy Wong's having a few problems, as I keep reading.
Yeah.
It's not gone very well for her this year. I think they were all looking for her to kick on. That's not been the case at all. Dawson plays that behind square on the offside, opens the face. Should pick a comfortable 2 here again. He moves on to 115 now, I think that'll be, unless I'm ahead of the scorecard. 115, just ticks over now, 292 for 7. So batting-wise, have you been scoring lots of runs?
It hasn't been as fruitful as last season, but I have picked up a few 80s, but haven't converted yet, which has been rather frustrating. But, you know, that's just sometimes how the game goes. You can sometimes be in incredible form, and sometimes you've got to work really hard for those runs.
Right. And back home in South Africa, we'll come to that as Gregory turns. And runs in once more, bowls to Dawson. Dawson on the back foot, steers that out to mid-wicket. That'll be the end of that over. 292 for 7, Hampshire. Dawson 115, Barker 21. So you play for what club in South Africa? Because I think you're moving now, aren't you?
Well, I can't say I haven't played club cricket in South Africa before. I've played sort of the equivalent to county stuff. I was in Division 2 and I played for the KwaZulu-Natal Inland Tuskers. And I will be moving to Johannesburg to play for the DP World Lions. So
right.
It's a bit of a big move, moving up to Division 1. So I'll be playing with a few Proteas, so I'll be getting a lot of experience from that. Rather looking forward to it.
Okay. All yours this over?
Awesome. Looks like we have Brooks standing at the top of his mark, ready to bowl to Barker. Becoming right arm over to the left-handed Barker. Sort of be angling across the batter. That's nice and straight. Sort of played at it, looking to go forward, but that's gone all the way to point area on the offside. That sort of seemed like a one-handed shot. Bottom hand came off a bit there. Must have been cramped up a bit. But nevertheless, that's still a run. And we've got Dawson on strike at the minute.
So I reckon with Keith Barker, he's so strong. He could probably hit a drive with one hand more powerfully than most with two.
Definitely, he seems to be holding his own really well here. Very patient, it seems.
Yeah, good support to Liam Dawson. I think this is just about the highest partnership of the game. I think it's around 66, 67. Hampshire have had a lot of partnerships of 50 and 40. But this is the top one so far.
There you go, Jack Brooks coming in right arm over to the right-handed Dawson, and he bowls it outside off and moves a tad away, and James Root takes that comfortably. That's a dot ball to Hampshire.
So
just checking the pitch there, I don't know, it seems like they've picked up some maybe soft patches, who knows?
Well, I think this wicket is drying out quite quickly here. I mean, not surprising in the hot sun.
Yeah, the sun's been rather warm. Yesterday was a struggle in the field and batting.
Was.
Right arm over again, Jack Brooks. That's straighter. That's looks like it's hit the top of the pad.
Just have nipped back.
Yeah.
To the replay here if you're watching on the live picture feed.
Yeah, that's nipped
Just
back,
isn't it?
Yeah. That's lovely movement.
Another one of those little cutters that he bowls. Do you bowl those? Cut the fingers across the seam?
Oh, I love bowling a cutter. The last few games I haven't been able to get my cutters away, but generally I get it to nip in quite a bit.
Yeah.
But I don't think I bowl it rather traditionally. I just sort of roll my fingers over it and it grips and turns quite a bit. Jack Brooks running in again to Dawson. Another straighter one, and that's just been blocked to sort of the cover region. No run for Liam Dawson.
Well, that's a perfectly legitimate way to be bowling off cutters, isn't it? Rolling the fingers across the right-hand side of the ball. What other way would you do it?
Well, I just think I didn't learn it. Nobody taught me it. I just used to have a very, very lazy wrist, so I always used to nip it in quite a bit. And then sort of I was like, oh my gosh, that's how I get it to nip so much. Jack Brooks coming in against Liam Dawson. Oh, that's just beaten the outside edge. That's a brilliant bowling from Brooks.
We're having a chat.
Oh my days, that's a brilliant ball.
He's got the cutters going. He's got the cutter going here, isn't he?
Yeah, they do. He does indeed.
That surface now is quite responsive to that, probably as it's drying out.
Yeah, the bowlers are probably enjoying this a lot more today then.
Yeah. But of course, it's one thing actually bowling them. It's another one to actually execute them so they're actually pitching in the right area. Because that's not easy.
If you get that wrong, that's runs.
Yeah.
Jack Brooks coming in against Liam Dawson. That one moved away a bit, but it was rather full, and that's been hit to the offside, to the cover regions. That is the end of the over, and Hampshire are currently 293 for 7.
Having added 11 runs in, 24 minutes of play this morning. Dawson has added 6 runs to his overnight total. Keith Barker has added 2. Played a miss once or twice. Bowler's perhaps a little fresher after a night's sleep.
Definitely much more fresh. Liam Dawson must have needed that after yesterday. He was in for quite a shift.
He was. 214 balls he's faced so far. In his innings, 66 balls Barker has faced. And they came together at around 5 o'clock last night when James Fuller was LBW to Brooks for 27. Switched around the wicket, Lewis Gregory. Bowling from our commentary end to the northern end, hotel end. He's got 2 slips, deepish gully, almost backward a point. Well, there is a backward a point. There's one even finer than that as bowls to Barker, and he's beaten. There's an inside edge through to Rue, takes the catch. Or has it just clipped the stumps? I don't think. I think it's to catch behind. Just look at the stumps now, the bails are still there. And that is the second inside edge of the innings, where James Vince was also caught off an inside edge, and James Rue again pulling off a good catch.
I've been seeing quite a lot of Keith Barker sort of playing the ball down there, sort of moving the batter. Maybe that's what's gotten him into trouble, the ball just moving into him, and that's where that inside edge comes into play. If you look on the live stream, sort of the bat just turns a bit.
Yeah, he tends to play a little bit like what you call French cricket, doesn't he? Stands there and just the bat's there. Watching the replay there, you see this minimal foot movement, isn't there? You're right.
Yeah.
And actually he's close to face to the bat there a little bit.
Yeah. And that often is what gets people into trouble, just, moving the bat where it doesn't need to be moved. Minimal foot movement gets people into trouble. I saw a bit of that yesterday in our own game, I must say. But yeah, there was still an impressive sort of support role he played there for Dawson, being in for 67 balls. That must be much longer in minutes and over-wise.
So that partnership, how good's your maths, Sarah? 226 they came together, 293 they depart. You got the calculator out, haven't you?
I do indeed. My math is not that great.
67.
67. I've been beaten to it.
Anthony's just, he rolls it off. He's like a walking calculator.
Yeah.
Anthony.
I must say, when I play darts with my grandfather, and when I do play darts, my math does get a bit better. But when I'm not around my grandfather, I don't play any darts, so my math goes downhill a bit.
How many 180s do you got on the dartboard then?
I think the highest I've got is probably a 140-ish region.
Oh, that's all right.
Yeah, I'm not a very consistent darts player, I must say.
Well, you've got too much cricket on your hands. I mean, you're going straight into another season soon.
Yeah, I am going straight into another season. I think I'll have about a week or 2 off, but I'm not going to be off. I'm obviously going to be training, fitness, all that jazz, and then our first game is going to be at home at the Wanderers on the 29th of September. So
At the Wanderers, eh?
Yeah.
Ooh, lovely. It's not a bad place to start the first game of the season, is it?
No, not a bad place at all. It's really exciting to be able to play on an incredibly iconic ground in South Africa, also known as the Bull Ring.
Is it? Oh, right, okay. Well, you can explain why in a moment as Gregory comes into Kyle Abbott, who's the new batter for Hampshire. Plays inside the line, I think, or may just have had a little fish for that. Now, Kyle Abbott, Somerset fans will remember, in the drawn game at Taunton a little early in the season, finished on 89 not out. We thought he was going to get his first ever first-class 100. Kyle Abbott, of course, is from your original neck of the woods, isn't he?
Yeah, he is. He actually, I think he was born in Impangeni, if I'm not mistaken, went to school at Kersney College, which is like Hillcrest sort of area. I don't know if any of the listeners will know where that is, but yeah, and then he played for the Dolphins, which is Durban region.
That's right. Well, I certainly know where Impangeni is because I've spent a week there, as that's pushed out on the offside and there's no runs. I know the cricket ground there and everything.
Oh, really? I wouldn't expect that, to be honest.
I did a week's coaching up there for this sort of, well, it was different names in those days when I was there, but yeah, I did a week's coaching up there. Stayed on a sugarcane farm and went in every day and did some coaching on that ground.
That's incredible.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, yeah, and I grew up sort of 2 hours away from Durban, so I suppose similar neck of the woods.
Yeah. 2 hours away is local.
Yeah, it's pretty local. That's like a short drive for us in South Africa.
Here's Gregory into Kyle Abbott, and it's full. And Abbott drives, but Wagner's down there and picks it up. Not cleanly, but he got his body behind it. So make sure Abbott stays on naught. Just coming up to half an hour's play on day 2.
Interestingly enough, talking about Neil Wagner, he was actually born in South Africa. Went to school in South Africa, moved to New Zealand for his cricket. So he's a South African New Zealander cricketer in England, playing county cricket.
Bit complicated, but yeah, I know, yeah. It's funny, isn't it? You think of him as a Kiwi, don't you? Because he's played obviously all those internationals and up until March. He's in the New Zealand, well, was in the New Zealand Test side. I guess he'll continue to be. Not involved in the one-day series currently. As Gregory comes in and bowls, it's 4. He's gone for the Yorker, and Abbott just plays that one off the bottom of the bat out on the onside. But yeah, he's bowled well in this game, Wagner, without much luck.
Yeah. It's been rather economical. If I'm not mistaken, has been for 2.67 so far.
Yeah. A wholehearted cricket. But there's been a lot of South Africans go over to New Zealand, haven't they? And sort of.
Well, Devon Conway, the wicketkeeper, one of the top order batters, is South African. He moved there in 2018. And I think he got citizenship under special circumstances in 2021 where he could represent the Kiwis.
Okay. Gregory bowls. Oh, it's a leg cutter. It's just gone past the outside edge. And Abbott has a little swish after the ball goes into the hands of keeper Root, just to say, why did I have a little nibble at that? That's a wicket maiden there to Lewis Gregory. 293 for 8. Sarah Barber is going to stay on, so a word from her, and then she'll be joined by Hampshire's archivist, historian, and looking after Hampshire old players yesterday, Dave Allen.
So it looks like there's a discussion happening in the middle between umpire and is that bowler. It doesn't look like Jack Brooks again, but it looks like we now have a first slip and about 2 cover fielders. So is this a spinner coming on? No, Jack Brooks again. My bad. He's going to the top of his run up with Liam Dawson on strike at the minute, the right-handed Liam Dawson. And he's running into bowl right arm over to Liam Dawson, and that is a great length, sort of coming in a bit to Liam Dawson or angling in a bit to Liam Dawson. And that has been blocked for no run. Sort of hit to the leg side region. Morning and welcome to Dave Allen.
Thank you very much, Sarah.
How are you doing this morning?
All right. We've only just met, but we've been talking about South African cricketers in Hampshire.
We have indeed. Jack Brooks coming in again. That is another good length just outside off, and that has sort of been pushed to the mid-off region. There's a lot to speak about with South African cricket. Dave has quite a wealthy knowledge of what's gone in South Africa and all the crickets.
There have been links between South Africa and Hampshire. I was telling you, wasn't I, that 1899, C.B. Llewellyn from South Africa made his debut for Hampshire, so 125 years just about.
He did indeed. Jack Brooks in again. That's a bit straighter. Moving into Liam Dawson. That's been hit to the mid-off region for no run.
And some of them, of course, came across here, played for Hampshire. Robin Smith and Chris Smith played long careers with Hampshire and went on and played for England. Kevin Peterson, in his trips around the county, had a very short career at Hampshire, but played a lot for England.
He did indeed. Jack Brooks in against Liam Dawson. This is a bit straighter. Not much movement there, and that's just been locked down for no run. Just defended. Yeah. A very short career at Hampshire, but a rather good cricketer for England, but rather controversial too.
Yeah, rather controversial. Yeah. There we are.
Well, I must say he is. I do love watching him bat. Yeah, I've watched a few documentaries on him. Jack Brooks coming in against Liam Dawson, and that is again a good length, and that's just been defended. And the ball sort of ran down to the mid-off region for no run.
My memory is that in about these last 4 or 5 seasons, somebody will tweet in later and tell us all the details. But my memory is he only played 1 championship game for Hampshire in those last few years when he was playing for England. And it was at Taunton, I'm almost sure. It might even have got 100.
Jack Brooks in again. That's straighter. Looks like it may have hit the pad, and it's been given out. Jack Brooks takes out Liam Dawson. Liam Dawson is out for 115 of 219 balls.
Well, I think it hits the back foot. I wondered whether... Oh, actually, that's very leg side.
That's a
isn't it?
brilliant ball. It's come in rather full, sort of maybe block hole-ish
Yeah.
length, and it's moved away as it's pitched, so it seemed away.
Yeah.
And that has taken out Liam Dawson, who has had an incredible contribution for the Hampshire side, and he gets a round of applause from the crowd at the Ageas Bowl as he walks off. That is a brilliant innings from Liam Dawson.
There was a review of yesterday, and I think it's in one of the papers this morning, making the point that he's now scored more first-class runs this season than any season since I think 2015.
Yeah, he has indeed. I've read the same
right?
thing this morning.
Most of the seasons in which he scored more runs than this were actually when he was playing in the second division, because we came up in 2014. So I haven't checked his 2015 stats. He may well have got more in that particular season, but he's averaging around 40 with the bat and under 20 with the ball, which is terrific.
That is incredible.
Yeah, very, very good. And the older Hampshire fans listening out there might remember that there was a sort of Indian summer in the career of a man called Peter Sainsbury, who was a very, very similar cricketer to Liam Dawson. Slow left arm, similar stature, batted in the middle order. And Peter Sainsbury in 1971 had a very similar season to the one that Liam Dawson is having now, and ended up as one of Wisden's Cricketers of the Year.
That's incredible.
Yeah, and then became the coach. So maybe that's Liam's future as well.
Becoming a coach in his future.
Yeah. So it's going to be Gregory, and he's going to be bowling to Kyle Abbott, South African.
South African, yes indeed, born in Pangeni. That takes, at the end of the over, that takes Hampshire to 293 for 9. With a new batter coming in.
Yes, it's a bit of a compliment to call him a batter, really, but we shall see. Kyle Abbott facing, and he just has a wallop up, but goes straight up to long off. I think Kyle Abbott will probably play that way. Mo Abbas, who has arrived at the... I guess, Sarah, you might not know a lot about Mo Abbas as a batter. This season, in a full season, he's scored 17 runs at 2.42.
Okay.
And that's probably slightly better than last year. I can't remember, really. He did score 9 in one innings, which is, I think, his best for Hampshire. Although, in fairness, he did get a 40 at some point in domestic Pakistan cricket. But we don't expect him to hang around for long. And there is a particular issue that he might want to hang around for, as Abbott just attempts to drive that, comes off the edge and goes down to third man for 4, and that's quite important, really, because that takes the score to 297, and it's 3 runs off the next batting point. Somerset have now picked up all 3 bowling points. I was chatting to Anthony just now about the respective sides, and we were agreeing that this is very much a mid-table clash. There's not much on it at this stage of the season in terms of winning the championship or being relegated. But
Yeah.
even so, bonus points, they'll enjoy getting them if they can.
Well, I've got sort of the table point at the minute. Surrey in first place with 183, and then Essex in second with 166 points.
Gregory bowls and Abbott drives him between the deep mid-off and the bowler for 4, and there's the bonus point. And Surrey, that table was yesterday morning, or is it updated?
Before
this game started.
Before everything started.
So Surrey have already taken 4 batting points from the game. They've got past 350 this morning.
There you go.
Ben Folkes, who can't bat, is going quite nicely with 100 and something. And Essex they've started their game today against Middlesex, but they've started quite nicely as well. They got 30 odd for naught. So, I mean, there are 1 or 2 people around Hampshire who are saying that we have to keep believing that we could win it, but I'm not one of those people. 301 for 9, so the bonus point is there, and I think Abbott will just... Well, I was going to say Abbott will have a bit of fun, and he plays defensively, which is always what happens, of course, when you commentate. Just pushes it out on the offside for no run. There is prize money to be had, of course. Hampshire finished third last year and should have finished second, really. And they finished fourth the previous season, but were one ball away from winning the championship.
One ball away.
Yeah. Lancashire were 9 down and needed 4 to win. I think it was 4. And Crane, who was bowling really well, bowled. And had the wicket fallen, we'd have been county champions. But it went to the boundary, and Lancashire were not county champions in the end. Warwickshire were. And Abbott plays that quite nicely off his legs up to mid-on. There's just a moment there where the fielder thinks, shall I have a shy at the stumps, but doesn't. So there's no run. Abbott's on 8. Abbas yet to face. Yeah, so, and oddly, after 100 and, about 120 years of actually the county championship, because it wasn't competed for in the 2 world wars, oddly, that season 2 years ago, when we could have won the championship off that last ball, we finished 4th. It's the first time we've ever finished 4th.
Okay. Well, at the minute, Hampshire are sitting 3rd from before all these days, but Warwickshire are playing Surrey today, so...
Yeah, they're not doing very
not today, over the next few days, obviously. And they've gone for quite a few runs.
Yeah. It's Gregory. And that's... Abbott just plays that off his hip and looks... But both Abbott and Abbas look as if they'd like to take a quick single and for Abbott to retain the strike. But it's not possible. So the end of the over, 3-1 for 9. Yeah, and the other interesting thing, Sarah, is that although I don't think Hampshire are in contention for the title, they've got 2 more games to go, and they are against Essex and Surrey. So they are going to have something of a say in the destination of the championship.
Well, Surrey do seem to be running away with it a tad, because they are quite a few points ahead of Essex even, and I mean...
Essex got a game in hand. I think they have, you know.
I can't check that real quick.
Okay, sorry.
Oh,
yeah, you keep doing all the work there.
I'm big on my research. I really do love research.
I'm really impressed. She's got a book full of things, haven't you? You've got all kinds of stuff. You were even underlining things neatly with a ruler earlier. And I thought, well, it's like one of my students.
Well, actually, I'm quite well known at Hursley Park for always having a ruler. It's quite a joke amongst the women's setup. It's quite a random story. We were in Spain for a pre-season tour, and someone was like, who has a ruler? And someone said, don't be ridiculous. Jack Brooks coming into bowl to Abbas, and that has been defended, sort of pushed him back, and that's gone all the way to the...
I think that's lovely.
Mid-on sort of region.
So you've got it down in front of you.
And then, someone said, don't be ridiculous, who would have a ruler in Spain? And I said, I actually have 2. So it's sort of a running joke at Hursley Park now that I always have a ruler, which I generally do. Jack Brooks coming in again to Abbas, and he bowls it. Oh, that's a bit more leg-side-ish, and that's been worked off the pads to the mid-wicket region for 1 run. And I think Abbas has got what he wanted, getting off strike. And Kyle Abbott is now on strike.
And the Hampshire fans who are used to a couple of seasons of Mo Abbas's batting are applauding enthusiastically as he goes on to 1 not out. I mean, his start this season was 0 not out, 0, did not bat, 0. So, you know, and then he got the 9. 1 not out, 1, 0 not out, 0 not out, 0 not out, 0, 0 not out. 6 and 0 not out. So it's... It looks like my club cricket career actually this season. So
looks like there's been a bit of a change of feel for Kyle Abbott. That's probably due to his more aggressive style, I'd say.
I guess they'd be quite happy to give him a 1, which is why they're spreading out on the leg side in particular. Whether he'll take one, although he's got a short mid-off.
Jack Brooks coming in right arm over to the right hand, and Kyle Abbott. That's a good length, and that's a tad wide, and that's been worked to the point region, and deep point comes in, and they just get the 1 off that, taking Hampshire to 302 for 9, and Abbas on strike now.
I think that's wise, really. 303 for 9. The prospect of them, they've got some overs to go, but not many actually. How many? I can't read the overs. I can't read how many are bowled. Is it 105?
Yeah, 105.3.
Then they're not going to get the 350 in 4.5 overs, so just take whatever's on offer, really.
Jack Brooks in again to Abbas. That's rather straight, and that's been defended for no run. That came in a bit, sort of hip height. Just nudge that down. suppose, playing safe so they could, I don't know, capitalise off as many runs as they can.
Sure. I don't think they'll give the wickets away, but
No.
there's no bonus point to be got here. It's just a matter of can they eke out a few more runs before the pair of them start to bowl.
Jack Brooks in again. That's rather straight, and that's filled to being defended by Abbas and being collected in sort of the extra cover region. And deep point going out. I guess they will probably want to be giving Hampshire the single at the minute so they can keep Abbas on strike. They don't want Kyle Abbott on strike for too much after his display of quite aggressive play, probably wanting to get as many runs as possible. Jack Brooks in again. That's outside off, and that moves away. Good take from James Rue, and that is a dot ball that takes Hampshire to 303 for 9.
And we're about to have another change now. We're changing quite rapidly because it's warm work up here. So bye Sarah, thank you. Actually she's switched off so she can't say bye back, but I'm sure she would otherwise. She's going to pick up her ruler and pencil, and I'm going to be joined by Anthony Gibson. There we are. Actually, ruler, pencil, computer and all sorts. I think we have a change of bowling now. Neil Wagner. I'm always tempted to say Neil Wagner really, but I don't think I'm allowed to. But, I don't think he doesn't have a wicket yet, does he? He's. I'm going to just ask Anthony something about him in a moment when he's all sorted. Oh, he is sorted. This is his first game for Somerset.
It is, yeah. First of 3. He's with Somerset for the last 3 games of the campaign. Hasn't played cricket since March. He's been suffering from back injuries.
You do this?
He's in now to bowl to Abbott, who plays this away nicely through the offside. There'll be 2 runs here as Ben Green goes around the boundary at deep cover. Abbott on to 11, 305.
Now I didn't see
9.
much yesterday, Anthony, even though I was here because I was. Kevin said I was looking after all our former players who came to meet up. But pretty slow pitch, not an easy pitch to get wickets. Would that be fair?
Yeah, it's pretty dead.
Yeah.
It was a little bit of life early on, but once the sun got to work on it, it sort of went to sleep. And it's very hard to make things happen on a pitch like this. Just the odd ball misbehaves. Here's Wagner in and bowls, and playing a miss from Kyle Abbott.
I mean, that ball of Brooks was impressive because it looked to me initially as if it was going outside leg stump, but it really the swing was just effective.
Yeah, it was I think a good decision by Rob Bailey. I think he was perhaps maybe subconsciously making up for his mistake yesterday when he gave Dawson not out when he was quite clearly caught and bowled.
Oh yes, I read about that. I didn't see it. Yeah.
There's Wagner in and bowls and goes past Kyle Abbott's outside edge. South African to South African. Neil Wagner, although he plays for New Zealand, comes from the same part of South Africa as Roelof van der Merwe. The legendary Somerset white ball batsman and slow left armour, and Jack Brooks is saying they're quite alike in character as well, both pugnacious and will try their heart out under any circumstances. Here comes Wagner, accelerating up to the creases there and bowls, and there's an appeal for a catch behind, but Ben Debenham shakes his head as if to say not out, and
Mr. Wagner stops and has a little conversation with Kyle Abbott there. But
it was a very, very good delivery. If he didn't get anything on it, it may just have clipped his pad. I think that's perhaps what prompted the appeal. Jack Brooks just having a consolatory word to Neil Wagner, and watching it again in slow motion. I don't know. Might even have clipped the stump. Wagner in and bowls, and this is played into the offside by Kyle Abbott, but straight to shortish extra cover. Tom Kohler-Cadmore there, 305 for 9.
unless this is suddenly going to be a heroic 10th wicket partnership, it would help the game to move along if they get out, really, wouldn't it?
Yes.
No, I can't see a heroic last wicket partnership with Mo Abbas in there, but I suppose one never knows.
I'm surprised Wagner hasn't tried the short ball. Perhaps he will this time. He's there now in both. No, this is floated right up, but played by Abbott to backward point. Ben Green, under his white floppy sun hat, does the fielding. It's the end of, I think that was a maiden over, wasn't it? Wagner,
I think it was
20 overs, 5 maidens, none for 51. Still looking for his first wicket for Somerset.
If there isn't much on this game, why exactly? I mean, is it that there is no super promising young pace bowler at Somerset who usefully have a run out at the end of the season?
Well, there's Casey Aldridge.
Yes,
is injured. Although I see he's playing for the seconds today, which is good news.
Right.
Josh Davey.
Yeah.
Would be playing, but he's about to become a father if he hasn't become a father already. Sonny Baker, who's another very promising young bowler, has got a back problem.
Okay. Oh yeah.
And Ned Leonard didn't really do enough in the one day cup.
All right.
To suggest that he could take wickets here.
Okay. New ball, first over, through the defensive shot Abbas to the keeper. Okay, so yeah, that's.
We got a couple of Alfie Ogborn who played against Hampshire at Taunton, left armour.
It's just that I noticed there was a plethora of counties who were threatened with relegation or going for promotion or the championship who suddenly signed all kinds of people. But I think if mid-table, I'm not sure that it's wise at this time of year, really. Abbas this time just lets the pace of the ball go onto that defensive shot, runs down to gully. And there's no run.
Well, some of us did actually sort of make that point when I couldn't quite understand why they'd signed Neil Wagner, given their position of relative safety in the table. But I think that Jason Kerr and Andy Hurry would say that it was insurance against injuries, and of course they have got injuries, particularly Craig Overton.
Yeah, fair enough. Yep, that's It's a bouncy bouncer, that one, but it doesn't throw at Abbas, who just takes his head out of the way. Jack Brook just stops and has a little word. The umpire then also has a little word suggesting that might be running on the pitch. I think Abbas and Abbott won't mind terribly, well, although it's not going to make a lot of difference unless Somerset have got lots of left-handers, I'm not sure, running on that side. And he leaves that go through to keeper for no run.
Left-handers, Tom Lammonby and James Rue.
Okay.
In the middle order.
Yeah.
Lammonby will bat at 4 and Rue at 6. But plenty of bowlers' footmarks all over the place at both ends, but didn't seem to offer a huge amount of assistance to Bashir's off-spin yesterday.
Abbas plays that quite nicely, just backward of point, who fields it equally nicely, and there's no run. The score remains at 305 for 9. Bit of a phony war at the moment. No great progress on either side, although those 2 quick wickets of Barker and Dawson have moved it on. It's 5 dot balls, 1 to come. Everybody goes out, or a lot of people go out. There's still 2 slips, which there should be for a number 11. They go out and offer a single to Mo Abbas. Bowls, and Abbas plays that defensively. Always a bit odd for me that. I mean, I know Abbott is a pretty capable number 10, but nonetheless, when you do that, you are saying we're not sure that we can get number 10 out.
I know. Well, what did he get down at Taunton? He got 89 not out.
Yes.
Did Kyle Abbott.
Well, yeah, he did, but it was massively his best innings of the. I mean, prior to that, for example, Anthony, he'd scored 2, 2, 5, 18, 0, 2, 2, 23 and 1. So I'm sorry he did it to you. I don't know why, could but I mean, he's only averaging 15 this season, even with that extraordinary 89 not out. Yeah. He's certainly a capable batsman. I mean, he's made 400 or 500 runs a season.
I think if these two do prolong their last wicket partnership will show how relatively easy it is to survive on this pitch as a batsman. This is swung away in the air just over the top of Tom Kohler-Cadmore. I'll come back for 2 runs, not convincing at all from Kyle Abbott, but he gets away with it. 307 for 9, moves on to 13. Go on, Waggy. It's Neil Wagner's nickname. Famed for his short balls.
Yeah.
Bouncer barrage, but he's not really tried that in this game so far. This is outside the off stump, stroked away through the offside just for the single. As Tom Lammonby comes around from third man, sends in the return. 308 for 9 means that Neil Wagner can bowl at Mohammad Abbas. I would have thought there is a good case for banging one in on the line of leg stump, get a leg gully or a forward short leg in there, get Abbas fencing at it, trying to fend it off. 2 slips and a gully. Wagner bowls short, but not on the line of leg stump. It was outside the off stump and relatively straightforward for Mo Abbas to duck out of the way. Is he going to go round the wicket? Kyle Abbott just going with the other side, just sweeping some debris off the pitch. Yes, he is indeed going to go around the wicket. Wagner to Abbas, 308 for 9. He's there and bowls and beats Abbas outside the off stump. Just needs to tighten up his line a little bit, Neil Wagner. He's looked, I think, with the back injury that he's had and the hamstring problems, he has looked a little bit below his best. I was going to say a little bit rusty, but he hasn't looked rusty. He's just not been quite on it with every ball. Here he comes again. Slightly bow-legged approach. He's there now and bowls. And good length ball is defended solidly, perfectly proficiently by Mohammad Abbas.
You say about how long it is since he hasn't bowled. Well, I'm going to be intrigued to watch the Hampshire attack because probably Barker will bowl at some point. He's been playing the 50 overs, but Abbott, Abbas and Fuller, between them, haven't taken a wicket for 5.5 weeks. And Fuller is the only one who's even played, and he took 0 for 89 and 100. You know, Abbott and Abbas haven't played for 5 weeks. Will they just switch it on?
They should be well rested anyway.
Well, yeah.
Wagner going back over the wicket to Mo Abbas, but again it's too far outside the off stump. He looks to the heavens in frustration at his own inaccuracy. It's the end of the over. 308 for 9, and frustrating for Somerset. They want to be out there, they want to take this last wicket as quickly as possible and get out there and then bat through the rest of the day. That's got to be their approach.
Yeah, I agree with that. I don't know about the prize money and who's seriously in contention and where it stops. Perhaps it doesn't stop anywhere. Perhaps you get Thornton's halfpenny if you've bottom, but
I think it goes down to about number 5.
Okay. In which case Somerset would have an interest in that.
Yeah.
There is a conference at the far. Well, actually, there are 2 conferences going on. There's a conference of 3 Somerset players at the far end, deciding who's going to bowl, and there's a conference at mid-wicket between the 2 umpires, deciding whether the ball is fit. And this is, I think, going to be one of those wonderful moments where the 2 umpires walk off and get a new ball, or a replacement ball, I should say. At which point, I'm almost sure I would put 10 quid on the thought that they will take all this time to change the ball, and then Jack Brooks will take a wicket with the first ball, and they'll all troop off.
Well, he's going to go and get a different ball.
Yeah. Why don't you just bowl with the old one and get the number 11 out? There is a wonderful story about Hampshire versus Leicestershire in the early 50s I think it was when Palmer was the sort of captain and secretary of Leicestershire, and there was something around a declaration looming and all the rest of it, and what happened was that Leicestershire at Leicester declared at a point where it wasn't to their advantage to do so, and Desmond Eagle, when he came off, inquired of his fellow amateur captain what that was all about, and Palmer said, well, we were approaching the point where you were going to claim a new ball and we can't afford one. It's just the realities of early 1950s county economies. It's quite a wonderful story. I love it.
Yeah, prize money goes down to number 5.
Okay, right. So
£27,000 for the county that finishes 5th.
So both these sides have got something to play for.
Yeah.
I'm going to hand over to Kevin James in a moment, but he's just doing an update for Radio Solent, so I think I might get to commentate on one more over. They've decided they clearly have changed the ball. That hasn't gone on as much this season, has it, as it did last year?
No, it hasn't.
I kept a record of our averages in the Kookaburra, and that was fascinating. The Kookaburra was no great advantage to the pacemen, but some of our spinners did quite nicely. Whether that's true across the country, I have no idea. But
I do hope they don't introduce it as standard, though.
Me too, yeah. Brooks it is to bowl from the pavilion end. Comes in and bowls, and it's just hit out to cover. There is a sort of short extra cover in a deep silly mid off, but a short extra cover bowling to Kyle Abbott on 14 not out.
I mean, one of the reasons why Felix Organ made 97 and Kyle Abbott made 89 at Taunton was
that
because
was one of those games.
It was one of those games.
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
Oh, it gone.
Yeah, well, I was wrong. I said it would be taken with the first ball of the replacement, and it's taken with the second. So that was a good waste of 3 minutes. Kyle Abbott caught, and he's gone for 14, and Jack Brooks has got 5 wickets for 56, and the scoreboard, as it often does on these occasions, helpfully takes everything off, and I can't tell you what the total is, but Anthony will probably know.
The total is 308 all out.
Thank you very much.
With Kyle Abbott, the last man out, for 14. Straightforward catch to Tom Abel at short mid-off, stroke short extra cover, about 15 yards from the bat. So Somerset have done the first part of their achieved the first part of their intentions today by bowling out Hampshire for the addition of only another 26 runs, and now what they have to do is bat through the rest of the day.
They've chosen a heavy roller, which is interesting given that it's been pretty flat and dead. They want to flatten it a bit more, I'm not sure, but they will know more about such things than I do.
Yes, Hampshire this morning have lost the wickets of Liam Dawson, was first to go. Given out LBW to Jack Brooks for 100. He was the second to go.
Yeah.
Keith Barker was the first to go. Caught behind off an inside edge from Lewis Gregory for 22. Then Liam Dawson. LBW to Jack Brooks for 115, and finally Kyle Abbott, who's caught Tom Abel off the bowling of Jack Brooks to give Brooks figures of 5 for 56. I think that's only the second 5 he's taken for Somerset after his best bowling figures for Somerset, 5 for 35. Down at Guildford against Surrey a few years ago. The rest of the Somerset bowling figures: Lewis Gregory 22 overs, 6 maidens, 3 for 67. Jack Brooks, as I say, 23.2 overs, 5 for 56. Neil Wagner wicketless, none for 54 off 21 overs. Shoaib Bashir 19 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 56. Ben Green 17 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 43. And Tom Abel, his first bowl of the season, not picking up a wicket, going for 24 in 7 overs. So, should we just take a short? We'll take a short break, and we'll be back with you in around about 7 or 8 minutes' time for Somerset's reply to Hampshire's first Sydney score of 308.
And welcome back to the Ageas Bowl, where the Hampshire first innings ended a little earlier on 308. So the last 3 wickets for the home side, adding 26, with Keith Barker the first to go. He was caught behind off an inside edge from Lewis Gregory for 22. Then Liam Dawson went for 115 LBW to Jack Brooks, and that gave the 39-year-old 5 wickets in the match, 5 for 65, bowled very impressively, as did Lewis Gregory, to be fair to him. And Brooks picked up the final wicket, Kyle Abbott, who was caught at extra cover for 14. So 308 all out. The Somerset reply is just about to get underway. Your commentary team is as it was a little earlier. Dave Allen, Hampshire's historian, archivist, he's around with us all day. Anthony Gibson is somewhere. He's with us around as well. Yes, he's just about right. And it's myself, Kevin James, and Sarah Barber, South African batter, who's with the Hursley Park Club, just up the road. Well, it's a little bit further than up the road, but if you live in Somerset, it's just up the road. Is with us as well. Sarah, that's another impressive bowling performance from Somerset this morning.
Oh, lovely. Lovely to see Jack Brooks take a fifer. Bowled really well yesterday and bowled really well today. I think he was able to capitalise off of yesterday's pitch and today's pitch, which is rather impressive.
It's a slow pitch. We were just trying to work out the merits of having the heavy roller between the innings. We're not quite sure. But normally a heavy roller would actually dry the surface out even more. Sort of acts as like a sponge, brings what little moisture there might still be in the pitch up and gets it burnt off quicker by the sun, but we'll have to wait and see. Sometimes it deadens the pitches as well. I don't think we need this pitch to be deadened even more. It's a fairly dead pitch as it is. It's going to be Keith Barker, the left arm seamer, to open up from the pavilion end, and he's going to bowl to the left-hander Tom Lammonby. And here he's in then, bowls, and Lammonby leaves that one alone, and we are underway. So that's first innings for Hampshire, lasted into its 110th over. It would have been the last over of bonus points, but both sides probably picked up about as much as they were going to get in that innings. Hampshire picked up 2, and Somerset have 3 bonus points. So that's the state of the game at the moment.
And then you've got Warwickshire playing Surrey, so maybe good news for some teams.
Yes, it's I wouldn't say it's tight at the top as Lammonby's forward. I think Surrey, Sarah, are going to win the title at some point. I think it's just a matter of as and when.
Yeah, they definitely seem to be running away with it at the minute.
They certainly do. Warwickshire are 1 game behind.
Oh yes, that's what.
Most of the sides.
That was the discussion earlier. So they still have a game in hand. So I suppose it could go anywhere from this point on.
So we can, yeah. Surrey, Essex, Hampshire, Warwickshire, Somerset were the top 5 going into this round of fixtures as Barker comes in. Lammonby leaves that one alone. That's a bit like Lammonby, a bit like Wagner bowling to Nick Gubbins yesterday, where the left-hander was leaving balls very close to the off stump, and Lammonby's done exactly the same.
It's quite an art knowing where your off stump is, I suppose, especially playing at this level where someone can move it either which way and they know how to move it either which way.
That's all right. You suppose you're a batter. You should know where your off stump is.
I do indeed, but I'm very much a batter who loves bat on ball.
Ah, so it doesn't matter. Lammonby leaves that one alone, angled away from him by Barker.
Yeah. Well, sometimes I do have a few leaves in there. I've gotten a much better from when I was younger, but I am much better at leaving it now. But I do stand on leg stump, so knowing where my off stump is quite the talent.
So you leave all 3 stumps showing to the bowler, almost?
Yeah, so I really like it on my pads. I love a drive. A lot of people will know that my drive is sort of my bread and butter.
Okay. Here's Barker. Bowl. Straighter. This time Lammonby pushes that out on the offside. So you love a straight drive, off drive, leg side? Which
I love a cover drive. Cover drive makes me feel good. But I love any drives. I sort of prefer playing in the V a bit. Obviously, I do have, well, when I first started off playing, the cut shot was my go-to because I was a tail ender back in the day. Loved a cut and a pull, but I suppose I expanded my game quite a bit to be a bit more of a classical cricketer.
Yeah.
but I do love a drive, and I show all my stumps, so I make them aim at them.
Okay. Lammerby works that to mid-wicket. End of the first over. It's a maiden from Barker.
Good start.
Nice accurate start and a hint of swing there for Barker in the process. Yeah, well, I guess it was definitely standing leg stump. You're going to get ample opportunity to be playing some cover drives.
Yeah, so definitely that's why I stand on leg, so I can also open up that side, so it's just easier for me to get my hands through there.
Yep.
And then as a bowler, because I used to be an out-and-out bowler, I just know if someone's showing me all their stumps, I'm going to try and bang it in there, try and get Yorkers in the block hole, good length, sort of that area. And I know I'm really good on sort of the straighter ball, on the legs, so I make them aim there so I can get my good shots away.
Okay. Just waiting for Mo Abbas to get the second over underway. Let's bring you up to date with what's happening in Division 1. Lancashire this morning, who were playing Northamptonshire. Lancashire were 54 for 2, replying to the Northamptonshire total of 232 all out. Well, Lancashire are 107 for 4, so they've lost a couple of wickets this morning. And Surrey are all out against Warwickshire for 396. Surrey losing 6 wickets this morning. They were 339 for 4 overnight. So a bit of a collapse there from the Division 1 champions-elect, perhaps.
Abbas coming in to Dixon, and that has just beaten the outside edge for no run there. Dixon is actually also another one of the players here today that was born in South Africa. I know I have go on quite a bit about where everyone was born, but it's quite interesting to see sort of the different types of people you can find in a cricket game, where they're from, sort of their history, their background. So, yeah. Abbas standing at the top of his run-up to the right-handed Dixon, coming in right arm over. And that is a good length, sort of moves into him, and they take the quick single that gets Somerset off the mark for their innings. That takes them for 1 for 0.
So Dixon, whereabouts was he then in South Africa?
Ooh, I'll have to do a bit.
Oh, I thought you'd written that one down. Sorry.
I have written it down in my notes earlier, but I've got about. Oh, he was born in Johannesburg.
Where you're going to?
Yeah, where I'm going to.
Yeah, there you go.
I don't know when I can't remember when he moved, but I did write it down.
Well, he was at Kent before here.
Yeah, I think from 2015, if I'm not mistaken. Kent, and then he went Durham, and now he's Somerset. Abbas into. There you go. That is just pitched on off-stump line and sort of moved away from Lammonby for a stop ball. That is really well bowled. That's a lovely ball to watch.
Yes, angling it across the left-hander. Mohammed Abbas, who's having a pretty decent season with the ball for Hampshire. Just been playing championship cricket. What's he taken? He has taken... I can't find him. Where is he? I'll find him in a minute.
Abbas coming in again to Lammonby, and that has pitched a bit straighter, and Lammonby has worked that to the mid-wicket region, but there's a fielder there, so that is a dot ball.
41 wickets, Hampshire's top wicket taker in the championship. In front of Kyle Abbott, who has 35. And Mohammed Abbas's wickets, 41 wickets, are coming at an average of 20.
20.
Prolific. Now his career is also 20.
Ooh.
So his 600 and odd wickets have come at 20. His wickets this year have come at 20.
That's rather impressive. Abbas in again to the left-handed Lammonby. That is off-stump line moved in, and that is worked to sort of the square leg region. Mid-wicket does well to get there, and they get back for the 2 runs. That is hard running. That takes Somerset after the second over. Ooh, over's not done yet, but that takes them to 3 for 0. Lammonby on 2 and Dixon on 1. Abbas rather has quite a long run-up, I must say. Although I suppose most of the fast bowlers or the quicks do in this sort of level. Abbas in again to the left-handed Lammonby, right arm over. That is pitched off stump line and moved away. That is a lovely ball from Abbas. Taken. And that is the end of the over, and that takes Somerset 3 for 0 after 2 overs.
A couple of emails here, sunandcricket@gmail.com. Mandar Kent says, morning to the team. Thanks for keeping me company whilst I'm stuck on the M3 on my way to the game. Oh dear, M3 can be bad at times. Hopefully I'll make it soon, but while I'm waiting, good to hear another new voice.
Oh.
Sarah.
I'm glad.
Yeah. Another new voice as part of the team, and that Hampshire are grinding out some kind of total to bowl to. Can't wait to see how we bowl on this slowest pitch. Well, we're going to find out. In fact, it's from Amanda, so it's under Mandar Kent's name, but it's Amanda that's actually written the email. So we've got 2 overs done, 3 without loss. Somerset replying to that Hampshire all-out total of 308. Hampshire adding 26 this morning in an hour. So again, slow-paced nature of this game batting has continued into day 2 as Barker bowls forward as Dixon. Oh, it's caught! Oh, James Vince at 3rd slip.
That was a brilliant take. Lovely to see.
Diving low to his right, took it one-handed. I think he was surprised it stuck. And it's Dixon that goes. Vince, you'll see on the live picture feed, what a catch that is. Do you know what? Last night, Sarah, I was talking in the bar to 1 or 2 people, I won't name them, and I said, do you know what, the Hampshire slip catching this year has not been very good at all. It's been pretty average. And then we go and see a catch like that.
Oh, that is brilliant. I saw a bit of an initial movement, so he sort of moved his hands right, almost stopped, and then went again. I don't know if you saw that too,
No.
but I thought it was a bit of a hesitation or just maybe retiming it again. But that's a really nice wicket early on. That's pitched off stump line. It doesn't look like it's had like much movement has gone on. It looks like the face of the bat was just a tad open, gone all the way to 3rd slip.
Well, all the Hampshire bowlers really have suffered a little bit with the slip catching, which has not been great this year. And Barker has, to be fair to him, even though his wickets are down, has suffered his fair share of drop catches in that region. But he can't have any complaints about that.
No, that was brilliant. Probably brilliant to see as a bowler.
That is a nice one. And you always think sometimes, well, I'm sure James Vince thinks, wow, how's that stuck? I'm sure Keith Barker's saying the same, and I'm pretty sure Sean Dixon is saying that.
Very possibly. He's probably thought he might have gone lucky there, because it looked like it was going, well, obviously he's gone to his right, so I'm sure Sean was thinking, oh, I hope that's gone wide enough.
Yes. And we haven't seen many catches carry. We saw Fletcher Middleton early on in the Hampshire innings, 1 carry to Umeed and the slips. But really, when the ball starts to get away from its initial hardness, very little carries. So that is the time to be taking your slip catches. What a bonus that was. Here's Barker bowling to captain Tom Abel here, and that's left alone outside of the off stump. So a good start from Hampshire here. And Tom Abel, 556 runs, averaging 34 this season. Somerset captain.
Well, speaking about the ball being hard enough to carry, is it not also quite... English pitches are almost known for getting quite low at the end of the season, so even though some of these bowlers may have quite a bit of pace, it may not bounce as much, but I suppose this is a county ground. So.
This is, yeah. Thick outside edge along the ground, past 3rd slip this time, and it's going down towards 3rd, and it's going to go all the way over the rope, and that will be 4 runs. That's the first runs off Keith Barker, and Somerset move on to 7 for 1. Do you know what? I tell you what surprised me initially when I saw James Vince catch that is he's actually at 3rd slip, because he has, for me, 95% of the season, if not more, has been fielding at 1st slip. So it's a little bit of a change in that slip area. You've got Tom Prest at 1st slip, who actually did put down a sitter in the semi-final last week at Warwickshire, the One Day Cup semi-final. You've got Dawson at 2nd slip, who's generally a good slipper, but has actually put 1 or 2 down this year. That's through to Ben Brown, the keeper. And then you've got James Vince. So there's a slight changing around of the orders. Probably because Tom Prest is playing.
Yeah.
That's why he's at 1st slip. But yeah, he did drop a sitter there last Tuesday. Sorry to remind his supporters.
Oh, well.
Yeah, there you go.
Sometimes the truth is tough, isn't it?
And it was a sitter. I did say at the time it was one of those that was harder to put down than catch. Here's Barker round the wicket, bowling to Abel, and he's left that one alone outside the off stump. That's a good leave. Now, just quickly read out this email. This is from Ken says at solentcricket@gmail.com. Good morning, Kevin, Anthony, Sarah, and Dave.
Morning.
It's nice he's included everybody, isn't it? So it's be lovely. Thank you for the continued great commentary and jovial banter. I'm thinking about going to the Metro Bank final at Trent Bridge on Saturday the 16th. A ground I've not been to before. Wondering if you can help with a couple of things. Right, here's Barker. Abel leaves that one alone outside the off stump. Into the over 7 for 1-1. Is Sunday a reserve day in case of bad weather for booking an extra night in the hotel? I think there is a reserve day because the semi-final was a reserve day, so I'm pretty sure the final will be. And where in the ground would you say is the best place to watch the game, please, apart from the commentary box? Depends on whether you like being behind the arm or being on the side. It's difficult, really. I think it's quite an easy walk around ground. Have you been to Trent Bridge before?
No, I actually haven't. The furthest north I've been is Birmingham.
Is it?
Yeah.
Well, it's not worth going any further than that, to be honest.
I've heard that, but I didn't want to say that. I didn't want to upset anybody. Abbas coming into Lammonby, right arm over the wicket to the left-hander. That's pitched outside off rather full, and that is a dot ball to Lammonby. Didn't look like it moved much on that one, but I suppose angling across a batter is sometimes always a bit of a difficult task.
I'll tell you what, if the chief exec's listening to me, he'll kill me because he's from Leeds.
Ooh. The cricket grounds are lovely up there, I've heard.
Yeah, they are. No, there's some top grounds.
I must say I did enjoy Edgbaston. Edgbaston is probably one of my favourite grounds.
Okay.
Like I've been to. Abbas in again to Lammonby, right arm over to the left-hander. That's a bit straighter. That's been defended and sort of trickled down to the behind point region, but looks like third slips come in and got that.
Did you say you went to, is it finals, T20 finals day?
Yes, I did.
Yeah.
It was brilliant cricket to watch. Absolutely loved it. I went last year too, actually.
Okay.
When Hampshire won.
Yes. That was the best day.
I'm not going to say much because most people don't understand why I support who I do because I now live in Hampshire. Abbas in again, right arm over to Lammonby. And that is nice, full and straight, and that has been defended for no run. It looks like the slip cordon has gone up a bit, but I heard quite a bit of bat on that, so they've gotten a bit excited on that.
Yeah, I think inside edge onto the pad.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, I take it you support Hampshire, do you? Living in Hampshire? Or do you support another county? You're not going to tell me Somerset, are you?
Oh, I do support Somerset.
Oh, you diplomat, you.
So the reason is because I was friends with someone at a cricket club last year and she supported Somerset. Abbas in again, right arm over to Lammonby. That's a bit straighter and that moves away a tad, and that is well left by Lammonby into the keeper's gloves for no run. And she supported Somerset, and I was like, well, I was in Buckinghamshire at that point in time, so I was like, I don't know who she supports. She's like, you've got to support Somerset, and we were quite close, spent quite a lot of time together playing cricket and all that. So I was like, yeah, I'll support Somerset.
Okay.
Then I got to Hampshire this year, and half of the people at Hursley like, you can't support Somerset. You live in Hampshire now. I was like, well, I don't want to not support Somerset just because I moved. Abbas, right arm over again to Lammonby. That is nice and straight, and that has somehow been guarded to the point region. Bat face open just a tad, but that is a dot ball to Lammonby.
Right. So the thing is, if you do another game, if you're invited, and it's, say, Hampshire and Warwickshire, you're going to say, well, of course, I also support Warwickshire. You're not going to do that sort of thing.
No, not at all.
This just happens to be a coincidence.
Yeah, it just happens to be a coincidence. I think actually my friend would be rather jealous at commentating on a Somerset game. Abbas right arm over again to Lammonby. That is a bit straighter on the off-stump sort of line, and that has been hit to mid-off region for no run. That is the end of the over, and Somerset are now 7 for 1 after 4 overs.
So, and 1 wicket this fallen, Sean Dixon brilliantly caught at third slip by James Vince. Low down, one-handed, diving to his right. Keith Barker makes it 15 wickets for the season. Dave Allen is poised, ready to come in. I'll just do this over. And then Dave will be joining Sarah, who's making her men's commentary debut.
Yeah, super exciting.
Yeah, having done a couple of the Southern Vipers game early in the season. Here's Barker round the wicket, bowling to Tom Abel, and Abel's on the back foot, defending and pushes that out towards extra cover. And there is no run. There's Nick Gubbins in a position that, well, he's in there most of the time there. And extra cover. So 308 Hampshire bowled out for earlier, batted just an hour this morning, adding 26 for the last 3 wickets. Dawson only adding 6 to his overnight total, closing on 115. Barker only adding 2 to his 67-run partnership for the 8th wicket between Barker and Dawson. That was the highest of the innings. Oh, he's playing a missing outside the off stump. That's just pitched and straightened. That's a trademark delivery there from Keith Barker, angling the ball in, and then it just pitching and straightening.
I do love a bit of that, angling it in.
Yeah.
I love bowling to a left-hander because I like angling it across them, and I generally take it away from a right-hander, and then that brings it in. It's just a bit of a nightmare.
Yeah. You're relying on some slick catching as well?
Actually, Gemma Green, who has done some commentary for
Yeah.
Vipers games and all that, has taken a slip catch off me.
Has she?
She has indeed.
I know she's been listening, supporting you outside the off stump, and well, probably watching and listening. That's a good leave. Ben Brown takes that to his left-hand side.
I think that's the only one of the season, because we had one. I think when, yeah, a lot of them sort of. I get quite a bit of carry, and I think a lot of people sometimes just go, "Oh, it's not going to carry that much," and it just flies overhead. Sometimes, not all the time, but yeah. And then it also depends on if the keeper's standing up to me or back, but generally back.
Yeah.
Should get some.
Gemma did confirm your comment earlier as Abel plays that late into the ground, and it's that man James Vince again, but this time it's along the ground as he takes it cleanly. Also no ball, thank you. Yeah, Gemma did actually confirm that you are quite pacey when you made that comment earlier about your bowling.
Yeah, I think I've bruised Gem quite a bit because she stands up to me. Sometimes I get a bit of... I'm not one of those bowlers who sort of hoops it quite a bit. I get a lot of nip and seam movement, so
Yeah.
sometimes it's hard to track.
Here comes Barker, bowls. It's well wide of the off stump, and Tom Abel comfortable with leaving that one. He stays on 4-2 to Tom Lammerby. Into the 5th over of the Somerset reply here. So we've gone through the Division 1 games for you, so you're up to date on that. Of course, what I did forget was that England under-19s are back in action today. They've been playing a series against Australia. And I think Dom Kelly, Hampshire's 17-year-old all-rounder, took the first wicket. Eddie Jack has taken one as well. Yeah, Hampshire's other 17-year-old pace bowlers down the leg side there from Keith Barker. Aussie are 133 for 4 in the under-19 one-day match. And they've been they're into the 23rd over. So 2 of the 4 wickets have been taken by Hampshire teenage bowlers, featured prominently in the One Day Cup as well. Here comes Barker again, Abel's forward, and that's pushed up to mid-off, and that is the end of the over. Barker has 3 overs, 1 for 6. Ageas has 2 overs, none for 3. Another word from Sarah Barber, and then it'll be Dave Allen coming in alongside him.
There seems to be, actually, speaking about the England under-19s, there's quite a lot of young talent, even in this county championship, even if they're not under-19s. We've sort of got Fletcher Middleton, 21 years old, Toby Elbert, 21 years old, Tom Press, 21 years old. This is from Hampshire. Then we've also got Somerset, who's also got some youngsters who are quite talented. We've got a very talented James Rue, who is currently Ageas, and again, right arm over, and that is driven to the mid-on region for no run by Lammonby. James Rue, who is currently the highest scorer for the Somerset side with 160 runs, and he is 19 years of age. So very good young talent, and that's the youngest in the Somerset side. Ageas at the top of his mark, running in now to the left-handed Lammonby, right arm over. That is pitched straight and moved quite away at a good length, taken by Ben Brown, the keeper, for no run.
You just said about James Rue 100 and something runs, and you meant 1,000.
Sorry, I meant 1,160.
Yeah, it's all right.
Sorry. You were probably thinking 160, that's not a lot of runs, Sarah. What's going on here?
Well, I think he was the first player in the country to get to 1,000 at least. No? Oh, okay. Anthony. Oh, right, okay.
First in the first division.
First in the first division. Ageas right arm over again to the left-handed Lammonby. That's a bit straight, and that's been worked to the sort of square leg region down to the boundary. That is going to be just 2 runs, I think.
Yep.
Yeah. Lambenby seems to quite like that. He's already done that twice where it's been a bit straighter. He's just worked that round the hips to the square leg region, because there's no one really at the square leg region. It's more like in between, I'd say, mid wicket and square leg. So quite enjoys that, maybe finds it easier to play. Ageas again to Lambenby, and it pitches a bit outside off and it moves away, and that's sort of opened the face of the bat, gone in between point and third slip, and that has gone to the boundary, and it looks like it has been saved. Is it by James Vince possibly? And I think only the 2 runs off of that again sort of ran to the third man sort of region, a very wide third man. But yes,
I like watching you commentate because you play the shots with the listeners can't see this, but what Sarah does is that's the shots played. She kind of imitates it with very elegantly with a hand and her arm. It's rather nice.
Yeah, I do love talking with my hands. I think I've got that from my mum.
Okay.
Ageas in, right arm over to the right-handed Abel. And that is pitched rather short actually, but it's come up sort of hip height, and that's been pushed on the back foot to the cover region and stopped for no run. That is a dot ball to Abel. Abel, sorry. That's my very South African pronunciation of names. Everyone listening is probably a bit like, oh. Yeah, very South African of me to be pronouncing it like that. Apologies for that.
Oh.
That
if
was
you heard that crash, it's a bit of the gantry falling apart.
Ageas in, right arm over to Abel, and that is a brilliant ball that is pitched outside 5th, 6th stump line and sort of moved in a bit, and that is a dot ball to end the over. That takes Somerset to 104, not 100, jeepers, my numbers today. 14 for 1.
That's all right, don't you worry, Sarah. Kevin was talking about, there was an email from somebody asking about Trent Bridge. I think it is difficult to advise people where you might go. And actually, I haven't been to Trent Bridge for quite a while now, but I was just thinking about our earlier conversation about South African cricketers. And by sheer chance, I was on holiday as a schoolboy in the Nottingham area. Kid Barker bowls from the pavilion end, and that's driven to cover, no run. I was actually on holiday in Derbyshire, but it wasn't far from Nottingham. Sheer chance, 1965, on my own, about the age of 15 or something, I caught a train from Chesterfield to Nottingham and went to the first day of the Trent Bridge Test match between England and South Africa. And Graham Pollock.
Oh, I know Graham. Well, I know of Graham Pollock.
He made a famously wonderful century that day. It was just sheer chance that I was there to see it. Barker in bowls, and that's on leg stump, and it's flicked away very easily, just backward of square, over the boundary. 4 runs to Lambenby, who goes into double figures. And I mean, it is one of those legendary innings that people of a certain age still write and talk about a little bit. And there was a bowler bowling for England who in those days was a Warwickshire bowler, but became a very important part of the Somerset setup a few years later, called Tom Cartwright, and he took 6 wickets. I just looked that bit up actually. I didn't remember that, but I did remember the Graham Pollock 100. It was absolutely amazing. Barker bowls. It's still on about leg stump, but it's just driven up to mid-on, no run.
Very talented cricket family, the Pollocks.
That's right, because his brother was bowling in that same Test match, Peter. Yeah.
And then you've got Sean Pollock.
Yes, indeed, the young Sean. Yeah. Now I've seen him play here. I remember it quite distinctly. He was playing for Warwickshire. I'm sure he was. Yeah. Years ago now. Barker bowls. That's straighter, and it's played defensively. The man at mid-on fields. Very talented family.
Captain South Africa for a bit. I think he stopped captaining in 2003.
Right.
after the World Cup Duckworth-Lewis dilemma.
Oh, yes. Oh, we won't talk about that.
No, we won't. Sensitive subject. But he still is one of my favourite cricketers.
Great.
One of my favourite commentators too.
Barker bowls with a fielding change, which has no impact whatsoever because it was on off stump and is driven to cover. The fielding change is it's a quite characteristic one these days, right on the edge of the strip, and just in the bowler's half of the strip. So it's a short mid-on. It's not the old-fashioned silly mid-on, which people used quite a lot when I was a school kid many decades ago. Barker bowls, and this time that man, who is James Vince actually, captain, doing some heroic work. He dives to try and stop it. It goes to mid-on, in fact. No run. So the end of the over, Somerset 18 for 1, with Lammonby now on 11 and Abel on 4.
Yeah, I suppose even in my school days, everyone loved a bit of putting a silly in every now and then. I think it was just the name that I suppose made everybody quite fond of the position.
Yeah.
There you go. Looks like Abbas is back into bowl. And it is to the right-hander. That is pitch straight, moved in, and that has gone through the mid-wicket region. Doesn't look like it's got enough pace on it to run away. But that is 3 runs. I think it's 3 runs. And that was fielded by Kyle Abbott, possibly.
No, James Fuller.
James Fuller, my bad.
It's all right. Another South African, so.
Another South African, I think born in Cape Town, if I'm not mistaken. But that was 3 runs to Abel. And that leaves the left-handed Lammonby on strike. There's a bit of a shift in the field. Looks like third slip is coming out and going to that position we were talking... No, not to the position we were talking about earlier. But maybe sort of an extra cover-ish region or a short cover. Abbas coming in right arm round to the left-hander, and that sort of angles across the batter, moves to the leg side, and that is great work done by the wicket-keeper, Ben
Brown.
Ben Brown. I didn't want to make a mistake on the name again. So I just wanted to make sure. Ben Brown.
I'm not making you anxious here, Sarah, because you're doing absolutely fine.
Definitely not. Definitely not making me anxious. I just suddenly feel like I've forgotten everyone's names, which I haven't. Abbas coming in right arm round the wicket to the left-handed Lammonby. That's a bit straighter, and that's been worked around to sort of the square leg region. And the field is standing, I suppose, just in front of the umpire. Does well to get behind the umpire to stop that for a dot ball.
There's 15 minutes to lunch and Kyle Abbott is limbering up, which is not a surprise really. I think almost certainly they would want to give him a little quarter of an hour with the new ball. And of course this period will suit Hampshire quite nicely really, because they're going to bowl about 12-13 overs and then come out fairly fresh with the new ball still after lunch.
Abbas, and again that's pitched outside off, moved in, and that has been driven by Lammonby with a bit of an open face to sort of just in front of the point region, and that is just a single that leaves the right-handed Abel on strike. Abbas probably changing where he's running into the bowler from. Looks like he'll be coming right arm over to the right-handed Abel.
I was mentioning earlier that Abbas and Abbott haven't bowled for 5.5 weeks. It's interesting that Keith Barker, who has been bowling, has taken the wicket.
Rather interesting. Abbas in again, right arm over. That's a bit straighter, angled in, and that seems to have got the outside edge. I think if third slip was in, maybe that could have been stopped. I don't think it would have carried, but definitely would have been stopped. That is 4 runs to the right-handed Abel.
Ooh, it wasn't far off being catchable, you know. I think it would have been a good catch, but yeah, I think that's right.
An opportunity nevertheless if there was a third slip, but there was no third slip, so that runs away for 4 runs, taking Somerset's total to 26. Abbas standing at the top of his run up again, running into the right-hander. Right arm over. And that has pitched rather straight, moving a tad in, and that has just been defended to mid-on where Kyle Abbott stands.
And you can have your lunch break now, Sarah. Well
Awesome, thank you.
Anthony's coming back on with the score on 26 for 1. In reply to Hampshire's, if you're just joining us, Hampshire were all out for 308 this morning. Keith Barker went first, Liam Dawson, who made that 100, next to go, and finally Kyle Abbott, who's about to bowl, and 308 all out, so Hampshire took 3 bonus batting points, and Somerset took 3 bowling bonus points. And it looks to me, it's a fairly common practice these days. It looks to me as though there's going to be a double bowling change, actually. Certainly Kyle Abbott's going to bowl from the far end.
Somerset's bowling nemesis is Kyle Abbott. That's not my phrase, that's the great Steve Pittard's phrase from the Rosencrantz Jewish Episcopi. He has taken 57 wickets in 11 matches against Somerset at an average of 17.9.
Goodness me. Well, he's bowling now, and it's left outside the off stump. And now I reckon, because I do listen to other commentary sometimes, not always just Hampshire if I'm at home doing not much, and I sometimes hear you. And Steve Pittard is mentioned frequently, and it's just a matter of interest to me because I have a great friend in Portsmouth called Dave Pittard, and it's not a very common name. So, you know, whether they're related, I have no idea.
Well, the Pittards, of course, are the great glove-making family from Yeovil.
Oh, okay, so it's a Somerset name, Abbott bowling round the wicket, and that slashed away, and it partially stopped there by, I think that's that's either Tom Prest or Fletcher Middleton. It's actually Fletcher Middleton. I can't always tell them apart because they both wear caps and they both have hair that comes out underneath it fairly substantially.
And Pittards, sadly, are in administration at the moment, and a buyer is being sought for a very famous glove-making business that stretches back to the beginning of the 19th century.
Okay.
And more about Pittards in a moment.
Yeah. Abbott coming into bowl, and that just comes in towards him a bit. He just stands up, plays it off his hip, and they take another single, so it goes up to 27 for 1.
Great exporters, to the extent that gloves in the US are very often referred to as Pittards. Pair of Pittards.
Okay. And actually it went up to 28 for 1. It was not quite as rapid as often. There are quite a lot of discrete, well, quite a lot, I don't know, I'm going to quote one more, so that might be it, but Street and its Shoes is another one in Somerset.
The Clark family.
Yeah. Abbott round the wicket bowls, and that's played to the man at this short mid-on position. No run.
Yep. Great Quaker family, the Clarks.
Okay. That bit of the world I know quite well. Wells, in particular, quite often have little weekends away in Wells.
Both Pittards and Clarks used to have factories dotted around Somerset, as well as their respective headquarters in Street for Clarks and Yeovil for Pittards.
Okay. Abbott bowls. Oh, that's through. That's through a defensive shot. Definitely played at that, Lammonby. Good ball. 13 not out.
He's got a bit to prove, has Tom Lammonby. He is averaging a disappointing 28.35.
Yeah, I saw that, yeah.
And he's been away with the Manchester Originals in the 100, didn't play for them, and was dropped from Somerset's T20 Blast side in favour of Sean Dixon. So he's hardly played any cricket at all in the last couple of months.
Abbott bowls, and he fought defensively quite carefully. Same as the bowler, Abbott, hasn't played. I mean, that was by choice. He wasn't left out by anybody, but he hasn't bowled for 5.5 weeks. It just seems such a strange idea. I was talking about Tom Cartwright earlier. You'd say to
great
Tom
bowler,
Cartwright,
great coach as well.
Don't bowl for 5 weeks, Tom. Now, I mean, it's just a bizarre notion, really.
He left Somerset under very sad circumstances. Basically, he was almost turned away. This was in early 1970s, and went off to Glamorgan.
Yes.
Much missed by Brian Rose in particular. He was a great admirer. We're going to see some spin.
We are.
Liam Dawson. This will be interesting.
Yeah. Well, he just is having an extraordinary spell in a really good season, and I think that's partly why.
Somerset 28 for 1 as Dawson is into bowl to Abel. A little bit of turn there, pitched on leg stump. Abel playing it on the line of off stump. Plenty of rough on both sides of the stumps at that pavilion end of the ground to work with. He's bowling from the hotel end. He's there and bowls. Oh, and this one goes very quickly past the outside edge of Tom Abel's bat. He did well not to get a nick on that, just watching that go. Spinning the ball, of course, away from the right-hander. He's there and bowls. This is on leg stump, and Abel can play that comfortably enough up to Kyle Abbott at mid-on. Slip and a short leg. Dawson bowls. This one again, a little bit of turn, but slow turn on that occasion. A little bit short, and Abel could watch it onto the bat and play it out into the offside. Nick Gubbins there at short extra cover. Dawson bowls, and this is played to James Fuller, who's at short mid-wicket. I thought Abel was shaping to play a reverse sweep there. Which he does, which he can do, but he doesn't often play it in championship cricket, and he's forward this time, killing the spin. And well, good over from Liam Dawson. Some early signs of turn from this very dry, rather slow wicket, which, well, it's certainly possible for batsmen to survive for long periods. Shot making, though, is considerably more difficult. End of the over, 28 for 1.
Which I suppose might tempt the reverse sweep, but I suspect if you played one at 12:25 and had to return to the dressing room, you might not get a warm welcome, really. But 2 slips for Kyle Abbott, otherwise a ring of men on the offside, 3, and a ring of 2 on the leg side, as that's just played back out on the offside defensively. 2 men out on the leg side at mid-on and mid-wicket, but also this man at short mid-on. And then there's a fairly wide long leg.
Interesting that James Vince has gone in at first slip rather than Tom Prest, who was there earlier on.
Yeah, I don't know whether they just swap it around a bit. I mean, Dawson has been a slipper for a long years, and is one of those men with the special average of more than 1 catch a match, as Abbott bowls around the wicket, and it's just played out on the offside, and the diving stopped by Fletcher Middleton in the gully. But sometimes Dawson just has a spell when he's not in the slips. He just wanders about in the outfield a bit, perfectly alert. I don't mean wanders about in a kind of meaningless way, but in fact this season is one of those rare occasions when he hasn't held a catch per match, and I think that's because he hasn't always been in there. But he's there at the minute. With Vince. Weatherly, if he's playing, will often field slip gully. Abbott bowls, that's nicely driven, straight to cover, but no run. But look nice enough from Lamby. He's on 13. Certainly no rush for anything as far as Somerset are concerned.
No, I think they're set on occupying the crease for as long as possible,
yeah.
And the runs will come.
Yep.
Rather than go searching for quick runs. It's not, as I was saying just now, it's not really that sort of pitch.
No. 28 for 1. Abbott, that's leg side-ish, but it's just pushed out to the man at mid-wicket. So again, it's a docked ball, probably be Well, I don't know. I was going to say there'd probably be one more over after this. Abbott's got 2 to bowl, which take a little while. Dawson, of course, if he bowls a maiden, will get through them pretty quickly. But probably one more before lunch. Early lunches in September. 10:30 start. Theoretically, early finish. Although there's often overtime. Abbott bowls. And that's through a defensive shot, and it just keeps going towards the leg side. But Ben Brown takes it at leg slip, where he bounces over the stumps anyway. But
I don't know what Tom Lammerby thought he was doing there.
No, it was a bit of an indecisive. He's now, with one hand at least, rehearsed giving himself some space and cutting it away on the offside. I think it was too close.
He does get out far too often, nicking off to wicket-keeper and slips Tom Lammerby.
Here's Abbott again to complete this over, and he's just played defensively. So again, maiden over, and score remains. Kyle Abbott 2 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 2, and Liam Dawson will bowl next over, and the scoreboard's gone blank again. It's 12:27. I assume that the umpires go by the score by the time that shows on the scoreboard, but electronic.
Well, there is a clock on the pavilion as well, isn't there?
Maybe they use that. Yeah, don't know.
But might get one more, 2 more rather in before certainly get one more. Liam Dawson's going to bowl it. It's bowling to the right-handed Tom Abel, and again a little bit of turn, some excitement. It's wicket-keeper. And slip, who is it? Slip. It's Middleton under the lid at forward short leg. I think it's James. Is it James Vincent Slip?
I think it is. Yeah.
Dawson bowls and Abel right forward, killing the spin.
Yeah, just James Vincent. Yeah.
Tom Abel yet again having to come in the very early overs. This time with just 3 runs on the board. Sean Dixon failed again.
That's the Nick Gubbins story at Hampshire, to be honest.
Dawson in and bowls, and nice bit of shape on that, putting plenty of revolutions on the ball. Liam Dawson halfway through the over. He has yet to concede a run in 1.5 overs. Bowling to Tom Abel, who again is forward. Good teasing length from Dawson.
I was saying about Dawson profiting in with the Kookaburra balls, and not many people did. He took 16 wickets in 3 innings with the Kookaburra.
He's in now and bowls, and a little bit too much leg side on that occasion. Nicely played by Tom Abel, who's focusing on defence. They shall not pass. Dawson bowls. This is shorter, and scoring opportunity there for Tom Abel, but he doesn't take it, just plays it to short extra cover where Nick Gubbins fields. It's the end of a second maiden over from Dawson, and we are, I think, going to get one more over in before lunch.
Yeah, it's interesting that I think the umpire looked at the scoreboard, so maybe that is what they're going by, because the clock at the far end, which is miles away from my old eyes, but it looks to me as though that's already reached 12:30. But the scoreboard has now reached 12:30, but everybody's in position, so that's fine. Kyle Abbott can have one more go at getting one more Somerset wicket before they troop off for lunch, and he's just coming into bowl now from the pavilion end. And he left that alone, and I reckon it might have missed the stump by about an inch. Goodness me, perhaps it just was bounced slightly, but it was.
He's one of those who takes the off stump guard. Is Tom?
Okay, yeah. Well,
so he knows where his off stump is. It hasn't prevented him being out LBW not playing a shot and clean bowled not playing a shot.
Yeah, I guess we can say that was good judgment in a sense.
As they say, there are only 2 sorts of leave.
Yes. Abbott bowls, and this time he chooses to put bat to ball and drives it up to Keith Barker at mid-off. Somerset flag is flying pretty well in the breeze.
Biggest flag on the circuit, made by Polly Rhodes, the Somerset scorer.
Oh, I wonder if Polly's listening, because I came in yesterday morning in a bit of a fluster, came up the lift, had all sorts of things I was carrying, so on and so on, and sort of bumped into her as I was coming out the lift, and she said to me, "Hello, Dave," and I just wasn't sure even who I was talking to. It was very early in the morning, I still had a bit of a cold in my head. So if you're listening, Polly, sorry about that, and hello. And that's just played out on the offside, fielded by the man at point 9. Yeah, so
she made 2 flags during last winter, a home flag and an away flag. They're both identical. And they're the biggest flags on the circuit, I think. I haven't seen any bigger ones.
Very good.
Maroon and white and black with the Somerset dragon in the middle of it.
Yeah. Right. One of the many beasts of Somerset. There are beasts all over Somerset, aren't there?
Well, the other one is the wyvern.
The mythical one.
The wyvern is the symbol of Wessex.
What about the girt dog of something? Langport?
The girt dog of Langport.
Yeah, that's it, yeah. And that was almost a replica, wonderful diving catch, which is actually going to run away to third man for 4. It was a catch that, again, quite comfortably probably this time to third slip, which Liam Dawson stretched at.
What was he doing, Tom Lamont?
Yeah.
Just drawn into a sort of airy-fairy waft outside the off stump.
But it's 4 runs, so the score, after some time, actually moves on from 28 for 1 to 32 for 1. I'm also thinking about all those strange astrological signs that are
around
supposed to be
Glastonbury.
around Glastonbury.
Yeah.
It's Kyle Abbott, and but actually not to any great effect really. There's a diving stop at mid-wicket, no runs. So
It's the girt dog of I live in Langport.
Oh, okay, right.
And there are various features around the town that are alleged to have something to do with the girt dog, including Wag Drove, which is where I was on Saturday afternoon at a very nice party.
Good. I find all that absolutely delightful. I know how much truth there is in it. Well,
none at all in the case of the girt dog of Langport.
I'm not the least bit bothered. I just think it's absolutely delightful, coming from a fairly prosaic kind of, practical, pragmatic Portsmouth. That's just left outside the off stump. There's no run, and we don't have those sorts of mysteries in Portsmouth. We just have warships. So that's lunch. It's 32 for 1.
Yeah, good morning really for Somerset. Bowling Hampshire out for 308, picking up the last 3 wickets for the addition of just 26 runs. Then losing the early wicket of Sean Dixon, well caught in the slips by the Hampshire skipper James Vince off Keith Barker. But the 2 Toms, Lammonby and Abel, have steadied the ship, and Somerset go into lunch at 300, which it was 300, 32 for 1, which means that they have a deficit of 276. Got there in the end. We'll be back in around about 40 minutes' time for the afternoon session.
to get rid of Sean Dixon off the bowling of Keith Barker for 1. Your commentary team this afternoon, as was this morning, a little later, Hampshire historian and archivist Dave Allen will be with us. He's just selling a few books or something, or whatever they're doing over the other side. Sarah Barber is still with us, the South African ladies batter. And it's myself, Kevin James, and from BBC Somerset and Bristol, Anthony Gibson, to take you through this first period of play.
And we're going to have Liam Dawson bowling from this hotel end, bowling to the right-handed Tom Abel. Dawson yet to concede a run in 2 overs. And he doesn't concede a run there, as that's just played into the onside. We've got a slip and a short leg, the close catches, 3 saving 1 on the offside. A sweeper at deep backward point. Abel again comes watchfully forward, puts in a good stride. Certainly signs of some quite sharp turn in Liam Dawson's first over, but that quite often happens with a spinner when the ball is relatively new. And we're only in the 14th over of this innings. Abel picks up a single here as he plays that out to deep cover. That's the first run that Dawson has conceded, 33 for 1. I was just reflecting on Twitter during the lunch interval about the Somerset selection when they chose Andy Umeed, who's a specialist opener, to come in place of George Bartlett. I'll come back to that after this delivery from Dawson, who's going over the wicket to the left-handed Lammonby. Lammonby turns this slightly shorter delivery away into the onside for another single, 34 for 1. And then, having selected Umeed as presumably a specialist opener, they open with Lammonby and Dixon.
Because you were saying you thought Lammonby was going to drop down to 3, didn't you, at the start of the game?
4.
Or 4.
4, yeah. Which is where Bartlett batted.
Yeah.
And Lammonby and Dixon have got a pretty lamentable record as opening partnership for Somerset, as this is turned into the onside. They've opened 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 times together so far in the county championship, and averaging roughly 12 as the opening partnership, as this goes off a thick edge all along the ground down to Keith Barker at backward point. I'll work out exactly what it is during the course of the next over, but it's not been a great record. And poor old Sean Dixon again making just, how many did he make? 2? 1 here today.
Yeah, just looking at Lammonby's figures for this season, he's actually now exactly on 500 runs as he's 18 not out, averaging 28 for the season, and actually career-wise averages 28. So,
and he got back in 2020, the plague year, he got 3 centuries in the Bob Willis. Really started off in spectacular style and just hasn't followed through.
23 years of age. I suppose time still to develop, but you're right, I think he came to a lot of people's prominence that year. Hasn't really made too much progress, I guess, looking at those stats as he gets wrapped on the pad. Start of a new over from Kyle Abbott, and that will be a leg by, 35 for 1. Somerset trail on the first innings now by 273. Tom Abel, captain, is 13 not out.
And if you want an explanation as to why Tom Abel isn't averaging more, and he is averaging 34.75, well, he's been coming in the first half a dozen overs for game after game, innings after innings after innings.
Yeah, often the way, isn't it, in championship cricket, as Abel faces Abbott over the wicket from the pavilion end forward to a length ball, punches that up to mid-off. But again, career, he averages 34. So you're actually not getting any less or any more out of him. No,
but again, a lot of that is down to the fact that Somerset have had problems with the opening partnership. Well, for as far back as almost as I can remember. I mean, since Marcus Trescothick was in his prime.
Yeah.
Who would have probably when Trescothick and Sapphire were opening the batting together.
Errol Sapphire, yeah. Remember him well.
Yeah, he's see a lot of him down at Taunton.
Do you? Yeah. Oh, that's good. Here comes Abbott, bowls, outside off stump, left alone, a little wider this time.
He's had his health problems, but he seems to have overcome them, and good to see.
Yeah. I'm trying to think who else would have. in the
Well, there was
intervening years.
Chris Jones, remember him?
Oh yeah, Dorset, wasn't it?
That's right, yeah.
He didn't last
And
that long.
Stephen Davis has opened the...
Steve Davis, yeah, good player. Yeah.
Well, he was a good player.
What's happening to him now? Is that it?
His contract expires at the end of the season, and don't think he's going to get another one.
Unfortunately, with a 19-year-old scoring loads of runs, there's a nice punch drive up to mid-off by Abel. I suppose it's difficult, isn't it, to justify, because he must be, what, late 30s, nearly 40 now, Steve Davis?
I think he's about 37, something like that.
Still, but I mean, still a good player. I always, even when he still walks to the crease, like last year, I think he would have played against Hampshire. You still think, this guy's still something special. I think if I remember rightly, actually, in the championship game here last year, Barker bowled him with a ball that nipped back and he didn't play a shot.
That's right. Yep.
But I mean, that's to sort of emphasise the wrong side of him. The other side of him is he's still a good player. It's Barker bowls and Abel pushes forward up to mid-on, just for a change of direction.
A bit like James Hildreth, Steve Davis. His form sort of fell off a cliff. 1 minute he was the old Steve Davis, batting nicely and making useful contributions, not as prolific as he was when he was with Surrey. And the next minute he couldn't buy a run, and it was the same story with James Hildreth, which prompted James's premature retirement last September.
Yeah. Unfortunately, the older you get, the more you've kind of got to justify being around, haven't you? Because you'll be on relatively decent wages. Here's Abbott bowls Fuller, an inside edge drive there as it goes out in front of square on the leg side. Certainly not where Abel was aiming, but he'll pick up a couple. And he will move on to 15 at the end of that over, 37.
Who's that under the sun?
I'm just thinking it might be Anarin Donald, is it? No, it's Toby Albert. Toby Albert. Why should I say Anarin Donald? He's not playing, but he might have been on as a
12th man, mightn't he?
But he's, a couple are wearing white sun hats. Keith Barker, the other one, apart from the umpires.
Keith Barker, not hard to identify.
No.
So another over coming up from Liam Dawson.
Yeah.
Bowling to the left-handed Tom Lammonby. Slip and a short leg. Another baking hot day here at the Ageas Bowl. Dawson's in a bowl, short and turned to the short leg fielder, who's Fletcher Middleton under the helmet there. Lammonby hitting it hard into the ground. Bouncing up, not fielded cleanly, but doing enough. This very economical approach from Liam Dawson. Couple of walking steps and then a couple of jogging steps. That's defended into the offside.
Yeah, this is potentially a little harder for Lammonby because he's actually got the rough, which is closer to the off stump with him, with Dawson over the wicket.
Dawson there bowls and Lammonby on the back foot, turning this into the onside, but won't get a run as it's picked up at mid-wicket. He really needs a good innings, does Tom Lammonby. He must have been very close to not being selected for this game. Dawson's in and bowls. He's down the pitch driving aerially. 1-2 bounces over the straight boundary down below us. Good use of the feet by Tom Lammonby. And he moves on to 22, 41 for one.
Yeah, exactly the right area to hit it as well. Straightish mid-on. That's the area he's got to look to hit it, even if the ball's outside off stump.
Dawson bowls. Lammonby stretches forward. Eyes over the pitch of the ball. Bat angled down. Ben Debenham, the umpire. As Dawson comes in and bowls. This is short again and whipped into the onside. Toby Albert comes off the boundary to do the fielding. It's a single, so Tom Lammonby keeps the strike. 42 for 1. Somerset, the deficit is now 266.
Dave Allen's just walked in after looking after the book exchange. Can't have been too many books exchanged there, Dave. You're back a bit earlier than I thought. No, he's screwing his face up there, which suggests that not too many books have changed hands over there. It's at the far end of the ground.
Ron Roberts that's the 60 years of Somerset cricket. That's a classic.
Oh,
absolute classic.
Here we go.
I carry it around with me wherever I go.
Do you really?
On my travels as a cricket commentator.
So there's 2 books here then, isn't there? You've got one and Anthony's got one. Or is that Anthony's copy?
No, that's Dave's copy.
Dave's got 2 of them. Wow. Always playing a missing outside the off stump there. Lammerby pushing forward to a new over from Kyle Abbott. Got an email here from Paul Griffiths, solidcricket@gmail.com. He says, when Dave was talking about how little bowling the Hampshire bowlers had bowled recently, that was before lunch. Obviously, Messrs Abbott, who we're watching now, and Abbas have basically had their feet up for a month. Although Kyle Abbott actually has been touring cricket grounds, shadowing match managers. So I think he sees that as maybe a future career. So he hasn't quite had his feet up. I think Mo might have had his feet up a little bit more as Abbott comes in from the pavilion end and bowls on the line of middle and leg, and that's turned to mid-wicket. So Paul says, I wonder what Derek Shackleton would have thought. Now Sarah's looking at me quizzically because Derek Shackleton, not even I can remember him bowling, let alone Sarah.
Wonderful bowler. Yeah. I saw Shackleton. Yeah,
apparently he used to bowl about 500,000 overs a year. And actually Paul says, as you know, he bowled over 161,000 balls for Hampshire. Wow, look at that. 161,000. Wow. And was never injured either. See, those players in those days never got injured. No. Just bowled. Didn't complain. Didn't even take on any water on days like this. Here comes Abbott, bowls this at leg ball to Lammerby, who pushes it out this side. They were hard in those days. Anyway, Vic Cannings played a fair number in partnership with him too. That's a former Hampshire duo. Excellent commentary as usual, and lovely to hear Sarah, the South African Phillies star too as well, says Paul. And Sarah was telling me South African Phillies, they're the B team women's team. Is that right? Yeah. Yeah. B under 19 side, so there you go. Got another email here from Ken, who is saying thank you for answering a query, which makes a change on this show.
Well, we've got Dave Allen here, no problem.
We have, outside the off stump, and that's left alone. We're always good. Like when we're certainly much better when Dave's around. Ken says, silentcricket@gmail.com. He says, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for answering my queries regarding the Metrobank final at Trent Bridge. That's Saturday week. Keep up the brilliant commentary for the rest of the game. Yeah. In fact, somebody in the crowd, as we were walking over for lunch, asked me as well. There is a reserve day for the final at Trent Bridge because there was a reserve day in the semi-finals. So I think it goes to show that there's no way there'll be a reserve day in the semi-final and not in the final. So without knowing officially, I think you can take that as gospel. So I've only booked one night, so I just hope there isn't goes into a second day. It's a drive by Lammerby, but only finds Gubbins in the covers. Score remains on 42 for 1. We're eagerly anticipating the sun shining in a couple of hours' time, 2.5 hours' time or so, into a Conmagantry, because yesterday it was like a sauna. I don't know how much it is to go to a sauna these days, but we got one for free in here yesterday.
Just looking up Derek Shackleton's figures for Hampshire. He took, first class wickets, 2,857.
Ridiculous.
at 18.65.
Oh, gosh. I can see Dave up there. He knows the figures. Let's push back to Abbott at the end of that over. That's a maiden over from Abbott. 5 overs, 2 maidens, none for 8. When you read those figures out, Dave quivers.
And he wasn't, a dibbly-dobbler medium pacer. He was genuine fast medium. Had quite a long straight run up. He was a proper man. He was just ball after ball after ball after ball.
Yeah. Dull, in other words.
No, he wasn't. He was never dull. I used to enjoy watching him at one end, and Butch White, who was out and out quick bowler, barrel chested, wore great big cricket boots with steel toe caps on them. Proper fast bowler. Here's Dawson. That's turned into the onside for a couple by Tom Abel. Might even be 3. They're coming back for the third, and they'll get it comfortably enough. Tom Abel, who was run out going for a third run at Taunton against Surrey, but making no mistake with that one. 45 for 1. Dawson to the left-handed Lammerby. She's short, and Lammerby goes for a massive pull shot. misses it. And there's an appeal for LBW. I think it might have been a bit high. Oh, no, I think it was going down the leg side as well. Extravagant shot from Lammonby.
T20 shot,
yeah.
Trying to give that the kitchen sink.
He didn't get any runs in the T20 blast for Somerset. Ended up being dropped with Sean Dixon taking his place. This time he's forward defensively to a good ball from Dawson. The end of the over, I'll we'll come back to that with later on. Bumbled David Lloyd's explanation as to why fast bowlers get so much more injured these days.
Okay.
As that's defended outside the off stump. 45 for 1. Dawson to Lammonby, he's forward in defence. The odd mixture of shots that Lammonby has played. Defend, 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 and then he'll go for a big hit. And sometimes they come off like the lofted on drive, and sometimes they don't, like that attempted pull shot. Dawson bowls, and Lammonby not quite to the pitch of the ball, but near enough. Defends into the onside, end of the over, 45 for 1. Liam Dawson's figures 5 overs, 2 maidens, none for 10. The Hampshire bowlers being commendably accurate, as indeed the Somerset bowlers were as well.
Anthony Gibson will stay on, and then I'm going to make way for Sarah Barber.
Thanks, Kevin. That's BBC Radio Solent's Kevin James, former left-handed all-rounder for Middlesex and Hampshire, dropping all his equipment all over the camera gantry, which is our location for this commentary. As Abbott is in, and this is turned into the onside. There's a misunderstanding. Shy at the stumps. If that had hit, he was gone. If that was Toby Albert there with the shy at the stumps, a misunderstanding between the two batsmen. Tom Lammonby scrambling desperately back to regain his ground. But if Albert's throw had hit the stumps and he had virtually all three to aim at, that would have been the end of Tom Lammonby. 45 for 1. Bit of excitement there, Sarah.
Bit of excitement just as I hop on. Would have been an unfortunate wicket for Somerset if that was a run out.
Is Abbott in and bowls to Abel, brings that one back into him. I've had a tweet regarding you, Sarah.
Ooh.
From John Hayes, who says it's nice to know that Sarah Barber supports the opposition, the T20 champions, the team slightly better placed in this match, ? And he says that Sarah is doing fantastically well. Maybe we should get her to Somerset to commentate. She would always be welcome.
I can't say which way this game is going, but I must say that Somerset had an incredible team for the T20 Vitality Blast.
Here's Abbott in and bowls, and this is turned into the onside by Abel. Yeah, it was a great finals day, wasn't it?
It was indeed. It was great cricket to actually watch. There were a few screamers taken in the finals. Lovely. That finals day, I must say, Somerset were actually dominant throughout. I've never seen a finals day where a team has been so strong.
You say that the halfway stage of their games against Surrey and then Essex, Surrey in the semi-final, Essex in the final, I was convinced they didn't have enough runs.
Oh, were you?
Yeah.
On the day, I was convinced they had enough runs, but there may have been other influences, maybe a bit biased, I might say.
Is Abbott in and bowls outside the off stump. No shot from Tom Abel, but the pitch got sort of slower and slower as the day wore on, and it became more and more difficult to score quickly on it. And I think the other thing that Somerset did really well was to hold their nerve, particularly in the final when Essex went off. Rossington was going great guns. They had 30 on the board inside 2.5 overs.
Yeah, they did incredibly well. I must say the wicket was slow, and it did look quite a hard wicket for the batters. And I think that's where Somerset's strength in their bowling lineup seemed to prove quite valuable.
Yeah, they bowled really well. Abbott to Abel, who defends an absolutely stunning catch to finish the game against Essex as well,
Oh, that
from
was-
Tom Kohler-Cadmore.
Yeah, that was incredible. Everyone went wild who was supporting Somerset. I think everyone was actually in the stadium, whether Somerset fan or not. Everyone was rather impressed by the catch and quite a bit of excitement around the finish.
It's a great way to finish, finish the game and win the trophy.
Definitely.
Somerset have always had the reputation of being a lot of cricket followers' second favourite team after their own home side, as it were. Not sure that's quite as true now as it used to be, as Abbott is in bowls and this is turned into the onside, but there won't be a run. I think that dates from the days when Somerset were one of the least successful sides in the country back in the 50s and 60s, when all too often they were near the bottom of the county championship. But and then, of course, during the 1980s, the golden era of Somerset cricket, we had the likes of Vivian Richards and Joel Garner and Ian Botham, Brian Rose, and
Quite
so
some
on.
names to drop there. An incredible sounding squad.
Yeah, it was. But we never won the county championship. Somerset have never won the county championship in, I don't know how many, 120 years of trying.
Well, I think the Vitality Blast, if I'm not wrong, the last time they won it was in 2005, I
That's
think.
right, yep, absolutely right.
Liam Dawson in again to Lammonby. Liam Dawson left arm over to Lammonby. Pitch outside off, come in a bit, and that has just been worked into the small gap on the offside for Lammonby. Hasn't travelled far, but Ben Brown has had to run after that and get that back to Liam Dawson. It's just a single there.
Yeah, strange that they left the cover area completely vacant for the left-hander. Perhaps they wanted to get Tom Abel on strike so that
Very
Dawson
possibly.
can turn the ball away from the right-hander.
Liam Dawson coming left arm round to the right-hander, pitches on the leg stump sort of line, and that's worked onto the leg side by Abel. For no run, that is a dot ball. Liam Dawson standing at the top of his mark, coming in now to the right-handed Abel. He gives himself space and sort of punches that on the back foot into the deep cover region, just beats the point fielder for one run. That brings Lammonby back onto strike, the left-hander. That means Liam Dawson will probably be changing, or he has changed, to left arm over.
And again, there's a big gap in the covers between, we've got backward point, we've got mid-off, and no one either saving one or indeed on the boundary.
So rather interesting field setting. Dawson in again, a bit short, I'd say. Lammonby gives himself room and punches that through the covers, and that is picked up for just a single by the mid-off fielder, who had to cover some yards to get that.
Perhaps the idea is to get him playing against the spin.
Possibly get him playing shots and all that. Trying to push him somewhere where he doesn't necessarily want to go. Liam Dawson changing to left arm round for the right-handed batter.
2 short extra covers for the drive that Tom Abel doesn't keep down.
Liam Dawson in again, left arm round. That's rather straight and moved a bit away, and that has been defended to one of the extra covers. That hasn't moved much, but I think those sort of bowling footholds may be helping a tad with the turn. Liam Dawson coming in again, left arm round to the right-handed Abel. Ooh. Abel sort of moved back and tried to just dot that down, but that seemed to have
Quicker
almost
ball, wasn't it?
Yeah, quicker ball, almost chopped onto the wickets, it looked like.
It was through Tom Abel before, just beaten by the extra pace on that delivery from Liam Dawson. Good piece of bowling. Mixing it up nicely.
And that brings Somerset to 48 for 1 after the 20th over.
Yes.
Only 3 runs off that over. That was that cover region that sort of gave them those singles to Lammonby.
Yeah, Hampshire in their innings batted at less than 3 runs and over, and Somerset not doing much better in theirs at around 2.4 runs and over at the moment. That's
I suppose they still have quite a bit of time to accelerate if they need.
I don't think acceleration's going to cross. I think there's crease occupation is what this is about. They'll just want to wear the bowlers down. Keith Barker coming back into the attack from the pavilion end. He's bowling to the left-handed Lammonby, who is beaten, and it's not taken cleanly by Ben Brown. Don't think he got an edge to it. They're coming back for the second run, and it's going to be signalled as a bye. 2 byes to be more precise. And that's the Somerset 50 on the board. 50 in 1 ball into the 21st over. It's taken 75 minutes.
Almost at about 2.5 and over at the minute, if my math is correct.
I think your maths is absolutely spot on.
I think they'll do a bit better than the first.
Here's Barker looping in. He's there in bowls, and this time there is an edge. And was it dropped? I fancy it was.
It looks like it may have dropped a tad short.
They were going up for the wicket. Haven't seen the replay yet. Keith Barker not looking happy. We're not going to see a replay, I don't think, which again suggests that maybe there was an edge. How irritating. Be very interested. Correspondents on Twitter who may have the opportunity to see that back again on YouTube. Anyway, Lammonby's still there. Barker's in again and bowls, and Lammonby turns this into the onside, and Toby Albert makes a tumbling stop by the square leg umpire, and Somerset on to 51 for 1. Lammonby on to 26.
Bit of a change of field for the left-hander.
Kevin James think it just dropped short. Yeah.
That's again the sort of carry or the wicket drying out a bit, you think?
Well, there was only one. There were quite a few outside edges in the Hampshire innings yesterday, and only one carried to the slips, and that was the very first one when Fletcher Middleton was caught at second slip. All the others fell short. Here's Barker in, bowls to Abel. Leg stump turns it into the onside. Won't get a run.
I suppose that's due to the age of the ball and sort of the wear of the pitch and all that.
It's the slowness of the pitch as much as anything.
Yeah. Heat's really been probably taking a lot of the moisture out of the pitch.
And also, I think the fact that batsmen decided fairly early on there was no future really going hard at the ball. So they were hedging their bets. Even when they were going for a relatively aggressive shot, they weren't really going through with it. Barker in and bowls. Takes Abel on the pad and he's gone. That's the end of Tom Abel. LBW to Keith Barker. One that cut back and he was pinned in front of his stumps. And there didn't look to be much doubt about the decision there. Absolutely plumb, I think. Well, disappointing for Somerset skipper Tom Abel. He's gone. LBW for 19. And Somerset 51 for 2 now. That
very well deserved wicket by Keith Barker.
Good bowling change by James Vince as well to bring him back into the attack.
Definitely. He'd been working away at the Somerset batters for quite a bit, sort of just beating the outside edge. They didn't look too comfortable playing him when he actually came back. When he hit his spot, there were a few balls that were sort of sliding down leg a bit that were easy to sort of prod onto the leg side. But other than that, great work by Hampshire to get another early wicket.
Presumably Andy Umeed, who's coming out to bat. It's a long way away at the moment.
It's incredibly difficult to see.
It is Andy Umeed.
Andy Umeed, born in Scotland?
Yep. Yeah, played a few games for Warwickshire back in 2017. Joined Somerset towards the end of last season, and hasn't played for them in many games. 2 first-class games for Somerset. He played 14 for Warwickshire and 1 for Scotland.
I think he's had he's scored the highest List A score for Somerset.
172.
There you go, yeah, 172
against Derbyshire. Whenever that was, week before last.
Yeah, it wasn't so long ago, and I suppose probably helpful to be in a bit of form coming into this.
Well, he's earned his place in the side by virtue of his form in the One Day Cup, in which he averaged 87.57, 613 runs in 8 innings.
Definitely has.
With 3 centuries and 2 50s.
Okay.
You couldn't not pick him, really, could you?
No, it'd be a bit hard to look at someone with those sort of stats and go, can't pick you. But he's definitely earned his spot here today.
We got 2 short extra covers. 2 short mid-wickets, rather, for Andy Umeed. He's a right-hander. The shot that he doesn't keep very much a front foot player. It'll be interesting to see how he gets on in the middle order. Parker in and bowls to him. S is edged. Oh, and I think that probably did carry.
It looked like it did carry indeed. I think that's the drops we were talking about earlier. I think that was James Vince.
It was James Vince. And I think Andy Umeed has got away with one off his very first ball.
He has indeed. It definitely looked like it was in his hands, but
yeah, I think as Kevin James has just said, it was the body language.
Yeah,
they were on the point of celebrating the wicket when it popped out.
Yeah, it did look like they were about to celebrate a wicket, and then sort of heads dropped and laying on the floor for a bit. So I think that definitely screams disappointment.
Yeah, definitely.
Liam Dawson back onto bowl.
Well, he's a lucky boy, is he, Andy Umeed?
Incredibly lucky. Lammonby on strike. Liam Dawson going left arm over to the left-hander. And that has pitched outside off and sort of turned in. That has been defended. The ball has been played incredibly late, and that has moved sort of to the backward point region. Or 45 now. Liam Dawson in again to Lammonby. Left-handed Lammonby, so going over the wicket, turning it into the left-hander. And that's a bit short, and he's danced down the wicket and just defended that. That was a bit wide, so I'm guessing Dawson must have seen that quite early. I
think so. He saw him coming.
So try to chuck it wide, and Lammonby does well to move or cover that line. Liam Dawson in again to Lammonby. And that has pitched a good length, sort of just outside off. Not much movement, but Lammonby has defended that. Ben Brown has thrown that back to Liam Dawson. It's stopped quite close to the pitch. Liam Dawson's doing well so far this over. He's coming in again. That's outside off, and Lammonby's sort of thrown a bit more power at that and hit that straight to the mid-off region for no run. That is a dot ball. That's a 4th dot ball of the over. Liam Dawson's done really well this over. Liam Dawson comes in again, left arm over to Lammonby. That's outside off, really good length, and that's actually, there's been a bit of movement of that one into the left-handed batter for no run, just been defended. Liam Dawson in again. Left arm over. That's a good length, and Lammonby has swept that to the sweeper on the leg side. For just the 1 run, it looks like, and that is the end of the over. That takes Somerset to 52 for 2.
Thanks to Pete Watson on Twitter, who says that the Lammonby nick to Brown didn't carry off Keith Parker, but Tom Abel was dropped by Ben Brown off Dawson in the over before. So Hampshire not taking their catches. That's 2 catches that have gone down. And is it time for me to make way for Dave Allen, which I will do, and leave Sarah Barber to describe this over from Keith Barker.
Keith Barker coming into Lammonby. It's pitched just outside off, not much movement, but taken cleanly by the keeper, and that is left by Lammonby for no run. That is a dot. Very well taken. Keith Barker standing at the top of his run-up. Left arm bowler. He's coming left arm over to Lammonby. He's running in to the left-handed Lammonby. pitches outside off and sort of just moves away slightly, and Lammonby leaves that, making that a dot ball. Very good bowling partnership by Barker and Dawson at the moment. Welcome and good afternoon to you. How are you doing?
Thank you very much there. I'm all right, thank you. Yeah.
How was the book exchange?
Yeah, well, it was quite lively. There were plenty of people actually running it, so I didn't need to do much. But I had a chat with a couple of people. It was nice.
Keith Barker in again. That has pitched a bit straight, and it looks like it's sort of Lammonby's tried to work that onto the leg side, and that's edged it, or top edged it sort of to the cover region, I'd say. Not enough air on it to go to a fielder for an opportunity, but nevertheless, still putting the batters under pressure.
Turned him round there, certainly.
Definitely. Keith Barker coming in against the left-handed Lammonby. Left arm over the wicket. And that is just outside off, and that has been edged straight to the keeper. Ben Brown has taken that. That is Lammonby dismissed. That has carried rather well. That is a brilliant ball by Keith Barker. Just pitched sort of outside off and slightly moves away, and a brilliant take by Ben Brown. Lammonby has been dismissed. He's had quite a shift in. 27 runs after 78 balls.
Well, one of the things that's intriguing me about this is that I made that observation earlier about the fact that Abbas and Abbott and indeed Fuller, who hasn't bowled yet, hadn't bowled. Two of them hadn't bowled in August, and the other one, Fuller, hadn't taken a wicket. He took 0 for 89 in the 100. And it's interesting that I don't think those guys have bowled badly today, Abbott and Abbas, but the one man who has been bowling through August because he's been playing the 50 over is Keith Barker. And Keith Barker now has, in a season where he's not been doing very well actually, he has 3 for 11. So, you know, I mean, I suppose it's the Derek Shackleton story that people... You won't know about Derek Shackleton, I'm sure. Derek Shackleton is my great hero. And I first saw Hampshire play in 1959, and within quarter of an hour, he had dismissed the Surrey and England opening bat, John Edrich, LBW. It was the first thing I ever saw in a cricket match. I can't remember a thing about it, but I know from looking at the records that that's what happened. There is one slight myth about Derek Shackleton which I need to correct. Somebody did send a text in and say he bowled, and he did bowl all the time. He's always bowled 1,000 overs and usually a great deal more in a season. Somebody said he was never injured. Well, he was certainly injured once. In May 1963, we played our first ever Metro Cup match. It wasn't called that then, it was called Gillette Cup, 65 over game, home to Derbyshire at Bournemouth. Derek Shackleton, playing the previous championship match, for some reason was not fit to bowl in that match, and so he missed that one knockout cup match. And the man that took his place came back from retirement, a man called Dennis Baldry, who'd come from Middlesex, and he was really a batter, who bowled a bit of seam up, and he replaced Derek Shackleton in that game and opened the bowling. And the reason I'm interested in that is that Dennis Baldry was here at the age of 91 yesterday in the Players' Reunion. End of story.
Keith Barker in again to the right-handed Thomas Kohler-Cadmore. That's been worked to the cover region. That was a much straighter ball for no run. That is quite interesting. A lot of history behind all these cricket institutions.
It was the first season, you see, of the Knockout Cup anywhere in the world, actually. It started in England in 1963, and it was in those days 65 overs a side, not 50.
Big fan of the longer formats, I must say. Keith Barker in again to Tom Kohler-Cadmore, and that is a bit straighter, and he moves his feet quite well to get right on top of it, and that's hit straight to mid-off for no run. That is the end of the over, and that takes Somerset to 52 for 3 after 23 overs. And that there was a wicket off of that over from Keith Barker.
Well, he will be enjoying himself because so far this season, apart from the home game against Northants when he took 4 for 13, these are his best championship figures of the season. came into this game with just 14 wickets at 44, and he's been taking many, many more wickets much more cheaply in recent seasons for Hampshire. So a bit of a struggle this season, but that month off playing a bit of 50 overs cricket and doing quite well there, particularly good start in the game against Essex where he took 3 quick early wickets, just seems to be paying off.
It does indeed.
Yeah, and now here's his fellow but rather slower left armour, Liam Dawson, bowling round the wicket, outside off stump. Ben Brown takes, no run, bowling to, I'm going to say Umi. Now you had a struggle earlier with Abel, and I'm hoping that Umi's right. I don't think I've ever commentated on him before. He's on the back foot now, playing it out on the onside. And there's
from my earlier pronunciations, I wouldn't be asking me for help on pronunciation of names.
All right, so somebody will tweet in and tell us. I got one wrong in the last game actually. There was a Dutch player that I was supposed to pronounce Bake. That's on the off stump. He made forward, pushes it out on the offside, and there's no run.
How was that spelled?
Now, how was it spelled? But I think I was pronouncing it Bark. Is that right? I can't remember now. Yeah, I think I was. Yeah, but it should have been Bake. Somebody sent a text in and told us. Uses his feet. Down he comes. Doesn't really get hold of it. Bounces out a few times to the man out on the cover boundary, who comes in and picks the ball up quite comfortably, quite safely, but it's not an in-out field at all really. It's an in-field for spinner Dawson, apart from that one man on the cover boundary. Everybody else is saving one or at first slip, and that's outside off stump. Ben Brown takes. There is a man at very short extra cover and a man at quite close cover. So they're tempting the uppish drive on the offside, which would be going with the normal spin of the slow left armour. And they're both in crouched catching positions, but that's played on the leg side. By that I simply mean they're just close enough to be in a crouched catching position rather than a few yards back walking in. But that's the end of the over, and it's 53 for 3.
I think having those two fielders there is definitely saying, try and hit over me or through us, type of thing.
Yeah. I think it is. Incidentally, while I was off air, I was looking at scores, and we were talking earlier about the table, and Warwickshire at one point was 39 for 5, chasing Surrey's score of, I think it was 396.
Oh wow.
So Surrey looked like they're winning that and consolidating their... Well, they've got a 17-point advantage. They can't get full points from the game, but pretty much.
Keith Barker in again, left arm round to the right-handed Umeed, and that has been pushed him back, and he sort of punched that into the cover region, and that's just one run. That's sort of pierced the two fielders out there on the offside. Very good work by Umeed to rotate the strike and get it in the gap.
It's very warm up here, Sarah, isn't it? But I can see signs elsewhere of the breeze getting up a bit. The trees to our right particularly getting a bit excited, and it would be nice to have a bit of a breeze up here if we could have it.
I think those flags are also swaying a bit more on the pavilion end.
A bit more now.
Keith Barker in again, just outside off, moving in. There's an appeal for LBW, and it's being given out. That is Tom Kohler-Cadmore. He's out for...
Well,
no run.
That's fascinating, because he is on the march, but he's not that much on the march actually. It looked as though he was. It's one of those classic cases where he's on the march and actually he's marching more after the ball hits than before. Looks pretty straight, I have to say, and you can't tell from up here. I'm looking at the replay, not from up here, but yeah, it is one of those things where he was clearly... He had decided to use his feet against Barker, and it didn't work.
Before Tom Kohler-Cadmore had gone out, these two, Umeed and Tom Kohler-Cadmore, seemed to be a bit more aggressive on using their feet. I saw a lot more of the forward movement with them compared to the previous batters we've seen. I don't know if that's my only observation or if anyone agrees with that observation, but that's what I think I've noticed.
Maybe it's how he plays normally, or maybe they've been sitting in the dressing room thinking we need to counter this bits of movement that Barker is getting. But I don't know. Either way, I suppose we are in the territory now. Although this is the man who scores all the runs for Somerset. We are in the territory now of just noting the possibility of a follow-on target. I don't know that Hampshire's score is big enough to be sure that they'd enforce it anyway. They might fancy bowling fourth, whatever happens. But this is quite a surprising afternoon, really, because we were convinced, weren't we, that it was pretty flat, pretty slow, not a lot might happen, and suddenly 54 for 4.
Yeah, we were. Well, I must say, Keith Barker has done really well. He's sitting on 4 wickets at the moment. The new batter coming in is James Rew, and we've spoken about him earlier. He's a youngster who's done really well. He's currently sitting at the highest run scorer in the county championship, if I'm not mistaken, on 1,034 runs. I made a mistake earlier. With an average of 64.63. Barker, and again, left arm over to the left-handed James Rew.
And his top score is 200 and something, isn't it? Because he got that at Taunton. Against Hampshire, yeah. Anthony's just confirming 221 at Taunton, yeah.
With much pride. Very happy at
Yeah.
Incredibly impressive for quite a young age. And he's got 500s a season and 250s.
It's not bad, is it?
No, not bad at all for a 19-year-old. Left arm over to the left-handed James Rew, and that has just been defended to the fielder in close on the leg side there.
The interesting thing, Sarah, is that he was in the England under-19 World Cup side 18 months, 2 years ago, whatever. Not 2 years, 18 months.
2021, July?
Captained by Tom Prest.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I didn't realise. Oh, yeah, Tom Prest is.
But James is so far scoring more championship runs than Tom, I'm afraid.
Keith Barker, and again, left arm over to the left-handed James Rew, and that's straight, and that's being defended by James Rew. Collected in the cover regions for no run. That's a dot ball too. Seems like James is also noticing the movement, or James Rew is noticing the movement. Maybe I think it's quite a bit off the pitch at the minute.
Maybe it's and maybe that's why they were. Cola Cadmore at least was on the move. Wonder how long it would have been before Ben Brown would have stood up to the stumps, to be honest, with that going on. But it's irrelevant now because he's out.
Indeed. Keith Barker in again, left arm over, and that has been defended by James Rew rather convincingly, and that's trickled just in front of points.
It's a no ball, Sarah.
Oh, is that a no ball? That's a no ball, so that will be re-bowled. I think talking about James Rew and his England, I suppose, under 19.
Yeah.
I think he debuted in 2021 for Somerset, and he got his maiden first class 50 on his first go. Keith Barker in again, left arm over. That's rather straight, and that's been defended again by James Rew. Very good work, and that is the end of the over. That takes Somerset to 56 for 4 after 25 overs. Another wicket in that over.
Well, it's a bit of a shame that Keith... Are you off?
I am off.
All right, Sarah. Bye-bye. Kevin's coming in.
Bye-bye.
Bit of a shame that Keith Barker bowled that no ball then, because at that point, before he bowled the no ball, he had 4 for 12. 4 for 12, which was his best figures of the season. Now, he hasn't finished this inning, so it's not too crucial. At that point, his best figures of the season, or at this point, his best figures of the season are 4 for 13. So that no ball just tipped him over, and because he's now on 4 for 15. Liam Dawson bowls, and just on the back foot pushes out to point. Hi, Kev.
Hello.
You all right?
If your name's Tom, hasn't been your session.
No.
Tom Abel, Tom Lammonby, Tom Cola Cadmore, the 3 wickets since the break.
That's a good point, yeah. Yeah. And Tom Prest has done nothing. Liam Dawson bowls, that's just played forward out on the offside. Actually, it's not been a great match for Tom's, if you think about it, because Tom Prest got a duck yesterday, so there we are. They'll all be changing by deed poll as a consequence. Dawson bowls, that's quite flat. Oh, off the edge. Quicker, flatter, and an attempt at a dive there, and James Vince just gives a thumbs up to Liam Dawson to say, well bowled, clearly turned, and I think went a bit quickly for. It would have been an absolutely astonishing catch if he'd held it, and he didn't get near it. It wasn't a drop in any sense. Would have gone low down to second slip, but he gets away with it. He gets 4 runs. Dawson readies himself again. Here he comes in bowls, and that's fuller and a bit more air. Fielded at extra cover. So line of 4 on the offside now. Backward point, cover, extra cover, mid off, quite deep. Mid on, mid wicket. Backward square leg, in saving 1. Dawson bowls, that's quite quick as well. And mid wicket just comes in, picks it up. And there is still that man sweeping on the offside, and he's the only one who's out beyond saving the 1. Dawson bowling quite economically. He's going at 2.2 runs per over. And he comes bolts, 4 defensively. No run. I was end of the over, 60 for 4. I was talking about Dennis Baldry, who came back from retirement to open the bowling in the first ever Hampshire Gillette Cup match in 1963, and he was here yesterday. And Dennis tells a delightful story about that, which is that he'd played as a pro at Middlesex, but hadn't always got in the side because they had Bill Edrich and Dennis Compton, who were quite handy. So he came to Hampshire and played as a pro here. And he said when he came back in 1963, just for the one match, he was let off work for the day to come back and open the bowling for Hampshire. He played it effectively as an amateur. They weren't amateurs then; they'd have been abolished. Effectively as an amateur, he said, "I got more for my expenses that day than I ever earned as a pro."
Here's a rejuvenated Keith Barker bowling to Rue, who pushes forward back to the bowler. Yes, and the money's certainly changed.
Yeah.
I got an email here from Michael Winnan, who's in Thailand.
Ah.
But it's also here. Solentcricket@gmail.com. He says, firstly, I'd like to thank you all for your work and love being able to watch so much of Hampshire. I'm originally from Cornwall, but I've been living in Thailand for the past 20 years. Was wondering if Dave or anyone knew of a Terry Willets. That doesn't ring a bell to me. I don't know about you, Dave. As Rue's on the back foot, plays that quietly back up the pitch. And David Buck. Now, David Buck does ring a bell. I'll come back to that in a minute. I believe Terry represented Somerset's second team, and David represented Hampshire seconds in the 1960s. Mm-hmm. Terry captained me in the second 11 at Falmouth, where he mentored me as a teenager for a few seasons. I was also fortunate enough to meet and play cricket at David's ground on Chiang Mai. It's great to see Alberts and Prest in the county championship side. Let's get Eklund in, just Joe Eklund, and a bowler in the Essex game, as I can't see us winning the league. As Barker comes in from that pavilion end, bowls to Rue. Rue's on the back foot, steers that into the gap, backward a point. Prest, or I think that's Fletcher Middleton is after that one. They've both got the same sort of mullet, actually. It is Fletcher Middleton, and Rue will pick up 2. And he moves on to 2, and it's 62 for 4. Keep up the great work, and let's hope Hampshire win, says Mike, who's in Bangkok. Well, I don't know if Anthony has heard of a...
Terry Willett. There was a Willett at Surrey, but I don't know that he had a Somerset connection. But David Buck, yes. There's a story, yes, actually about his brother, not him. Oh. Fascinating story which links Hampshire and Somerset.
Here comes Barker to Rue. He's quickly on that one, pushes that up to mid-off.
Bill Buck was, I think, in teacher training down in the West Country, probably at Exeter, around 1969-70, and he was a pace bowler. So he's David's older brother, pace bowler, played a bit for Hampshire second 11. He played 2 first-class matches in his career, and this is the interesting bit, although I can't remember which way round it was. He played 1 first-class match for Somerset against the Tourists, and 1 first-class match for Hampshire against the Tourists. And I think the Tourists, if I remember rightly, were New Zealand and West Indies.
Barker in to Rue. Rue clips it away through square leg, past the diving Toby Albert. There'll be 4 runs in that one. A little bit too straight there from Barker. Rue moves on to 6, and 66 for 4.
We see Bill Buck sometimes at the players' reunions. He comes back and He's quite pally with Andy Murter, who moved to Worcester Royal Grammar School, and he played in the '73 Hampshire side, so they were pals in the Hampshire second room. But he has that. I don't know if it's a unique record, but it's an unusual record of just two first-class matches for two different counties against the two tourists in the same season. And David was his brother, who I think was a publican or something.
Well,
had a place out New Forest way,
yes,
didn't he?
Oh, I can give you some meat on the bone on that one. Here comes Barker, bowls Roos on the back foot, steers that into the covers for a single, moves on to 67 for 4. Right, Terry Willits first of all.
Yeah, okay, he's got it. All right. Anthony found it as well.
Yeah, played for Somerset between 64 and 67. Played for Cornwall in 1980, Shropshire in 68. Cornwall again, 77 to 90 and 89 for 90, so several spells there. Somerset second 11, 64 to 71, so yeah, he sort of moved around between the two, yeah. First class career for Somerset, 16 matches, 330 runs at 11. And doesn't give his bowling, so obviously didn't bowl, and a bit of my account as well. So there we are, we've tracked him down. David Buck, you're right, had the old Vicarage Hotel in the New Forest.
Yeah.
And I think sadly died, passed away a few years ago.
And didn't he have the old Players Pavilion at Northlands Road moved there
indeed.
into the grounds? He did, didn't he?
Yeah. Well, the balcony.
Yeah, that's right. Liam Dawson's gone over the wicket now, and he's got a man in at it's almost certainly Fletcher Middleton, I think, at forward short leg.
Yes, he cut out a cricket ground.
Yeah.
In the grounds of the old vicarage.
Yeah.
He literally
did,
took a lot of trees down and built a cricket ground.
Yeah. So there we are. There's a few stories that's stimulated from Thailand. Liam Dawson bowls, and that's just on the back foot there. It cramps in for Room a little bit, and Roo, left-handed Roo, is just plays it down quite safely, really. But there is that predator at forward short leg now.
Yeah, David and his wife Linda were very big in loved Thailand, loved it a lot.
Liam comes in and bowls. He's got a wonderful reflex catch, and a most extraordinary shot in some ways, because Roo was playing that cautiously out towards the offside. I would have thought fairly straight mid-off, and it's clearly turned and probably bounced on him a little bit, taken an inside edge and gone straight to the man I just described as the predator. Fletcher Middleton, and Roo has caught Middleton, bowled Dawson for 7. Terrific reflex catch. I mean, he didn't have to fly anywhere, it just went at him, I suppose, in a way he couldn't get out the way of it. But it reduces Somerset to 67 for 5, and this game is not quite taking the course that we thought. Mind you, I mean, the three of us haven't seen a lot of county cricket in our lives, have we really? So how could we guess this was going to happen? the one thing we should know I wonder if I guess we must make easily over 100 years between us. The one thing we should know is whatever you think's going to happen, it isn't going to happen.
I totally agree.
Sarah, on the other hand, will be a complete expert any moment now. I think it's quite. I mean, it is one of the things I love so much about it, because, you know, there are shorter forms of the game where this would be decisive, but there's no earthly reason now why Somerset can't turn this round. And you know, we'd be here in 2 days' time, and there'd be an enthralling finish with Somerset pushing for the win or something. So. And Anthony's feeling slightly jaded at the minute, but. I'm trying to cheer him up, you see. Okay, so Lewis Gregory has arrived, and he can bat, can't he?
Certainly can.
Averaging 37 this year, I think. If that's right. I've only got a few sketchy notes, but that's fairly decent. It's interesting if you look at the Hampshire averages, for example. There's only 2 men in this match who are average in the mid-40s, and unsurprisingly, it's Gubbins and Vince. And then Dawson in the mid-30s, and he bowls now, just flat. Short of a length, out on the offside. Not quite the ball he would have wanted to bowl to a new batter, but Lewis Gregory thinks about having an exciting run there, which might have ended in his demise. His partner, Umid, is not having anything to do with that, sends him back. So it's just a single, and the two sort of short extra cover men are back in again. And down the pitch comes Umid and hits him over the top, and it goes all the way for 6. A brave shot in the circumstances, which doubles his score. 12 from 13 now. And Somerset move on to 74 for 5, and Hampshire won't mind that at all.
Well, no, I mean, that's a nice shot. It's a better one than he played off Dawson 2 or 3 overs ago, where he just had a waft and wasn't anywhere near the pitch. That's a decent shot, that.
Dawson bolts. That's just pushed cautiously out on the offside, and there's no run. That's the end of the over and the end of me, I think. Is that right? Yeah. Time for Anthony. Oh, one more. Sorry. Okay, one more over. Beg your pardon. I was going to go for a lie down after all that excitement.
The reason I want you to stay, just for a minute, Dave. Julian Travis has emailed sunandcricket@gmail.com. You were speaking about Roy Marshall yesterday. Dave wasn't here then.
That's another Somerset Hampshire link.
Oh, that's right. We were, he had the pub down in Taunton, which Anthony used to go to. You were speaking about Roy Marshall yesterday and felt you may be interested in the following. In 1974, I played against a team called Deanery.
Yep.
They were based in
very famous Southampton club. Yeah.
Which disbanded.
Yeah. Very famous.
Among the team was one former West Indian captain, the above. I was bowling, and he took a single off the first ball. After another single, I bowled at him again. This time, a long hop, begging to be hooked. He did hook it, but got a top edge, and the wicketkeeper dived several feet down the leg side and took the catch. Here's Barker. Round the wicket to Gregory. Gregory gets a length ball. He's in behind that one. The keeper's name was Keith Dyke, who was the Salisbury Football Club goalkeeper at the time, hence his prowess to take such a catch. We were trounced on the day, but I cherished 4 for 41 and was played at the old Northlands Road ground. Yeah, that's a bowler's graveyard. It could have been, so that's figures on there. A footnote to this is that I understand he had a square cut that was described as being sabre-like. Why did no one twig long hops were his weakness? There you go.
He was a great player.
Yes, Barker bowls, driven up to mid-on by Gregory.
Second highest run scorer in Hampshire's first-class history, with over 30,000 runs. I mean, still way behind Phil Mead, but great player. He transformed Hampshire, at least Hampshire's batting, if not Hampshire cricket post-war. It was a brilliant signing. Desmond Eagle had gone after A.F. Ray, a West Indian, and then he got in the Test side. Marshall came to Northlands Road with the West Indies in 1950 and made 100, and Eagle said, "How would you like county cricket then?"
Barker's ran the wicket wide, off stump, left alone.
And he signed the contract and qualified by 1955. Had a terrific season in 1955 when we finished 3rd for the first time ever in our history. 6 years later we won the championship and he was top of the averages, and he was a thrilling bat. That's the thing. We were a workmanlike, solid county side, and he was just so exciting.
Barker into Gregory on the back foot, steers that out into the covers.
I was talking to Keith Wheatley, who I think you probably do know, don't you? It was an off-spinner at Hampshire in the 1960s. He was pretty decent, didn't have a long career, but we were looking up second 11 matches that Keith Wheatley played in, and we found one in 1965. It's a similar story about being proud of your wickets. 1965, Hampshire versus Gloucestershire at Bristol, second 11 match. Gloucestershire have 2 trialists, B.A. Richards, bowled Wheatley, naught.
Here's Barker. Gregory gets a length ball, and again he pushes it out into the covers.
And my last comment, MJ Proctor, bowled Wheatley, naught. Same game, he got Barry Richards and, oh no, it's not my last comment, it's another ball. In the same second 11 game against Gloucester's second 11 at Bristol, Keith Wheatley got Barry Richards and Mike Proctor, both bowled for naught.
Well, that's one that you would print out.
I said I'd have a T-shirt, me, you know. And Peter Haslop, the old Hampshire second 11 post bowler, played a bit for the first team. He was really cheeky. He looked at Wheats and said,
"Here's Barker." He didn't say that, but this Barker flicked away to square leg by Gregory. End of the over, 74 for 5.
Peter Haslop looked at Keith Wheatley and said, "They were playing for the spin, mate." Which is typical old pro. Right, off I go.
Thank you very much, Dave. He'll be back in half an hour's time. So the wickets that have fallen since lunch: Tom Abel, LBW Barker for 19. Tom Lammerby caught behind by Ben Brown off Barker for 27. Tom Kohler Cadmore, LBW Keith Barker for no score. And James Rue, a reflex catch in a short leg by Fletcher Middleton off the bowling of Liam Dawson for 7. Anthony Gibson is back in alongside me. And Barker, a rejuvenated Barker, 4 for 21 from 9 overs, and Dawson will continue from this northern end, the hotel end here. So it's another hot one here on the south coast, as on the back foot is Umeed and steers that to mid-wicket, no run.
Yeah, Somerset making a mess of this at the moment.
Yeah, it's been a tough day and a bit in the field, and the hot weather, that always doesn't help. Well, to say always, it usually doesn't help when you come to bat. As Dawson bowls, Umeed's on the back foot, plays that into the ground. Got an email here as well from Linda Wright, silentcricket@gmail.com. This refers to both Somerset and Hampshire. Linda says, enjoying the commentary. Hearing you both talk about players' contracts, I think we did about yesterday at some point, if I remember rightly. Umeed's on the back foot, plays it back to the bowler. I was wondering what you think Hampshire need and what Anthony thinks Somerset need for next season in the way of domestic and overseas players. I wonder why Hampshire, or I wonder, it might, oh, I think that's not great English here. I wonder is Hampshire and Somerset could, I wonder that both Hampshire and Somerset could do, so Umeed's forward, it's beating the outside edge as it turns and it straightens, could do both with signing a domestic fast medium bowler, and from Anti's comments I take it an opener for Somerset as a must.
Well, we signed Sean Dixon as an opener, and that hasn't exactly worked out.
Worked out in the one-day
fast
cup.
bowler, absolutely right. But you know, fast bowlers are few and far between.
Not easy. As Umeed's on the back foot, plays cautiously out on the offside. It's like football. Everybody wants the same type of player, don't they? Really, and they're just not around. And whether what you want to pay and vice versa, and not easy at all. As Dawson's around the wicket and bowls, and Umeed turns that away behind square on the leg side. End of the over, 74 for 5. Somerset trailing Hampshire's first innings total of 308. Well, I mean, very quickly from Hampshire, I think they've been looking for an opening bat for a while. I think Fletcher Middleton has just about sort of filled one of those spots, but I'm not sure the other one is yet been nailed down. If I'm pretty sure it hasn't been nailed down. I think that's the most urgent need. And you've said with Somerset, you're looking for an opener as well. So there is 2 clubs looking for an opener.
Well, I don't.
Maybe.
Sean Dixon ought to fit the bill.
Yeah.
Or Andy Umeed ought to fit the bill. He was signed about this towards the end of last season as a solid, conventional opening bat, or as he is a middle order batsman. He's been given that role in this game, but he hasn't had much of a chance so far. And Dixon and Lammonby have. I think the best partnership they've put together is about 32. So it is a problem area, but I think it's the bowling that is most worrying for Somerset. Craig Overton will be 30 next year. He's still a bit injury prone. Lewis Gregory probably nearing the end of his days as a frontline bowler. Jack Leach obviously absolutely important when he can play, when he's not on England duty. We've got Sher Bashir. But here we have Mohammed Abbas in and bowls, and this is played back to him by Lewis Gregory. So it's the bowling that I think is going to be the problem for Somerset, and the young fast bowlers coming through. Casey Aldridge has had plenty of opportunities, hasn't really taken many wickets. Ned Leonard, not sure about him. Sonny Baker, probably the brightest prospect, but he again has got a back injury, which is the bane of modern fast bowlers. Abbas in and bowls, and Gregory just turns this into the onside. And the advent of Mohammed Abbas gives me the opportunity to give you all another Steve Pittard stat, which is that at the Ageas Bowl, Mohammed Abbas has taken 73 county championship wickets at 14.47, and the only other championship bowler to average under 20 on the same ground, on this ground, as Abbas is in and bowls, no shot from Gregory, is Kyle Abbott, who has taken 178 wickets here at 18.88. No bowler has a better championship average, minimum 50 wickets, at a specific venue than Mohammed Abbas here in the past 30 years.
Good start.
So he's an Ageas Bowl specialist.
He is.
Very good bowler he is too.
Wow, love that.
Yeah. He's bowling from the pavilion end. He opened up from this hotel end this morning. He's bowling to Gregory, who is forward solidly in defence. He's having a decent season with the bat, is Lewis Gregory. He has scored, how many has he scored? 260 runs in 9 innings at 32.5. Best of 65, which I think he got, in fact, I'm sure he got in the first game against Warwickshire. A long time ago, it seems, back at the beginning of April, on a chilly day at Taunton, where the first day of the season was lost because the outfield was unplayable. Bass in and bowls, brings this one back into Gregory, who turns it to mid-wicket, to James Fuller, who we haven't seen.
Oh.
With
Yet.
ball in hand, which is...
not been needed.
No, he hasn't. I'd say Keith Barker's bowled well, hasn't he?
Yes, well, I do think the One Day Cup has helped him a little bit get back to some sort of form. Bowled nicely in the semi-final, 3 wickets.
74 for 5, Somerset. As Mohammed Abbas is into Lewis Gregory, who's up on his toes, defending that into the offside. Somerset need 159 to avoid the possibility of being asked to follow on. Whether Hampshire would enforce the follow-on in this heat, I'm not sure.
Yeah, I'd be
I think if they
surprised.
rolled Somerset over in the next hour and a half or so, probably yes. But if... I don't know. I was going to say if, later on in the day they would be able to come back fresh tomorrow morning, Hampshire.
Well,
but
nice
captains
to
these
think so.
days, with the exception of Tom Abel, who has enforced the follow-on on every occasion
Has
when
he?
he's had the opportunity to do so.
that's fair enough.
But a lot of modern captains are a bit reluctant.
1 for 26 from 11 overs. Liam Dawson starts his 12th round the wicket, and he's closing the face there, Andy Omid. Got to be a little bit careful with that one as the ball rolls along the ground back to Dawson, but that could have so easily have gone elsewhere and in the air. That's exactly what Liam Dawson wants you to do, Mr. Omid, if he bowls middle and leg, so be careful. There's Dawson round the wicket again, bowls flighted, and he drives straighter this time, back to the bowler. Have an email here from Ian Miller, sunandcricket@gmail.com. He says, thoroughly enjoying your informative and entertaining commentary. You must be listening to another game. That's just written to the wrong commentary team. And he's at home, and I'm not at the Ageas today. Well, no, he's supposed to be listening to us. A question, says Ian. As Dawson's round the wicket again, and Mead's pushing forward. Is it possible, or can it be in the future, to hear your commentary in real time whilst at the Ageas? There is obviously a delay with the live stream commentary when you listen at the ground. It would be great to have your team and the cricketing insights. Well, I think you need to speak to the club on that one, Ian, because I have absolutely no control over what Hampshire do on the ground. It might sound like I do, and I might say that I do, but I don't. And you'll have to pick that up with the team here at the Ageas. I'm sure there are some plans, or I thought there were, as that's cut out on the offside for a single, and the total moves on to 75 for 5, and Mead on to 13. But it's all gone a bit quiet, and I don't know, basically, because obviously I'm not in control of all that, but there might be some plans afoot, let's put it that way, but you'll have to find out a bit more from them. Maybe things have changed. I know not. But you're right, it can be annoying on the ground, as that's a length ball which Gregory pushes out on the offside.
I think the problem is it takes the time for the pictures to go to wherever they go and then redistributed onto the
That's right.
onto the internet, and it's about, I don't know, 25 seconds, something like that.
Yeah.
Maybe
of course
20.
Of course, if you're not on the ground, it doesn't matter. Down the wicket, and that's in the air, and he's got just enough on that. It's not going to go all the way, and it will be picked up, or will it? Oh, it has. It's just gone over the rope just before Fuller could reach there. Lewis Gregory got right underneath that one. A real chip shot rather than a long-range shot in the air, but it just made it over the rope in time. And Gregory moves on to 5. 79 for 5, Somerset trail by 229.
It would be an absolutely typical Lewis Gregory dismissal, that, if it had gone to hand. I say this every time he bats. He's got a technique as good as anyone in the Somerset side, but every so often he goes for a big shot to the wrong ball and gets himself out. he gets himself out far more often than he's got out by the opposition bowlers. But Somerset need a big contribution from him today. They need a partnership.
Yeah, 48 is the highest so far for the second wicket.
That was presumably the two Toms, Lemonby and Abel. The partnership's just gone up on the live stream. Yes, this is the second best, was James Rew and Andy Umeed with 13, and these two have added 12 so far. So it is Mohammed Abbas to Andy Umeed. He's in bowls, and Umeed playing around his front pad up to Keith Parker. I'd be interested to hear what you make of Andy Umeed, Kev. He's it's only his third red ball game for Somerset, and Mark Davis, when he's been summarising for me for the One Day Cup, says he thinks he's a bit too much of a front foot player, not so good off the back foot, goes rather hard at the ball, as he did off his very first delivery when he was put down at second slip by James Vince. He's Abbas in and bowls, and this time he plays that solidly again up to Keith Parker.
Well, he can clearly play. Over 600 runs at 87 in the One Day Cup means that you can play, but of course doesn't mean you can play all formats, and it doesn't mean necessarily just because you have one good spell in one competition that you can make a career out of anything. But it seems like it's early days for him at the moment. I mean, I know he's 27, but this is only his 18th first-class match, isn't it? So he's probably still trying to work things out.
He scored one of the slowest centuries of all time for Warwickshire. Abbas bowls to him, and this comes off the outside edge, but all along the ground. Fielded at backward point by Fletcher Middleton. Just got the two slips. Liam Dawson at first slip, and Tom Prest at second. Welcome back, Sarah.
Thank you.
Your boys are not having a good afternoon, are they?
No, not quite. I suppose, yeah. It seems to have gotten a bit more difficult to bat on.
Abbas in bowls, and Umeed takes a couple of steps down the pitch, and Mohammed Abbas does not appreciate that, gives him a hard look. Stands in mid-pitch.
Bit of a stare down that.
Yeah, how dare you give me the charge, he's saying effectively. I'm sure he doesn't say that. I'm sure he's a very polite cricketer, Mohammed Abbas. And certainly Andy Umeed is a very pleasant, well-spoken, he's a good interviewee, Andy Umeed, intelligent young man. And I've had the pleasure of interviewing him quite frequently, given his performance in the One Day Cup with 3 centuries and 2 50s.
He must be quite chuffed with his performances and coming up here. I don't know if you
very
spoke
much
about
so.
that.
Yeah, he's established his place in the Somerset makeup. That's defended back up the pitch to a very straight mid-on.
We were chatting earlier about James Rew representing England under 19s, and I've done a bit of research, and I see Andy Umeed has represented the Scotland under 19 team in 2 World Cups, 2 under 19 World Cups, that is. So quite a lot of, I suppose, under 19s have come up through the systems and got into pretty good places.
Abbas in and bowls. This is turned into the onside nicely by Umeed. Plenty of nice timing there. Didn't try and hit that too hard. It's going to be pulled in by James Fuller, just 5 yards inside the boundary rope. Kev, the line's gone down. I don't know what the number is.
You have to keep going because you're on the live picture feed.
Sorry. Apologies, the BBC line has gone down, but we'll carry on the live picture feed. Liam Dawson is bowling, and Sarah Barber will describe this over.
Liam Dawson coming left arm round to the right-hander. That is rather straight, and that's just been defended for the 1 run. It's currently Lewis Gregory on strike, facing Liam Dawson. Liam Dawson on day 1 and the beginning of day 2, obviously contributing quite a bit to Hampshire, and I think that's what Somerset really needs, someone who's going to be a big contributor. Liam Dawson, and again rather straight, and that has also been defended. Not much movement, just a tad moving away. Yeah, but
well, Somerset have got their own slow left armour, Jack Leach.
There you go, but Jack
But he's
Leach is
injured.
not available.
Yeah.
They've also got Craig Overton, who's also injured. So quite a few injured. And again, that seemed a bit quicker than the previous one, a bit more attacking the stumps, I'd say. But that has been hit into the extra cover region for a dot. No run there. Liam Dawson coming in again, left arm round to Lewis Gregory. And that has pitched a good length, and that has just Lewis Gregory's moved back and tried to punch it through the covers, but it looks like he's sort of edged that, and it's running away down to the boundary, but it looks like it'll be stopped by Keith Barker, and they'll get the 3 off of that. That is good running from the Somerset duo out in the middle. Liam Dawson in again.
He was looking to hit it backward a square, but not as fine as that.
No, definitely not. Feel like he probably just opened the face of his bat a bit.
Yeah.
Liam Dawson, and again, left arm round to the right-handed Umid, and that's pitched on off stump, moved a tad, and that has been defended into the extra cover region for no run. Liam Dawson standing at the top of his mark, ready to bowl to Umid. He's come in, left arm round to the right-handed Umid. Oh, and that's gone through the gate, and it's hit the wickets, has it? No, they've gone up for an
I don't know what they went up for.
I think they think there was bat on that. I didn't quite hear anything.
Catch
but
behind?
Yeah, possibly catch behind, but it wasn't given. So Liam Dawson ends the over, and that brings Somerset to 84 for 5.
Well, benefit of the doubt to the batsman.
Definitely.
I think Umid may have got away with one there.
Definitely I've gotten away with. Well, I didn't hear anything, so I suppose. But
Yeah, but we're a long way away, aren't we?
we're a long way away, and there's a reason for umpires. I'm glad. I must say, it's probably a rather difficult job,
It
and I'm
was
glad I'm not an umpire.
Yeah. What we can say, it was a blooming good delivery from Liam Dawson.
Yeah, it
That,
was brilliant.
Pitched and turned and just fractionally beat the outside edge, we must assume. So Umid survives. He's on 15, Gregory on 8, Somerset 84 for 5. Another over from Mohammed Abbas to Lewis Gregory, who plays that defensively to short mid-wicket.
Lewis Gregory seems to have had quite a lot of experience through different setups over time. Looks like he's had quite a bit of sort of shorter format experience.
Yeah,
from
I
what
mean, he's played one-day international cricket for England, and in his younger days was regarded as potentially an England all-rounder. Mohammed Abbas in and bowls. This is turned slightly uppishly, just wide of Felix Organ, who's on as a sub at short mid-wicket. It's just a single. Played 3 one-day internationals and 9 international T20s for England. He's been plagued by injury. Lewis Gregory suffered a hairline fracture of the base at the base of his spine back about 10 years ago, and he's had all sorts of treatment and operations on it. But he still has to manage it. I doubt he'll. Well, someone said he's got a week off next week, so he might play in the next game. But Abbas in and bowls, and this is turned again to Felix Organ. Not quite sure who it is who is off the field. I suspect it might be Kyle Abbott. I can't see Kyle Abbott.
Seems to be
Out there.
quite common for bowlers to have sort of back injuries. Even in my club sort of matches or teams I've been in, there's been a lot of stress fractures in the back, or stress fractures everywhere.
Yep. Well, David Lloyd, Bumble, the great David Lloyd, ascribes it to the hardness of the pitches. As Abbas is in and bowls, this is played to Organ. It's like bowling on concrete, modern pitches. And your left foot, if you're a right arm seamer, coming down hard if you're a big strong fast bowler, and it sends sort of shock waves all the way up through your body.
Yeah, apparently it's like 6 times your weight or something, that the power that goes through your body when you're landing as a fast bowler. And
he says, you know, that old style fast bowlers like Derek Shackleton, who we were talking about, hardly ever got injured. The pitches were much softer in those days. Uncovered pitches, and so it wasn't putting the same strain through a fast bowler's body when he comes crashing down. As Abbas is in and bowls, and this is defended by Umeed. They used to dig great big pits, the fast bowlers, in those days, because the creases were that much softer. So they could suffer from foot and ankle injuries from going into these and putting their foot on the edge of a pit. But
I think a picture I was shown earlier showed quite a bit of ankle strapping or sort of bandage around the ankles to sort of stabilize it, and I think it looked more like work boots, or the spikes sort of used to come all the way up to the ankles.
Yeah. Here's Abbas. Bowls. Defensive shot from Umeed. Apologies to those of you who may have been following us on the BBC website and can't do so anymore, but you are now picking us up through the live stream. But we think that the commentary equipment, BBC commentary equipment, may have got heat stroke. It is very warm, but whatever it is, we cannot connect at the moment. But I hope you're listening to us loud and clear on the live stream. Myself, Anthony Gibson, and Sarah Barber.
Liam Dawson coming into bowl again with a sort of a cover sweeper on the offside, and other fielders just in the ring. We've got one slip, point fielder, looks like a deeper sort of extra cover region. Dawson again rather straight, and that's been defended. Lewis Gregory defending that for no run. Then we've got, looks like that's Fuller, I think, at mid-on region, and then a mid-wicket and sort of a 45. Liam Dawson in again, left arm round, that's straighter, and that's been caressed into the gap between point and that deep extra cover for just the one run. If that was hit just a tad harder, it may have gone straight to the fielder, because that would have changed the angle of everything. But that very light touch sort of helps with those gaps, because it means the fielders need a run in or something. Liam Dawson, and again, that was a bit shorter, and that was Lewis Gregory tried to work that onto the offside, but missed out, and that was taken by the wicket keeper. A good take, no tickle on that, but that's a dot ball for Liam Dawson again. Liam Dawson coming in, left arm round to the right-handed Lewis Gregory. That's a bit straighter, and that's been defended for no run. Oh, is that Umeed on strike? Sorry, that was Umeed on strike. They just took that single there, and that's why Umeed is on strike now, and no longer Lewis Gregory. Liam Dawson coming in again to the right-handed Umeed. That was a bit straighter, and that has been defended for no run.
He looks a better bowler, Dawson, when he just gives it a little bit more air.
Yeah, he does.
And he gets that dip at the end of the flight, which makes it difficult. The batsman is coming out to defend, and he's not quite there at the pitch of the ball.
Makes it a bit more difficult. Liam Dawson, and again, left arm round. That was a bit straighter, and that's been given a bit more of a punch by Umeed. But Dawson stopped that, and that is a single, not a single, that is a dot ball to end the over. Somerset are 86 for 5. Sort of the science of spin bowling. Apparently, when they say a I'm not an expert on spin. I'm a seamer myself, but I love watching sort of these scientific videos about bowling and all that. But when a bowler puts more revs on it, apparently bowlers that put more revs on it, that's where they get the dip from.
Absolutely right. Yeah. Although there was a very famous slow left arm bowler for Somerset called Jack White, Farmer White, who took over 2,000 wickets for Somerset and captain England as well, who did have this dip at the end of his flight. It was the secret of his success, really. But he didn't actually spin it very much. But he could still get that dip. He's long before my time. This is as described by Ron Roberts in 60 Years of Somerset Cricket, which Dave Allen kindly procured in the book Swap. This is Gregory coming uncertainly forward to that delivery from Mohammad Abbas. Mohammad Abbas is the most successful bowler on any specific ground of any bowler in the last 30 years. Having taken here at the Ageas Bowl the little matter of 73 championship wickets here at the Ageas Bowl at a cost of 14.47 runs apiece.
That's impressive.
He's there and bowls. And bowls him! That's the end of Lewis Gregory, who played a rather hesitant push, that delivery, which cut back into him from outside the off stump. Much too good for Lewis Gregory, and that's the 6th Somerset wicket to go down with the score on 86. May just have got an inside. I think he probably got an inside edge onto that, back onto his stumps, but there was a big gap between bat and pad. Good bowling for Mohammad Abbas, who's now taken his total of championship wickets here at the Ageas Bowl from 73 to 74. Somerset in a lot of trouble.
That was a rather impressive wicket. Even if it only slightly moved a bit, Lewis Gregory seemed to hang his bat out to dry, if you would.
Absolutely right.
And that just causes a bit of trouble leaving a gate like that open. But an incredible wicket, I'd say. Lovely to watch.
Right, talking about gates, and I'll open the gate for Dave Allen, who'll join Sarah Barber on commentary.
And that means with the departure of Lewis Gregory, Ben Green comes in. Somerset currently, I wouldn't say in a bit of trouble, but seems to be losing wickets quickly. The biggest contributor in the Somerset innings hasn't been a very big score, I'd say. The biggest contributor today has been Tom Lammonby for 27. The second highest contributor is Tom Abel for 19 runs. And then currently Andy Umeed, who is currently 15 not out, is the third highest contributor. So not many contributors from the Somerset. Welcome back.
Thank you. But not everybody's hearing us, Sarah, apparently. Only people on live feed. So if you are, you're privileged.
Somerset 86 for 6. Abbas in, and that is rather straight, and that's been defended. No run to Ben Green.
Elsewhere in the county championship, Essex have started losing wickets, and what they have to do to keep pressure on Surrey is get batting bonus points, but they're something like 170 for 5 now, which isn't great news for them. And Surrey have 6 Warwickshire wickets and a long lead still.
Quite a bit of... Seems like Surrey may be running away with this. Abbas in again. Right arm over to the right hand of Lewis Gregory. That's short, and that's been an attempt at a pull, but that's sort of worked its way down to backwards square. Sort of in the ring, not enough power on that. For just the 1 run, that means Umeed is on strike at the minute. It looks like the umpires are calling for something. Maybe the helmet was hit.
Oh yeah, concussion. Yeah. Yeah. So there will be a delay. but at least those of you that are listening to us can see the pictures of the delay. So, and it is so hot that there are people now sitting on the grass, unsurprisingly. The reason that only, and it's not a lot of use to this really, because what we ought to be doing is finding some way of telling the people who can't hear us why they can't hear us, but we can only tell the people who can hear us why the other people can't. We think it's simply that the elaborate mixer thing has overheated, and a new one is being fetched. Anthony said, in the words of Kenneth Wolstenholme, no, not Kenneth Wolstenholme, I'm sorry, in the words of the bloke in Scott of Antarctic, I may be some time, but I do think he'll come back. Oates, Captain Oates, that was his name. Goodness me, that was a moment for a 73-year-old scrambled brain. But I'm trying desperately to find things to talk about now. What should we talk about, Sarah?
Well, at the minute I'm looking at the concussion regulations.
Oh, okay, you check that out. Yeah, because I've got a story actually, which is that Surrey are coming here for the last game of the season, and there was somebody on BBC last night tweeting about how he was looking forward to coming down here to see Surrey clinch the championship. And I'm just wondering actually whether they will simply come down here and celebrate the fact that they've won the championship by then. But it did remind me that when I was last on air with Kevin James, we were talking at one point about Roy Marshall. So I have a story about Surrey winning a championship and Roy Marshall, and it all happening at Northlands Road, Southampton in 1971. And what happened was that Surrey won the championship by getting a bonus point that brought them a wicket. You might hear odd bleeps here and there, which is it's the intro to a Kraftwerk record for those of you that are up on popular music. Or possibly Kevin trying to make the thing work. Anyway, Surrey came in 1971 and won the championship on the second afternoon, taking a wicket, which was actually the wicket of the Hampshire captain Richard Gillett. But on that particular day, Roy Marshall did his best to spoil their fun by scoring 100. He didn't manage it, and when the wicket fell, Richard Gillett was dismissed by the Pakistan and Surrey leg spinner Intikab Alam. Mickey Stewart, Surrey captain, his wife came on the field with a tray of champagne. And at something like 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the Surrey players had a drink of champagne to celebrate the fact they just won the championship. And then everybody got on with the game, and Roy Marshall scored 100. And if you think all that is in its own way somewhat improbable, on the final day, a Hampshire bowler bowled them to victory against Surrey. Surrey had been out celebrating all night and probably not really fit for cricket.
Not in the fittest of conditions, no.
But a Hampshire bowler bowled them to victory, and the Hampshire bowler who took 5 wickets in the innings was none other than Gordon Greenwich, who simply never bowled really. But he came on to bowl little medium pacers, took 5 wickets, and Hampshire beat Surrey, the county champions. And that was in 1971, and something like that might happen again this year. And I didn't have a script for that one, so I just made all that up. But I made it up, but it's true. And I can stop now because we can start again.
Ageas coming in to bowl again, right arm over. And that is a bit straighter and around the pads. It looks like someone was a bit convinced that may have come off the bat, but that sounded like it came off the pads to me. So I can't find too much on the helmet regulations, but from my playing experience, if a helmet is struck, generally it needs to be replaced so the helmet can be sent in to see if it has any fractures, because it may, obviously if it's got fractures and you can't test it here, it will be a bit dangerous. Ageas, and again right arm over to Amid, that's up again, worked around the hip to sort of the short fine region, and Ben Brown chases after that and whips that in just for the 1 run. So yeah, it's just to make sure that there are no head injuries, and I'm guessing someone would have come on to do a bit of a concussion test to check everyone was alright, and then obviously a helmet replacement, because playing with a broken helmet would probably be rather dangerous, or is rather dangerous to do so.
Do you know, I've never played cricket with a helmet.
A lot of people have told me that.
I retired a long time ago from my very modest club playing days, but I've never worn a helmet in my life. And actually, I was talking about Roy Marshall, his second highest run scorer in the history of Hampshire cricket. He hardly ever wore a cap, let alone a helmet, certainly never wore a helmet, and batted in glasses.
That's quite interesting.
Yeah. Liam Dawson is to continue bowling from our commentary end. 10-3 in a boiling hot afternoon. That's just played defensively back by Umid, and there's no run. And they would sometimes play in drizzle, which was a particular problem for him with the glasses. He'd have to keep stopping and wiping the glasses and get on with it. But so he still scored a lot of runs.
That would have bugged me quite a bit.
Dawson bowls, and that's short of a length, and it's just pushed out on the offside to the sweeper. They come through for a single. I don't remember, to be perfectly honest. I mean, I played until, I suppose, about 83, seriously. And I don't remember in Hampshire League cricket people wearing helmets then, although they certainly had started wearing them at the higher level in things like the Packer series in Australia. And Chris Smith here started wearing one for sure. Gives himself some room there, cuts that away, and there's a false start in trying to field that, and Green gets 4 for it through extra cover. Decent shot, a little bit short of length, a little bit wide, bounced a bit, and Green played it quite nicely. And it's just taken for granted now, but you know, I mean, for the first 20 plus years of my life, I didn't see professional cricketers wearing helmets.
No.
Which was interesting because you got to recognise them much more easily than you do these days. Dawson bowls, and that's just played defensively out on the offside. But you wear one all the time. Yeah.
I do. I don't know, I've just sort of, you know, there's regulations now for...
Yeah.
I still count as an under-19, so I think there's rules within the Hampshire League and all that for wearing helmets, so...
Dawson pitches that one up a bit, gives it a bit of air, fielded at short cover. No run. The other thing that a lot of the old pros would say, the brave guys, is that actually it led people to take more risks with a helmet on and actually then get hit. And that's just played forward defensively, and there's no run into the over. So that actually you would know when to get out of the way of a short ball if you weren't wearing a helmet. But once some people started wearing helmets, they would think, well, take that on, take that, and bang, occasionally, you know. But there certainly were some quite dreadful injuries on occasions. There was an Indian man in a test match called Contractor, who was felled quite seriously. I don't think killed, but well, of course, Philip Hughes, who played for Hampshire a little bit, the Australian. But the irony of that is he was hit on the back of the head wearing a helmet, and it was just a bit that wasn't protected.
Same with Australian Phil Hughes too.
That's you.
Oh, sorry.
It's all right.
Avas in again. That's just been defended by Umid.
I didn't want to pinch her over, Sarah.
Oh, they're so
Are
good.
you checking out those regs again?
I wasn't checking out the regs. I was just thinking about Sir Viv Richards' playing day, because I still actually do like going back and watching sort of old cricketers and how they used to play, you know, some of just the legends, and I don't ever remember him wearing a helmet.
No, I don't think he did. He was as brave as anything.
Abbas in again, and that was a very good length, and Umid has just gone back to that and sort of just defended that. Gone straight back to the bowler for no run. Yeah. I sort of sit on YouTube watching all these different bowlers, watching their actions, watching batters and how they play.
Well, I think you can see Derek Shackleton if you have a look. Probably bowling for England against the West Indies in 1963.
I'll definitely give that a look later this evening. Abbas in again, right arm over to the right-hander. And that was a tad shorter, and that's been pulled through the mid-wicket region for 4 runs. That is well played. A brilliant pickup from Umid. That takes Somerset up to 93 for 6. That was a brilliant shot. Seemed a bit quicker, just outside off, and just pulled around the corner through the mid-wicket region and just missing out on that close fielder. Abbas in again. This is a bit pitching 5th, 6th stump, moving in a tad, and that's just been defended, picked up by the cover fielder for no run.
I've got a score update from England under-19s, which is just for Hampshire fans really. I haven't got the full score update, but the 2 young Hampshire bowlers who've been playing in the Metro Cup for Hampshire, Dom Kelly took 3 for 49 and Eddie Jack took 2 for 57. And England under-19s have made a decent start. I don't know the 2 batters who are opening for them. They made a decent start in reply.
Abbaston again, right arm over to the right-handed Umeed. That's outside off, moving in, and that's just been defended again by Umeed. Very well-tempered innings from Umeed so far. He's doing really well for Somerset here. A bit early on, he had a few close calls, but he's been incredibly lucky early on, and he's capitalised on that so far.
Yeah, he's done all right. He's done all right. A man has arrived with one of those big flight case boxes with some kind of radio thing in it that might get us back on air with BBC Radio Silent and probably BBC, not sure what it is, Southwest.
Abbaston again, and that is angled in at Umeed, and that's been defended for no run. Sort of somehow worked itself onto the leg side. At the end of the over, Somerset on 97 for 6 after 39 overs. Umeed currently on 21 runs. And Ben Green on 4.
And it's 3 o'clock and 8 overs to go until tea. And Sarah is going for an early tea now.
Early tea, thank you.
And Kevin's back on. And Anthony is unpacking the Somerset version of the ISDN mixer. And I've lived a great deal of my life in my musical life with things called mixers, but I haven't got a clue how I would ever make that work for the BBC listeners. Liam Dawson is about to bowl the first ball, and there's some room outside the off stump, and Ben Green just hits it away square of the wicket out to the man on the boundary and comes through for a gently run single. And they are Somerset closing in on 100. Dawson bowls, gives it a bit of air, slightly leg side, is pushed gently to mid wicket, no run. 98 for 6. Green on 5, Mead on 21. Dawson has bowled, is in his 16th over, 1 for 41. And Kevin James is back alongside me as Dawson bowls again, and that's just played defensively on the offside. A busy little period for you off air, Ken.
Yeah, apologies for all the noise on the line if you're watching on the live picture feed. You're getting a commentary on that. You're the lucky ones. There's no problem on that side. I'm working through the various options as to what might be the problem on the BBC.
Dawson bowls, that's driven on the onside, and there's a tumbling stop at mid-on. It was threatening to evade for a moment, but didn't, and they take a single. 99 for 6, and Dawson bowls. Gives it some air outside the off stump, driven to the man at short cover. I hesitated for a moment there because I saw number 3 on the back of the fielder and thought that should be Organ, and he's not on, but he obviously is on as a sub for somebody, and I've missed it. Dawson comes in and bowls, short of a length, room outside the off stump. There's the 3 figures for Somerset. They've lost 6 wickets getting there, but the crowd will applaud, as they do conventionally and traditionally. So at the end of the over, Somerset 100 for 6 at the end of the 40th over in 158 minutes.
Well, it's been a tough afternoon for Somerset. It's been a tough half an hour for me, but longer for Somerset. Abel, Lammonby, Kohler, Cadmore and James Rue all falling in the space of 16 runs. Somerset going from 51 for 1 to 67 for 5, and with Lewis Gregory bowled off the inside edge from Mo Abbas, they actually lost 5 wickets for 35, so a bit of work to do for the away side here. Yeah, there are two options left at the moment why I think there might be a problem if you want to listen on the BBC Sport website and app. One of them is that my kit might have overheated. That might sound silly because it's working through it to the live picture feed, but this did happen last year during the hot spell where this particular kit gave up once, and it was doing exactly what it's doing now. So for some reason it'll work through the picture feed, but it won't work on the BBC Sport website app. So I've got 2 options left. Those are one of them. And fortunately, Anthony Gibson has some spare kit. So at tea time, you might, if you've still got the sound on at tea, you might hear it miss us for a few minutes because we're going to change kits. And that is in 8 overs time as Abbott comes in from the pavilion end and bowls, and that's driven by Green up to mid-off. And there is no run. So Somerset trail by 208 currently. And it's hot, which I think sounds pretty obvious. But anyway, thank you for all your messages, just to point out what was happening. And it does help, actually, because I know it was obvious that we were losing part of our coverage. But a couple of other things that were pointed out. Thank you very much. Here's Abbott with 2 slips. Dawson and Vince. It's usually Vince and Dawson, but it's the other way round. Edge through to Brown, who takes that one, and Abbott picks up his first wicket of the innings. And Somerset slip further into the mire here. They are 100 for 7, and Green goes for 6.
I suppose the simple point about this is that Hampshire have bowled really well. I didn't see a lot of yesterday. I didn't get the sense that Somerset bowled poorly yesterday, but I think Hampshire have bowled really well today. They just kept nagging away, and they've made the bowling changes at the right time. Wickets have fallen here and there. I suggested that Abbott and Abbas might need to bowl themselves back into a bit of match fitness. Well, they both took about 6 overs, and then a wicket fell to each of them. Barker, who's been bowling quite a lot, has his 4. Dawson, who's been bowling quite a lot, has 1. And again, this is a surprising afternoon. 100 for 7. More than 200 behind still.
Well, it's effectively, give or take a day or 2, 5 weeks since the pair bowled, and it's a bit like starting a new season, isn't it? They'll be fresh, and I have to say, the way they've run in, both of them, they've been fresh, and even though Keith Barker's played several in the games in the one-day cup, it does look as though that's given him a bit more confidence and maybe a little bit more rhythm in which to contribute a little bit more to the bowling attack, something which he hasn't really done throughout the championship season. So the month has benefited all of Hampshire's main trio in various ways. Yeah,
I agree with that. The other thing I'm thinking of is that they could still be closing in on a follow-on target, but I would think in these weather conditions and with the chance of bowling 4th, you wouldn't dream of coming back out and bowling again. Because if they can enforce the follow-on, then the rest of the wicket's going to fall quite quickly. There's only 50 runs to play in it, so it would be tonight. And if that option was open to them, I still think they'd bat again. It's so hot, they must be drained.
So Neil Wagner is the new batter for Somerset. Toiled hard with the ball in the Hampshire innings of 308 all out, but ended up wicketless, 21 overs, none for 54. But it was trademark Neil Wagner bowling, wasn't it? All effort.
Yeah.
But wasn't happening for him on that occasion. Might happen for him in the second innings. Might happen for him in the next game. Who knows? But he looks all right. Didn't seem to be in anything wrong with his action. Just how you know Wagner can bowl. He's left-handed, so Abbott comes round the wicket. He still has Dawson and Vince in there next to Ben Brown. That's wide of off stump, and that's an easy leave there for Wagner. So 208 the deficit, and you're right, Dave. I think the way this game has moved very quickly this afternoon, something I don't think we would have expected.
No.
Knowing what we know from the 4 sessions previously in this game, where batting looked all right. If you didn't try and play too many shots, it just looked difficult to get the ball away with any regular, or doing it regularly, apart from if you were James Vince, of course, who made some of the cover drives look pretty easy, but even so. Here's Abbott bowls round the wicket again to Wagner. Wagner's forward. Pushes out to short mid-wicket, fielded by Tom Prest. But 6 for 49. Somerset have lost this afternoon. Tough session for them. Doesn't help, of course, when you're in the field for the day and an hour this morning.
Yeah.
So
yes, it was an hour. Yeah,
not an easy day in the field yesterday with that heat. And I'm sure Hampshire will be feeling it if there is a bit of a rear guard action, and as Dave says, I'm pretty surprised if Hampshire did enforce the following. There's no need to, there's a lot of time left in the game. Wagner's forward, gets an inside edge on that one, goes out backward a square on the leg side, he's off the mark. It's 101 for 7 here at Somerset. If you're at the top end of the ground in the pavilion and most of the stand to the left, that's the Colin Ingleby Mackenzie stand, and actually looking at it, even the Shane Warne stand, you're in the shade. There's quite a few people sitting a few rows up, gaining advantage of that. But if you're at this end of the ground, the northern end, you are certainly directly in the sun. And there's a few people that like that as well.
Yeah.
Very few square the wicket. As Abbott bowls, and forward is Andy Mead, who's played quite nicely for his 22. Looks very correct out there, and Abbott has 7 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 9. Somerset are 101 for 7.
Yeah, I think I'd give the Northern End a miss. There is a loyal group of supporters who call themselves the Northern Enders who sit up here, and I can't quite see over the bit of the balcony I'm in, but from what I can see, I don't think there are many of them down there today. They will be baking, and I'm not surprised that it's not a very big crowd, but I'm not surprised that most of the people are in the shade, really.
No.
It's 3:10. The sun is dropping in the sky, which is no great advantage to us, as it's about to bake us even more, but there we go. Liam Dawson is to bowl left arm over the wicket to the left-handed Wagner. He's got one slip, forward short leg, where Fletcher Middleton held a terrific catch earlier. Then 3 men in a line on the offside, and Wagner actually just plays that out on the onside to Shortage mid-wicket. No run. He's got a man at long backward square leg almost, really. Not quite saving one, perhaps saving one, but halfway to the boundary. Dawson gives that one a bit of air. It's just pushed out on the offside. He's got a man that's more long on than mid on, or a very deep mid on. A man at mid wicket on the boundary. He's the only man on the boundary. And then there's a man at mid wicket opposite the man at extra cover. And there's an attempted hoik towards cow corner by Wagner, and he misses it. Ben Brown takes the ball. No runs accrue. Dawson turns around and prepares to come in again, bowling in his 17th over here. He's been a hard-working cricketer in this last month, as Wagner plays that up to mid-off, no run. He's done all sorts of remarkable things in all kinds of competitions. I guess in a period of about a fortnight he played in the 100, the 50 over cup, and then now the championship. Dawson bowls, gives that a bit of air. Wagner on the back foot just plays it out defensively on the onside, and there's no run. 101 for 7. Dawson turns. It steadies himself. And again, Wagner on the back foot just plays it on the offside. Ben Brown offers to go and get it, but Tom Press does the job. End of the over, a maiden over to Liam Dawson. 17 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 43.
Let's read out a couple of emails, because in the last few minutes there's been a couple come in. Neil Halsworth from Explorer Coffees, regular email, lovely coffee. Silentcricket@gmail.com. Intermittent listening today as I ferret around sorting out the lad ready for return to school tomorrow. Actually, I saw some school children going today, so there's...
Me too.
Yeah, some around around here actually, around the West End, Hedge End area, there was children going to school.
Yeah, reminded me of my wonderful days as a school teacher, and I thought, I wish I was back there and not going to the cricket today.
Did you really?
Not.
No. Of course you didn't. Here's Abbott. And bowls. Mead gets one, it keeps a little low, turns that away towards square leg, and there is no run. So yeah, a bit of a mixed bag. I know my younger daughter's school, they've still got another inset day, they're all back tomorrow there. I think that's the same with a few, so I think it's pretty much sort of today or tomorrow across the board. Now Neil says, tell Sarah not to worry about who she supports. She was saying earlier about being well, not confused, but was Somerset, or is Somerset as well as Hampshire? Whatever. She can always change allegiances at a later date, says Neil Housen. I was brought up following Lancashire, the late Clive Lloyd era, going into the Neil Fairbrother one, with a healthy dash of Glamorgan. Oh, that's a contrasters. In comes Abbott and bowls and meets forward, plays it up just short mid-wicket. Since we lived close enough to the border to pick up Welsh TV and BBC Wales regularly, which showed highlights of Glamorgan's one-day exploits, I always kept a weathered eye on Lancashire's results wherever Her Majesty sent me with the forces, and I only started following Hampshire more closely when we decided that we would be setting up in the county permanently. I was gifted membership and a season ticket for Christmas, and now officially class myself as a fully fledged supporter.
Excellent.
Of course, that could all change if we move again in the future, but let's be honest, I'm just a cricket fan in general and would get joy watching 11 people playing in front of a country pub. Here's Abbott. Bowls and meets forward. Another length ball as that goes up to mid-off. Hence doing okay today by the sounds of things, says Neil. Yes, they are. They've had a very, very good afternoon. So thank you very much for that one. Again, thank you for all the ones that came in that said about the problems that we're having. But as I say, we're on the live picture feed. That's probably the best way to pick us up now with the commentary. We'll try something different in the tea break, but you'll still get the commentary on the live picture feed, which is going out on the Hampshire Cricket website and app. That's free to download, by the way, as well. So that is the way for now. We're just over 5 overs before the tea break, as Amit turns that away square on the leg side. Dominic has emailed silentcricket@gmail.com, enjoying your great commentary whilst on holiday in Umbria in Italy. Not sure if you have mentioned the Tremlett family regarding Hampshire and Somerset links. Ooh.
I don't think we have today, no, but we could do, certainly. Tim Tremlett was with us yesterday in our former players' reunion. Yeah. His dad, of course, Morris, played for England, captain Somerset.
Yes.
And his little lad played for Hampshire. Little.
Yeah.
He's giant of a little lad whose birthday it was on Saturday, so happy birthday, Chris Tremlett.
Oh, lovely. Here's Abbott. Bowls to Amid once more. Amid gets one. It just comes back. Plays it nicely, though. Pushes that up to mid-on. And Dominic is currently a Middlesex over 60s third 11 player. I didn't realise. We'll wait to the end of the over, Dave. I didn't realise that there was 3 11s in the Middlesex over 60s. I mean, I guess there was 1, but 3? Wow. So good luck with that. And this one, Simon Bennett, before you go, Dave,
yes,
silentcricket@gmail.com says, I'm a Somerset member watching the game from Truro in Cornwall. Your mention of Roy Marshall reminds me that he played in the first county game I ever saw, Surrey, Hampshire at the Oval 71. And I also remember Terry Willett, he came up earlier, we called out his stats, playing league cricket in Cornwall in the 70s. As Amid gets one again, that comes back and he turns that square on the leg side. When I was the scorer for my local village team, Perrin Warthall, I hope I've said that right. Keep up the good work. Remember that Somerset were 80 for 5 against Hampshire at Taunton and ended up making 500. Thanks for the reminder. Thanks, Dave.
Bye-bye.
Dave will be back a little later. So, 101 for 7 here, Somerset. We have 5 overs before the tea break. Somerset trail by 207. And Anthony Gibson has very kindly went and got the spare kit from his car. So he'll be even hotter than he was yesterday, I should imagine, going out in that heat. But he's back with new kit, and we will change that over at the tea break. Welcome back, Anthony.
I commend you on your pronunciation of Perrin-a-Worthall.
Oh, is it? Is that right?
Yep.
Oh, thank you. Dawson Bowles outside the off-stump, trying to cut that away. Wagner misses.
Like Perrin-Porth and one or two other Perrin-Zabulo, all named after the patron saint of Cornwall, Saint Piran, who was actually an Irishman. who floated across on a millstone.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Dawson's over the wicket then to Wagner, and Wagner's on the back foot, gets an edge past where second slip would be. He's running up towards the top end of the ground and should go over the rope, and it does, and that is 4 runs. Beats Kyle Abbott to the boundary, and Wagner moves on to 5. 105 for 7.
Yes, and Perrin, patron saint of Cornwall and patron saint of tin miners as well.
Okay. You know your Cornwall?
I do.
Oh, very good. Over the Irish Sea on a millstone.
That's right.
Is that a myth?
I think it might just possibly be a myth.
I was going to say, that's a perilous journey. So Wagner's 5, only 22. Somerset trying to get themselves into some sort of position here, but they're 203 behind at the moment. Wagner's on the back foot, works that up to mid-on, will take a quick single as Fuller's quite deep there. And Wagner moves on to 6.
I think Andy Umeed has played pretty well.
Has.
He's a little bit of a fish out of water playing in the middle order, but he's done a job for his side. He's hung around, he's hung in there.
Yes. Looks a tidy little player. Here's Dawson. Bowls and Umeed gets a full delivery, just turns that into the gap square on the leg side, and we'll move on to 23. 107 for 7. It is a very quiet crowd today, but I think, to be honest, it's probably one of those where if you're outside, you want to conserve some energy, and I guess talking is probably one of those ways where you conserve some energy. But, he's baking, absolutely baking. Dawson to Wagner again, still got the short leg in. Wagner goes for the reverse sweep and misses, and Ben Brown's had the bails off, pointing to the umpire saying, is there a chance of a stumping? Umpire unmoved, apart from walking towards the stumps and then walking back again because the bails have already been replaced. 6 runs off this over so far. Dawson comes in again to Wagner. Wagner pushes out quietly towards extra cover, and that is the end of the over. 4 overs to do until tea. It's 107 for 7. Somerset, as I said, lost 6 wickets for 49, going from 51 for 1 to 100 for 7 when Ben Green was the 6th man out.
How much of that collapse is down to good bowling and how much to bad batting, do you think?
Well, I'm looking at the dismissals. Tom Abel got a good one, didn't he? Nipped back from Barker. Lammonby, maybe just a bit of a push outside the off stump, wasn't he? I thought he left well to Barker early on in his innings, but it's like a lot of these things, isn't it? You leave early on in the innings, and then when you think you're sort of been in for a while, you feel that you need to play at those. Whereas, if we're being honest, you probably should carry on where things were working. Tom Culler, Cadmore, LBW Barker. Did he get outside the line?
Yeah, I mean, he was borderline decision, that was. This is Abbott to Umeed, who drives it back past the bowler, but it's cut off at mid-off. Fancy it's even hotter today than it was yesterday. We haven't even got to the worst of it as far as our commentary position is concerned, when the sun just dips low enough to shine directly in onto our commentary position.
Got that to look forward to.
Kevin James retreats further and further and further away into the depths of the balcony.
Horrible.
I can't do that because I haven't got long enough lead on my microphone. There's Abbott in a bowls and defended by Umeed. He's got a wonderful run-up, Kyle Abbott, hasn't he?
Straight.
He's straight with his elbows pumping out either side.
Looks as though he means business.
Yeah, he's built like a New Zealand or probably a South African number 8 forward, doesn't he?
Yeah. I can find you a longer lead at tea time if you want.
No, it's
fine. Yes, and every time I see him bowl against Somerset, it reminds me of those wonderful figures.
Don't, no,
back in
please.
2019. Shall I not read them out?
It's bad enough as things are. Yeah. Essex's Cricketer of the Year,
yes.
Kyle Abbott, 2019. He's in and bowls. Oh, and this takes a thick edge. He'll pick up a single for it, though, as it goes all along the ground. Retrieved by James Fuller. We still haven't seen any of James Fuller with the ball, have we?
No. Well, it may be not his type of wicket, if I'm honest. A bit slow. I think if there'd been a partnership or two, batters would have been difficult to dislodge, then I think we would have seen him. But
From
I think
memory, he bowled pretty well when these two sides last played here at the start of last season.
He had a good season last year.
Yeah.
Generally consistent. But I think you've got a fresh Abbott and a fresh Abbas who have not played for 5 weeks. So, yeah, I think at the moment there's no need for him.
Kyle Abbott going around the wicket to the left-handed Wagner. And Wagner defends. He can bat, Neil Wagner. His first-class career average, this is his 200th game in first-class cricket, is 16.6. And he scored 9 50s. Best of 70. So he is, as they say, no mug with the bat. Somerset will want him to stay out there, keeping Andy Umi company for as long as possible. Here comes Abbott in and bowls. This is turned into the onside to short mid-wicket. James Fuller is there. Somerset only got Jack Brooks and Shoaib Bashir to come, although Shoaib Bashir did make 43 not out when these two sides met at Taunton in a last wicket partnership with James Rew that was worth over 100, which is by a very large margin his highest score in first class cricket. He went for his shots and most of them came off. Abbott, he's there and bowls, and this is turned into the onside by Wagner. It won't be a run as it goes to mid-wicket. End of that over. 108 for 7 Somerset, so they're now exactly 200 runs behind. They need another 51 to avoid the possibility, and I wouldn't put it any more strongly than that, of being asked to follow on. But these two keeping the Hampshire bowlers at bay for the time being.
Yeah.
Tom Prest is going to have a bowl.
Oh, a bit of off spin. Now, this is a man who bowled a bit in the one-day cup.
Yet to take a first-class wicket.
He is. He hasn't done a lot of bowling, but Hampshire are quite keen that he develops his off spin. So this is an interesting move here, because normally at this stage we would see Felix Organ, but he's been omitted from this side for this game, from the last championship game that Hampshire played, which was defeat against Essex here. And I suppose, well, I know that this is the man that really should be filling, if he's going to be playing, Felix Organ's role with the ball. So this will be interesting. Bowled, as I say, bowled a bit in the one-day cup. Didn't set the world on fire, but bowled steady. 108 for 7 then. 3 overs to go until tea. Here's Prest then over the wicket. Should have some rough to bowl at. Drive, and that's dragged a little bit on the leg side by Umeed. Prest, a bit like Bashir in the Hampshire innings, will be looking just to hang that ball outside off stump and try and hit the rough and see what happens. As Prest bowls, Umeed's on the back foot, plays that late on the 45. We'll get a single. 109 for 7. So Wagner is on 6. Now Prest shouldn't, on the line that he's going to bowl, shouldn't have any rough to bowl into, so because he's going to have to bowl a little straighter, and that's where there's no footmarks. So he shouldn't be causing Wagner anywhere near as many problems potentially as he would Umeed. Just giving Dawson a bit of a break as well, I guess, from this end. Wagner works that ball from leg stump out on the leg side, and we'll move on to 7, and the Somerset total on to 110 for 7.
Hampshire just taking their foot off the gas here, potentially.
Yeah. I suppose Dawson could have kept going, really, especially with the left and right-handed combination, but Umeed cuts it away on the offside, where there's no man in front of square on the offside. And Umeed moves on to 26. I think you're probably right, just a bit of a breather before tea. And then after a 20-minute break, I should think everybody will have a shower, cold shower.
Chance would be a fine thing.
Yeah, not for us. Not unless somebody's got a bucket of water they can throw over us. There's Prest flighted. Forward is Wagner. Carefully plays that out on the offside. It is very bright out there. The wicket is shiny now with that sun that's glaring. There's no hazy cloud to take the harshness of the sun off at the moment. Wagner gets wrapped on the pads.
There's been a forward short leg.
Yeah.
I don't know whether it was any bat involved, but it certainly would have gone straight to forward short leg, but there was no forward short leg, which again is curious. It's Somerset 7 down.
2 overs till tea then.
First of them to be bowled by the big man, Kyle Abbott, who's got a remarkable record against Somerset. 57 wickets in 11 games before this one. 57 wickets at a cost of just under 18 runs apiece. But, he's only picked up the 1 wicket here this afternoon. And Somerset 111 for 7, and the scoreboards have gone down now. Perhaps they've been affected by the heat as well, as this is played goes through to wicketkeeper Ben Brown, who hasn't had the greatest match either with the bat. He looked hopelessly out of form with the bat, or indeed behind the stumps.
Well, he's got a couple of catches.
Yes, I know, but he put one down.
Yeah. It's been
Not an easy one. It was a Liam Dawson quicker ball.
Yeah.
That kept a bit low, and Tom Avell got an outside edge to it and couldn't hold on. Here's Abbott in and bowls. Doesn't miss the off stump by very much, but Andy Umeed, as a specialist opening bat, knows where his off stump is, and of course coming in at number 4 as he has done, he hasn't had quite so much movement of the ball to contend with as if he'd been opening the innings. Although I think the combination of pitch and ball has played pretty much the same way all through both innings.
Yeah.
It's just a little bit in this pitch from time to time, and if the bowlers keep getting it in the right areas, they'll get their rewards. Still got no sight screen scoreboards, plenty of sight screens. Abbott in and bowls outside the off stump, no shot from Umeed. Do you think they've got heat stroke as well?
Probably. It makes me feel better if that's the case.
Live stream is still up and running, I'm glad to say, and we'll for those of you who are watching the live stream and want to get back to listening to our commentary on the BBC, maybe because you won't have access to a screen and want to hear what happens in the final session, we hope to fix whatever the technical problem is at tea time by installing a new kit. As Abbott is in bowls and Umeed comes calmly forward, plays it up to mid-on. 26 in 71 deliveries, Andy Umeed, but it's exactly the sort of innings that the circumstances call for. He may look to get a move on when the next wicket falls and Somerset's tail is exposed in the shape of Jack Brooks and Shoaib Bashir. And he is a powerful striker of the ball, as he's demonstrated during the One Day Cup. Hit 1 or 2 enormous sixes down the ground. Abbott is it in and bowls outside the off stump. No shot from Umeed. One of which cleared the pavilion at Wantage Road against Northants, which apparently is quite a rare occurrence. Cleared the pavilion, bounced in the car park, out of the ground, never seen again. 111 for 7. Welcome back, Sarah. Is it as hot in South Africa as it is here today?
I must say I haven't been in South Africa since November last year, but I was in Australia for a season, so it was rather warm there. I must say it's a bit of a shock to the system after all the rain.
Abbott is in bowls, and 4th delivery in succession is quite a long way outside off stump, and Andrew Mead can just watch it sail through into the gloves of Ben Brown. That was a not very good maiden over from Kyle Abbott. 10 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 10. So maintaining his excellent record against Somerset. The scoreboards are back up and running, and they reveal that Somerset remain on 111 for 7 with just the 1 over to go before the tea interval.
And it will be Tom Press bowling that last over before tea. Right arm off spinner. Looks like he'll be going right arm round to the left-handed Wagner. That is pitched rather straight, and Wagner's worked that onto the left side. Not left side, leg side. Worked that onto the leg side. Mid-wicket region. Fielder sort of picks that up. No run there. Tom Press coming in again. And that's pitched a bit straighter, gone down leg. Sort of just worked that round his pad quite well, just for the single.
It's a leg by, isn't it?
Leg by, maybe, yeah.
Is it?
Oh, there you go.
It is-
Yeah. A leg bar is signalled. I thought I got a bit of bat
Oh
on
dear,
that.
scoreboards are gone again.
They must be also battling with the heat.
I think they probably are.
Luckily,
What is it, 112 for 7 now?
Tom Press coming right on over to the right-handed Umid, and Umid just leaves that very well. Umid is currently the second highest contributor for Somerset with 26 runs. The highest being Tom Lamonby. Pressed in again. Umid gives himself a bit of space and sort of punches that into the cover region. Cover sweeper picks that up, and that's just the one, bringing Neil Wagner on strike. And this means Tom Press will probably change to round the wicket, and he has changed to round the wicket to the left-handed Neil Wagner. Comes in, and it's very straight. Neil Wagner just defends that lightly onto the leg side for no run. Neil Wagner, the South African-born New Zealand cricket player. And again, Tom Press, very straight, and that's worked around. I think this time round, leg bars may be signalled. The umpire stuck out his hand to signal that he will be calling once the ball's done.
And that's tea.
That is tea. Somerset end on 112 for 7 after that over. 2 leg bars in that over.
Yeah, very definitely Hampshire's session. Somerset losing 6 wickets during the course of the afternoon, and we've lost our connection to the BBC, which we will hope to restore during the tea interval. And I hope that all of you listeners on a live stream out there can rejoin us in around about 20 minutes' time.
be fair to the club, the main guy here has just been using the facility. I forget who it is. Who is it? Yeah, me, Sarah. Sarah, what's yours? Yeah, right, so I want to put 214. Oh God, that's hot. It's just a metal on there.
Like I said, it's getting hot.
Whoa. Oh, this is great. Right, welcome back to the Ageas Bowl. Have we said it's hot? I don't think we've mentioned that it's hot today yet, but let me tell you that it is. In fact, it is so hot that I've just picked up the metal parts to my earphones and it almost scalded my fingers. That's how hot it is. Sarah, you're used to this, being from South Africa.
I should be, but I feel like the weather we've had in England this summer has been rather rainy and miserable. Well, let me not just bash all the weather. There's been some lovely weather, but I think the cold weather has sort of made me a bit soft when it comes to the heat.
It doesn't take long before the weather here wears you down. Now, let me also tell you that my desk here, and it's a wooden desk, or that sort of wood anyway, some sort of wood chipboard. Now, I reckon I can fry an egg on that. So that will give you an idea of just how hot. Now, if it's hot like that here, imagine what it's like being out in the field.
Oh, I do. I would love to be playing some cricket right now, but you know what? I do not envy them playing in this heat. I played yesterday and I was in for quite a few overs. I think I batted for about 30, 40 overs, close, somewhere in between there. And it was not pleasant, I can tell you that now. I came off red as a tomato and it took me quite a few minutes to recover. I had to go and buy myself quite a few sports drinks.
Right, 1:14 for 7 then Somerset find themselves as we go into the evening session on day 2 of this Championship Division 1 game. Somerset currently, as I say, 1:14 for 7. Hampshire this morning were bowled out for 308. It was a tough session for the visitors here. They lost their 6 wickets in the space of 49 runs. They went from 32 for 1 at lunch to 114 for 7. Now they were 51 for 1 and were at one stage, when Ben Green was the last of those 6 wickets that fell, they lost. They were 100 for 7, 6 for 49. Was the space that those wickets fell in. Keith Barker is going to get the evening session underway. He has picked up 4 of those wickets. In fact, he picked up 1 just before lunch. That was Sean Dixon, picked up 3 of those 6 wickets. Here he is then, left arm over, bowling to the left-hander Wagner, and bowls, and Wagner drives into the covers, and there is no run. So happily, as we've always been, we're on the we're on the live picture feed, which is going out via the Hampshire Cricket website and app. That's also being beamed back even to the Somerset Cricket website. We've always been on that, but there was a few technical problems on the BBC Sport website and app, and thankfully we think we've solved them, so we are back on all mediums, so you can listen to us and you can watch us, you can pick us all up. Later, Anthony Gibson, he's still here, keeping out the sun. Dave Allen's still here, but it's myself, Kevin James and Sarah Barber taking you through this first period of play as Wagner works it up to mid-on. And there is no run. Good session that, wasn't it, that afternoon session for Hampshire, Sarah?
It was a brilliant session for Hampshire. It's a bit difficult to tell whether it was just incredible bowling or whether it was mistakes made by the batters which cost them their wickets. But I do feel like we can't take away credit from the bowlers for their performance in this heat. Keith Barker has bowled incredibly well. Kyle Abbott bowled an absolutely lovely ball.
Barker comes in, bowls. Wagner drives into the gap between mid-off and extra cover. He'll pick up a single. Moves on to 8.
Kyle Abbott did bowl an absolutely lovely ball to just miss green. So can't fault them there. But Hampshire have bowled pretty well, I'd say. Just using the slight movement, I think they're getting off the pitch at the minute.
Yep. No, certainly. And I don't think Somerset bowled badly, but remember they're without their first choice attack. No Craig Overton, no Josh Davey, to name but 2.
Yeah, I think he's their highest wicket taker in the county championship competition at the moment with 39 wickets. I don't think any of their other bowlers are sort of reaching those heights.
It's played out on the offside by Andy Umeed. He's played quite attractively for his 27 so far. Yeah, whereas Hampshire, of course, are at full strength, which does make a difference in a tightish game, which this is.
Although missing John Turner, I don't know if he would be included in this squad, but possibly with that side injury after being, in the 100 he got that side injury, I think.
He did, yeah, playing for Trent Rockets. Was in the England squad, had to be pulled out of it because of it, which is a shame. The first time he'd made it. Here's Barker around the wicket, driven into the ground. It goes over the head of Barker. They'll take a quick single up to mid-on. Throw comes in. Ben Brown has to quickly move from behind the stumps to back up. 116 for 7 here at Somerset, and the umpire is having a look at Keith Barker's follow-through. That's umpire Rob Bailey at the far end. Barker, and we said this yesterday actually, Sarah, that with Neil Wagner bowling, he does get off the pitch pretty quickly actually. He's very good.
Yeah.
Barker as a left armer doesn't get off the pitch quite as quickly, so he's the one really, those footmarks that the bowlers will be looking to bowl into more than Neil Wagner's. Here's Barker bowls. Wagner drives back to Barker, who uses his football skills to kick that ball, stop it, and then just kick it away to the fielder. Most people will have got down with their hands, but Keith Barker, who you may or may not know, was on the books of a couple of professional football clubs before he decided to take up cricket.
So incredibly talented sportsman. Yeah, those footholds from Keith Barker coming left arm over the wicket can prove quite, I suppose, helpful to some right-handed bowlers bowling to right-handers.
Yeah.
So incredibly helpful to those bowlers.
Definitely.
And it looks like Tom Prest is coming back onto... Liam Dawson, is coming back onto bowl. With Andy Umeed on strike, the right-hander, who is currently, I think, the highest contributor for Somerset, with 28 runs off of 77 balls.
Yeah, Tom Lammerby with 27, the next highest, yeah.
Liam Dawson coming left arm round the wicket to the right-handed Umeed, and that is rather straight, and it's driven to the mid-off region, but there's only a long off, so that goes for 1 run. That brings the left-hander Neil Wagner onto strike.
There didn't seem a lot there for Dawson to work with. There is some rough there, isn't there? But bowling to Wagner before tea, nothing really sort of misbehaved out of it, did it?
There's one sort of, after the follow-through, there's one sort of quite big foothold that I can see. Left arm over to Neil Wagner. That's defended and pushed onto the leg side. Picked up by that close fielder. Given back. There's one that seems a bit sort of deep, but that could be my eyes deceiving me, to be fair. Left arm over. And that has pushed Neil Wagner back. It kept quite low and he's pushed it onto the leg side, sort of leg side sweeper region. Leg side sweeper has picked that up and brought that in. That's only the 1 run there. Umeed seems to be just checking his markings. Liam Dawson coming in again, left arm round to the right-handed Umeed. And that was rather straight coming into Umeed, and he has defended that for no run. Jeepers, this heat is rather... It's increasing quite a bit, to be fair. Liam Dawson in again to Umeed. That's rather straight, and that's been driven straight to the extra cover fielder for no run. I think Umeed probably just changed his stance a bit to give himself a bit more access to the offside looks. A bit more of an open stance.
Yeah, he's a very correct player though, isn't he? Nice sort of stand.
Around again, given himself space, and he's cut that just in front of the point fielder, and that means the cover sweeper has come in to grab that just for the 1 run, and that is the end of the over. That takes Somerset to 118 for 7 off 50 overs.
Still trailing by 189. Barker 4 for 23 from 10. Dawson just the 1 wicket. That for James Rue. Reflex catch at short leg by Fletcher Middleton. Rue out for 7. I have to say, I haven't seen too much of James Rue in the past, but the one innings that I did see, he got a double 100 at Taunton. So I, for one, was happy to see him go fairly early. But he is a mighty fine prospect at 19 years of age. I'm sure there's some tour or two that's beckoning for him this winter. We'll have to wait and see. Here's Barker around the wicket. Bounce to Amid. Amid drives back to the bowler. This time he uses his hands.
There you go.
Barker.
Talking about James Rue and how talented he is, he has a 15-year-old brother who's younger than him. Well, obviously younger than him if he's 15, but Thomas Rue, and he's apparently also an incredible talent coming through the Somerset setups.
Wow.
So quite exciting talent for Somerset.
2 Rues.
2 Rues.
Yeah. Could be a feature of the Somerset lineup in years to come as Amid drives, that goes up to mid-on. There is no run. We're into the 51st over, by the way, of this innings. So as you can imagine, that ball is nice and soft. So yeah, that's something to look forward to, isn't it?
Definitely something.
He's an even better player. Wow. Because I think he looks a real talent. We haven't seen that today. A lot of fans around the ground probably haven't seen James Rue back before. We'll be saying, well, we'll have to wait until the next time. But those of us that went, and there was a few Hampshire supporters that went to Taunton earlier in the season, would have had a good look at him. And he can play. Well, there's a man that's short mid-on for Amid. And there's a man at short mid-wicket as well. Amid drives into the ground. Good diving stop, Dawson first slip. Good reaction. It was all on the ground, so there was no danger of worrying about whether that carried or didn't carry. Just a very good stop.
Was indeed. Great reflexes.
Was. Love that. Well, Dawson's been out in this heat for on 2 days. Certainly earning his money at the moment. He's still got energy. As Barker comes in round the wicket again to Amid. Amid leaves that one alone. That's gone through on the second bounce to Ben Brown. He's picked it up cleanly as well. Good stop.
Like you said, probably the ball just getting a bit soft, so the carry isn't as good.
Yeah. Sarah's getting the laptop out of the way because that will fry.
Well, it's starting to feel a bit like the table about to be able to boil an egg, or not boil, fry an egg on top of it. Yeah. Don't want that crashing.
I reckon I won't go home tonight. I'll just fry up on the desk. It's an evening meal, then no problem.
Brilliant plan.
So that's a way to save the planet. Outside the off stump, and this time Brown has to dive to his right to take that one. Yeah, we could do our own bit for the green, saving the planet. We won't use any gas or electricity. We'll just fry up on the desk tonight.
Fry up on the desk, heat up some baked beans. I don't know, we'll probably have to settle for slices of cold ham. Sounds like a good dinner to me.
There we are, and we can say we've done a bit for the planet. There you go, easy. It's as easy as that. I think there was a game at Warwickshire the other day where they made it a green match. I started to read it. There's an article on the BBC Sport website if you want to read that one. It's pushed up towards short mid-on where Prest comes across and fields. End of the over from Barker. That's a maiden. 11 overs. 4 maidens, 4 for 23. Somerset 119 for 7. I haven't read it yet, but it is on the BBC Sport website about a recent game at Warwickshire. I think in the last few days. Was it an international, wasn't it? Where it was it was billed as the first green match. Now what they did, I think they were asking people to walk to the game, which would have been interesting if you were the other end of Birmingham. That would have been fun. But I think that was one of the measures. There were others, but it may be worth a read, and I will read it probably tonight when I get a bit more time. But yeah, it's the first green. So-called green, or a green match. Yeah, so yeah, what they did and what they didn't do, I don't know.
It's good that Dawson in again, and that has been pulled onto the leg side. A lovely classical drive, not really pulled, but driven onto the leg side, aerial, and that is few bounces, and that is 4 runs for the left-handed Neil Wagner. That was a lovely shot down the ground. Brilliant to see. It's good to see cricket doing their part to sort of join in the green. Saving the planet.
Yeah. When Durham comes up to Division 1, that will all go out the window. We'll be in the cars flying and everything.
Liam Dawson in again, left arm over to the left-handed Neil Wagner. That has moved in and taken out the stumps. What a ball. That is lovely bowling. Neil Wagner was sort of pushed back a bit by Liam Dawson. That was a brilliant length of bowl and moved into Neil Wagner, and that has taken out the stumps. looks like it's gone through a bit of a gate. That's actually looked like it ragged a few miles. That is a brilliant ball. And Neil Wagner now departs. After hitting a lovely 4, he departs for 9 runs off 30 balls.
So Hampshire continue to winkle through this Somerset batting order. That's probably the first one that's really done a little bit out of the rough, didn't it? It came back at him a little bit. It didn't bounce abnormally. It probably didn't behave abnormally, but it definitely got a bit of help out of the rough, didn't it?
Oh yes, incredibly so. That was a brilliant ball to watch. Straight through the gate too, because Neil Wagner was just pushed back onto his back foot, and then he started getting, it looked like he was quite cramped for space because it cut in so much.
Yep.
It was lovely bowling from Liam Dawson. Well rewarded. Having a lovely game he is so far.
2 wickets for Liam Dawson to go with his 115. Can't keep him out of the headlines, Liam Dawson. He's had a good season. Maybe not the first month, and he admitted that. I spoke to him last night, actually. You can see that interview on the Hampshire Cricket website or app, or part of that on our BBC Solent Sport Twitter feed at Solent Sport. But he talks about, the first month was a little bit difficult for him. I know he was struggling for runs, and he was saying, where's my next run coming from, blah, 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 and that often happens. But bat and ball in the last few weeks, he's been one of the premier players, it has to be said, in this country. And I know after the semi-final, where he picked up 7 for nothing, a lot of journalists were asking him, is he ready to be back in the England one-day squad for the World Cup in the winter? We'll have to wait and see. Will he be chosen? Certainly form-wise, he's got every chance. 123 for 8 then Somerset. 185 behind.
And Jack Brooke comes into bat, a right-hander who had quite a successful bowling spell or spells in the first innings when Hampshire were batting and Somerset were bowling, with the figures of a 5 for 56 off 23.2 overs, sort of ending the innings there for Hampshire, taking the final wicket. Right-handed batter with a left-handed Liam Dawson coming round the wicket to the right-handed batter. That leaves Somerset with 2 wickets in hand. Liam Dawson into Jack Brooks. That is rather straight, and that is well defended by Jack Brooks and hit straight to the extra cover fielder. Seeming that one sort of just kept a bit straighter. Liam Dawson in again to Jack Brooks, the right-handed batter. That one was a tad fuller, defended again, and Liam Dawson just grabs that for no run.
I wonder what Hamid's going to do here. Interesting. Now he's running out of partners.
Left arm round, and that is full again and defended for no run. I think he'd probably be asking his partners to come in and just act as a bit of a hold while he can try and score some runs, unless he starts to become a bit more aggressive. Although he has had a bit more of a aggressive style than a few. Dawson, and again, nice and full and straight, and that is a dot ball to end the over. That takes Somerset for 123 for 8. 1 wicket in that over and 1 boundary, 4 runs. Neil Wagner departing for 9 runs in that over.
Thank you, Sarah.
Thank you.
So it's going to take a break, mainly get out of the sun. That's what we call a break up here now. It's getting out of the sun. There'll be Dave Allen, who's back in the sun. And it's quite interesting, actually. Anthony Gibson, Dave Allen were right at the back of the box where the shade was. Were locked in, but now they're in the limelight, in the heat of the moment. Welcome back, Dave.
Thank you. I've been sat on the step at the bottom. I haven't got a clue what's going on in the cricket, but there's air conditioning by the step.
Wonderful. Here's Barker around the wicket. Bowls. He comes down the wicket. That's what he's going to try and do. He gets a big top edge, goes down to third, and that'll be 4. 2 paces down the wicket. He's having a thrash there at Keith Barker. I think we know what he's going to do here, Dave. I think that he's just telegraphed that.
Yep. I guess it's sensible. I've seen Brooks bat before. I don't suppose there's any reason to anticipate a huge score from him, but we shall see.
So 127 for 8, 181 runs behind here, Somerset.
It's a good day for Hampshire in terms of, if they are chasing prize money, that 3rd place because the two teams in 4th and 5th are Warwickshire and Somerset. Well, Somerset are obviously struggling here. Warwickshire have been bowled out by Surrey, 230 or so odd behind. I suspect again that Surrey will bat again, but Warwickshire aren't going to win that game, so they're going to come out of it unless they get an amazing draw. They're going to come out of it with 3 points, which is their game in hand on us. And we've already got more points than that from this game, so
4 so far to Somerset's 3 as Barker comes in round the wicket to Hamid, who drives hard along the ground. That's going past mid-on, it is. Despite the best efforts of, I think that's James Fuller, diving across. He's had a quiet time in the field so far, hasn't been required to bowl.
no.
And that was another shot from Hamid, which again is telegraphing his intent. He moves on to 34, and it's 127 for 8, and Somerset are 181 behind. It's vitally important, of course, Somerset. Not so much for the follow-on, because I don't think Hampshire will.
No.
It's 177 actually behind. I don't think Hampshire will enforce it at all. Hamid just pushes that back to Barker. Probably feels he's done enough of the first 2 balls, but I can't see any way that Hampshire will enforce the follow-on.
No,
And so for Somerset now, it's important they get as close as they can to Hampshire's first innings total. Try and not give themselves too much to do in the second innings, although I think it's fair to say they'll have to do a lot come day 4. And that's unusual in itself here, going into day 4. I don't think we've had I know there's been a bit of rain. I think one game went into day 4, but only because of rain. But I don't think we've had actually a 4-day game here. It's pulled away by Hamid. Not timed. Ball trickles out to deepest square leg. Moves on to 39.
I was saying to you off air earlier that I'd worked out the number of overs that have been bowled in matches, and I mean, I could tell you 250 against Notts here. Well, if you think that, I mean, let's say with change of innings and so on, a 3-day game here would last 270, 280 overs.
Yeah.
So Notts was 250, the first one, for example.
There's Barker to Brooks this time. Brooks is outside leg stump, almost pushing at that one through to Brown.
Warwickshire 223, so well below 3. Northants 207, well below 3. Middlesex 265, just below 3, equivalent of, that is. And Essex 184. So we've never played a game that, in terms of average number of overs, has actually equalled anything into the 4th day here.
Yeah.
And this might be the first one this season.
Well, I think, and definitely the wicket is of a different nature than what we've seen here this season. Here's Barker to Brooks. Brooks gets a thickish outside edge, bounces in front of second slip. James Vince picks it up, and that will be the end of the over. Keith Barker searching for his first 5-wicket haul of the season. He's 4 for 32 from 12, and Somerset at 132 for 8, trail by 176.
Yeah, he's bowled well today, Keith Barker. We made fighting a lone cause, really, trying to keep Somerset alive and keep them going. One of only 3 men, no, only 2 men have got to 20. Lammonby got 27. Mead is into the 30s, so it's a bit surprising. I was looking at Dawson in the last over and wondering if it was time for a break, and maybe even Fuller, and then of course he took the wicket, and I thought, well, it's a good job I'm not captain. He's going to bowl again. Here he is. And that's come off the edge very, very fast between Brown and Vince. It's almost not a chance, really.
Well, no, Vince got a hand on it.
But I think he did sort of get a hand on it, but it didn't look like a... But it was more like a gesture, don't you think, really, than... it just went so fast, which I guess is the advantage of hitting hard at it. Well, anyway, it's run away to third man for 4. It would have been a superb catch, but it wasn't. 43 not out to Hamid now. Dawson bowls again, and Hamid comes down, and this time, and Dawson keeps doing that. The ball goes to a boundary, and the next ball he bowls something absolutely terrific, and this one just span away from Hamid as he used his feet. Really intelligent bowling from Dawson, who realised that Hamid was on the charge, probably every ball really, and he just bowled it slightly short of a length, slightly flat, got some spin, turned away. Brown took the ball, and Umaid's decent little innings is over, and he's stumped by Brown of Dawson for his highest for Somerset. Thank you, Anthony, just calling to us there. Umaid's highest score for Somerset in first-class cricket, and he's getting a decent round of applause from a not completely Hampshire crowd. There's quite a few Somerset supporters who are here. I've seen one or two of the people who were certainly on the committee once upon a time. I'm not sure if they still are. Richard Parsons, who I'm sure some of you will know. I saw him this morning, had a little chat. It was nice to see those guys. Although at that moment I was not stopping and talking to anybody really. I was charging around bits of the Ageas Bowl because I'd put my computer down somewhere and forgotten where I'd put it. And I was having complete nightmares and suddenly realising that actually I probably couldn't really live my life properly any longer without a computer, which is a bit sad when you think that I got through the first 40 years of it without having one. But I found it. I'd left it on the desk in the shop and nobody had said anything about it. I walked in eventually after half an hour of desperation and somebody said, "Is that your computer, Dave?" And it was. So that was a dodgy start to the day really, but it's been all right since then. Well, Bashir is in. I don't know whether he'll live up to his name as a batter. Bashir the batter. But he's in at number 11. Spin bowl, of course. And as we had this morning, it's a 10 and 11 last wicket partnership. Most of the field are now closing in. There's an extra helmet coming on. I think it's Tom Prest who's going to come in. Is he going to come into Silly Point? I think he probably is. Yes, he is. So there's a slip and a Silly Point, and Dawson now has 3 wickets. And he bowls that very flat at Bashir, and Bashir just gets down on it. Actually kept a bit low. That's not the first one. It's almost the only mischief really that we've seen in the pitch. Although Hampshire has certainly bowled well enough to exploit what there is there. Dawson comes in and bowls again, and Bashir is forward and plays it defensively back to Dawson. So there are, 26.2 overs left. So I reckon Hampshire are going to bat about 20 overs tonight unless something very remarkable happens with the 10th wicket. Bashir plays that off his legs quite nicely really. It's gone out to square leg. They're only going to take a single. I don't think anybody's too interested in either of them keeping the strike. They just keep moving around. But Prest gives the helmet back to James Vince, who puts it down behind the wicketkeeper, and Prest goes out to cover. So slightly more defensive field. There's still only one man out on the cover boundary to Brooks, and that certainly turned rather like the last one. It was a really good ball again. It beats the outside of the too good for Brooks to get an edge, I suppose we might say about that one. And at the end of the over, Somerset 137 for 9 with 26 overs remaining. The new ball is not going to, well, I hope the new ball isn't going to play, but as an entirely biased Hampshire commentator, I hope we don't get to the new ball, because the 54 overs have been bowled. But Dawson now has 21 overs, 4 maidens, 3 for 61. So you can see what kind of captain I would be when I was thinking about getting him off 2 minutes ago. I hope his folks aren't listening. If you're listening, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. 2 slips in now.
So we're into the last 2 of Somerset, numbers 10 and 11. And Peter Chapman has emailed solentcricket@gmail.com. He's in Penzance. He says we need to get these tailenders out, which in the past has been something of a problem for the Hampshire bowlers. Well, it probably has, but I don't think it's exclusive to Hampshire. I think there's a few counties around would probably say the same. Barker bowls always pad first, always been given out OBW, and I'm not convinced that everybody out there was convinced by that decision, but it's been given out anyway. And there is Barker's 5 wickets. I don't think anybody can deny that he's deserved it on this occasion, and probably over the season it's been long overdue. And he has 5 for 32 from 12.1 overs. And it is Brooks, the last one to go. Somerset 137 all out. Now, technically, Hampshire could enforce the follow-on, but whether or not they do, we'll have to wait and see. My guess is they won't.
Yeah.
But we'll just have to wait and see. But it was interesting. All the Hampshire players came up to congratulate Keith Barker. And he's took 14 wickets in the championship before this game. But I think he's benefited from the one-day cup where he's bowled some good spells. And he's come back a lot more on it. And he's just bowled a lot more accurate, bowled more potentially wicket-taking balls. And so it's proved.
Yeah.
5 for 32.
Yeah. And interesting, I was talking earlier on at the change of the other innings. I was asking why are they having a heavy roller on? Well, there's no evidence that the heavy roller did Somerset any good. And it's interesting that now, this change of innings, Hampshire have chosen the small roller, the light roller. So I don't know really.
Do they get a choice? I don't know. Do you get one choice in a game?
I
There's all
think
sorts
you
of
do
different
now.
rules.
There was a time when you could only use the heavy roller so many times. I think you can always choose the light one.
Yeah. Right, it was Bashir. Apologies, the last man out. So that left Jack Brooks not out. Bashir went for one. The top scorer in the innings was Andrew Amead, 43 off 93 balls with 5 fours and 1 6. The next best was Tom Namaby at the top of the order with 27. And well done to Keith Barker, 5 for 32, well backed up by Liam Dawson with 3 for 61. And with Somerset all out 137, they trail by 171. Now the tannoy at this end is hopeless. I'm not sure whether it actually mentioned who was following on and who wasn't, but we'll take a break, and when we're back I can certainly tell you that somebody will be batting in just under 10 minutes time.
Well, welcome back to the Ageas Bowl, where the Somerset fielding side just emerging from the shadows in front of the Rod Bransgrove Pavilion at the far end of the ground. Somerset with a deficit on first innings of 171. Hampshire have not enforced the follow-on, very much as expected, and will look to pile on the runs this evening and again well into tomorrow. And then expect, I was going to say hope, but I think expect to bowl Somerset out for not very many in the second innings. Judging by the way that Somerset have batted in their first innings, they have not, the Somerset batsmen, covered themselves with glory. Have they, Dave Allen?
They haven't, although I think in fairness to them, Hampshire bowled very well, but no, I agree with you. I think, and it was a shame for Umeed that he was left high and dry really, and gave it away at a point where he couldn't do much else. But yeah, one or two got in and didn't go on. There we are.
Here come the Hampshire opening batsman, Fletcher Middleton.
On a pair, of course.
On a pair.
And Toby Albert playing his third first-class match, but his first championship match for Hampshire. He's had an odd start in a way, really. He played a first-class match for Hampshire against Sri Lanka A. Then he played on loan for Kent against Nottinghamshire earlier this season. So he's finally, in his third first-class match, making his county championship debut for his home county.
Looks like Lewis Gregory's going to take the new ball from this hotel end, which suggests that Jack Brooks will take the new ball from the pavilion end, which is exactly what Somerset did first time around when Hampshire made 308 in their first innings.
Dawson bowled a long spell. I mean, Bashir is not the equivalent of Dawson by any means, but given that he's a spinner, would you see him bowling more?
I think he'll bowl a lot, yep.
Yeah.
Yep. Right, 3 slips go down. It's Toby Albert on strike, Lewis Gregory to bowl to him. He's in and bowls outside the off stump, long way off there. Outside the off stump, it goes through barely ankle height to James Rew, just a gentle loosener from Lewis Gregory.
There were one or two balls in the Somerset innings that just kept a bit low, and I wonder whether it might start to do that a bit more over the last 2 days.
It's a slow pitch.
Yeah,
it'll get slower as the game goes on. Very few nicks have been carrying through to the slips. Gregory in and bowls, and this one takes off a little bit and is taken shoulder height by James Rew. So some inconsistent bounce early on with the new ball.
That's because I mentioned the ball keeping low. Albert, what I have said that I didn't see so much of yesterday's play, although I was here all day. I did notice that he was very content just to keep leaving anything outside the off stump. He
batted quite nicely. He looked to be just getting into his stride when he got himself out. Gregory in and bowls shorter and just worked down into the offside. Sean Dixon with the fielding at backward point. The slips are Tom Abel at first slip, Andy Umeed at second, and Tom Lammonby, I think, at third. We've got a backward point, extra cover, mid off, mid on, mid wicket, and a long leg, as Somerset look to get in amongst the Hampshire batting second time around. This is driven nicely by Albert, but well fielded by Shoaib Bashir, tumbling to his left in the covers. I don't think it would have gone for 4 with Sean Dixon poised to set off in pursuit, but Bashir certainly saved his side a couple of runs there. It's a blazing hot afternoon here at the Ageas Bowl.
I think it's difficult to convey actually on radio.
I think it's the hottest I've ever been whilst commentating on a cricket match.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Yeah. It's partly now the sun is dropping low and it's bouncing off our shiny tabletop, and there's all sorts of elements that are adding to it.
Gregory to Albert, and I think Albert just drew his bat inside the line of a ball, leaving him outside the off stump. He realised fairly early on that he didn't need to play a shot at that. Gregory can make it go both ways. He can swing it late and move it off the seam, both away from the bat and into the pads of the right-handed batsman. Tractor driver away in the distance, doing his best to lift Somerset spirits. Go on, Louis. Go on, boys. It's Gregory in and bowls, and Albert defends, and fairly uneventful first over, which was a maiden from Lewis Gregory. Not a bad over, but comfortably survived by Toby Albert, and nothing done so far.
No. It was interesting yesterday that Gubbins played a very, very painstaking defensive innings. Scoring rate, I'm not sure. I mean, over the season it's been around 40, and he's done an invaluable job for Hampshire, but that's not, in this context, particularly what they'll need, and I wonder whether...
Do you think they'll be looking for reasonably quick runs second time around to give themselves as long as possible to bowl Somerset out on this pitch?
I think reasonably quick. They're certainly, I would be surprised to see them do anything daft, at least until they get, I suppose if they got up to 150 for 2, then they really might push on. They might promote somebody like James Fuller. I think initially reasonably quick would be the answer, yeah. So it is going to be Jack Brooks, as Anthony suggested, from the pavilion end. He bowls, and Fletcher Middleton, who is, well, I was going to say sweating on a pear, but I can't imagine anybody in this ground who's not sweating on something at the minute. But he didn't score in the first innings.
Wonderful air conditioning in the hotel.
Yes,
beneath our feet.
Yes, that's right. I've been sitting at the bottom step that leads up here, the gantry, which is, and that's cooler. Brooks bowls, and again Middleton just covers up, plays it up to mid-on, and there's no run. And in fact, I'm going to go there in a minute because I'm doing a very short spell now, and any minute I'm going to hand back to Sarah at the end of this over, who looks quite warm as well. But there again, she comes from South Africa, so you're okay in this, aren't you? Really? This is like home. Yeah. So it's Jack Brooks again. Not a long run for a quick bowler, but plenty of body action, and the ball again is just pushed up to mid-on for no run. So 9 balls bowled in the innings so far, and as Anthony said, it's uneventful.
Yep, 3 slips. Gregory, Umeed and Lammonby. 1, 2 and 4 really.
Yeah.
Tom Abel captaining at extra cover, his usual animated self.
Brooks bowls, and Middleton drives up to mid-off, and again there's no run. There will be a further, can't see, 21 overs after this, I think it says that.
So yeah.
We're at an angle to both scoreboards.
21 overs, that's probably an hour and a half, isn't it?
So yeah, probably is, yeah.
6 or thereabouts.
Yeah. Brooks bowls, Middleton lets that one go outside the off stump. So Brooks at least is on the whole. I mean, we noticed that one because Brooks on the whole is making him play, which you have to do with that new ball. But
well, he does swing it, does Jack Brooks.
Well, he swung that one that got Dawson this morning, didn't he? Goodness,
did.
I thought that was going down leg side, and it just whipped back. Got him in front. He bowls, and Middleton drives, looks for a moment as though it's going to evade mid-on and get him off the mark, but doesn't. It's another maiden, and after that exhausting 2-over spell, I shall go and have a rest.
Thank you. That's Dave Allen, Hampshire's honorary historian stroke archivist. Official historian archivist. Elsewhere, what's happening elsewhere? Northants against Lancashire. Lancashire 324 for 6, so they're closing in on a lead of 100 over Northants, who made 232 in their first innings. Warwickshire have been bowled out by Surrey for 161, and Surrey have enforced the follow-on. and taken 2 Warwickshire wickets in the second innings for 19 runs. This is outside the off stump from Gregory to Toby Albert. And finally in the first division, Essex 260 for 8 against Middlesex. They looked early on as if they were going to run away with it, Essex, with a first wicket partnership of 122, but Middlesex have come back into it, thanks not least to Josh De Carey's, Mike Atherton's boy, who has taken 6 wickets, 6 for 100, which I am fairly sure is his best performance in first-class cricket. Gregory's in and bowls, and this is a defensive shot from Toby Albert. Now, Sarah Barber, if you were the Hampshire captain, how would you go about this second innings? Would you just look to occupy the crease and accumulate, or would you look to score some quick runs in order to maximise the time you have to bowl Somerset out a second time?
I'd say after the Somerset batting innings, even though I probably wouldn't like to say it wasn't very... it wasn't ideal for the amount of time they occupy the crease, so I'd say Hampshire go for occupying the crease until the end of the day and then teeing off maybe a tad tomorrow.
That's a good ball from Gregory, which is defended. We're in the third over, no run on the board yet, so Hampshire clearly in no hurry just yet. But, it's strange though that the spirit of Bazball, of playing attacking cricket with a smile on your face, doesn't seem to have permeated down to the county game to any great extent, does it?
Well, I've said to a few people early on, I don't, like, maybe this is because I'm from South Africa or a different culture in cricket, but I don't understand how it sort of started from the top. I would expect it to start at county level.
Here's Gregory in and bowls, and defensive shot from Albert. But if Ben Stokes was captaining here today, A, he would have enforced the follow-on for sure, and B, if he hadn't enforced the follow-on, I appreciate this contradiction in terms. His batsman would have been under instructions to go out, get some quick runs, get a lead of 350, 400 as quickly as possible, and then bowl Somerset out.
Definitely is an entertaining brand of cricket, I will say that.
Yeah, absolutely.
But I also do love a sort of traditional longer format of the game too.
Gregory in the bowls, full length, and just a little bit of in-swing there from Lewis Gregory to Toby Albert, who has faced 11 deliveries. He's taken Gregory from this hotel end, just 1 ball remaining in the third over. It doesn't make for very entertaining cricket for the crowd, though. You haven't got a big crowd here today, and I just wonder to what extent there is that connection. As Gregory's in a bowls on leg stump, and nicely taken by James Rue behind, and Toby Albert missed out there. That's the first one that Gregory has let slip down the leg side. It was there for the taking. He tried to help it on its way down to the fine leg boundary, missed, and it's the end of a third maiden over, and the lead remains 171.
As the afternoon goes on, it seems that the sun starts to be seeping more and more into our comm box, I'd say. Luckily I remember my sunglasses, because it would have been quite a bright commentary session for me if I don't know if I'd managed. I'd have to be standing over there like I was peering into the distance to cover the sun.
Yeah, there's quite a lot of glare as well, isn't there, off the roof of the pavilion and the roof of the Shane Warne stand.
Oh, definitely. The roof of the pavilion always sort of reminds me a bit of a circus. I don't know if I'm the only one that feels yeah. But like those traditional like circus
big top.
Yeah, big top. That's what you call it. But yeah, that's what it always reminds me of. I don't know why. Jack Brooks in again to bowl to Fletcher Middleton. Right arm over to Fletcher Middleton. That's pitch nice and full and straight, and Middleton's worked that round his hip into sort of the mid-wicket region. It's not going to go all the way, but it's going to be a good chase from the fielder out there, and a big throw, not quite as accurate as needed, but that is 2 runs to Fletcher Middleton off that ball.
Sean Dixon, I think, with the fielding there.
Very quick turnaround, pick up and throw. It was incredible to see.
No, it wasn't. It was Ben Green.
There you go, Ben Green. I must say, it seems like the crowd has all sort of filtered into the shaded area. There are a few still braving the sun to our left, it seems. Jack Brooks in again, right arm over to the right-handed Fletcher Middleton. That's a bit straighter, almost works round the pad. If that moved away, I think he could have been in a tad bit of trouble, but maybe I'm a bit of an angle to see that. But nevertheless, that's a dot ball.
We're down at the sort of a fine third man position in relation to the pitch, which is a pretty good vantage point, but the pitch is quite a long way away. We're well set back in the hotel.
Jack Brooks in again, nice and straight. Fletcher Middleton works that round to sort of the just in front of square region, and that is stopped but not picked up. If that was a pickup, that could have been a close call, I'd say.
Yep, Sean Dixon there, quickly onto it, but maybe just took his eye off the ball momentarily to see where the batsmen were, line up the stumps for the throw, and in that instant he missed the ball.
That takes Middleton on strike. I'd say that's probably a common mistake that a lot of youngsters make, taking their eyes off the ball. Jack Brooks in against the right-hander. That's also moved in a bit and worked round the hip. A good length, worked round the hip, and the keeper goes to fetch that, which is the youngster James Rue.
Yeah, James Rue, who was got out rather than getting himself out. Good ball from Liam Dixon, a bit of turn, took the inside edge and went straight to Fletcher Middleton, who took a very good sharp catch at forward short leg.
Very agile, quick reactions, brilliant catch. Jack Brooks in again, the right-hander. That is nice and straight, very good length from Jack Brooks to Albert for no run. Just defended. A very good ball, I'd say.
How does a pitch like this compare with the sort of pitches you play cricket on in South Africa?
It's very hard to say, because in South Africa, obviously, you're travelling like far distances. If I were to travel from my original home ground to Johannesburg, it changed completely. Jack Brooks in again, and that's just outside off, and that has been misplayed. Sort of looking to punch it through the covers, but I think mistimed it a tad, and that is no run. It really depends on where you play. Like, if you go to Durban, it can be a bit more of a spinner's wicket. If you go to Johannesburg, the wickets change quite a bit.
Got any really genuinely quick wickets out there?
I haven't come across any like myself personally playing, but I'm sure they're genuinely quick in, I'd say, probably the half-out regions.
Right.
Which is Johannesburg, Pretoria. Good for our quicks, but generally spinners, I think, would probably like the likes of Durban a bit more. I think that's generally when South Africa bring a few more spinners into their squads when we play in Durban, and maybe the coast somewhere like Cape Town. But I know Vernon Philander is quite well known for being quite a good bowler, prolific bowler at Newlands.
Gregory, who's going to bowl his third over from this hotel end, and he beats the defensive push of Fletcher Middleton. I think, I mean, in this country, I think pitches are a real problem from the point of view of the attractiveness of red ball 4-day cricket. You get a lot of pitches like this, which are pretty slow. There isn't much in it to encourage the quicker bowlers. There isn't much in it to encourage the spinners, because the pitches don't tend to deteriorate. They just get slower and flatter, certainly at Taunton, as the game goes on. And they don't encourage stroke play either, so you get these rather attritional games of cricket spread out over 4 days. As Gregory's in and bowls, and again, that was a really good delivery, that one. Arrowed in towards the off stump and then fizzing away off the seam through to James Rue.
That's an absolutely lovely ball by Gregory. Yeah, I must say, yesterday I played on a pitch that I thought was going to be not a very good pitch for batting, but there was lots of runs on offer for that pitch.
Where was that?
Anstey, I think you say Anstey. A lot of people have corrected me over the last few days on how I pronounce it. But yes, it didn't look like there were lots of runs, but lots of runs on offer, definitely.
Gregory in and bowls, and no need for Middleton to play a shot at that, too wide of the off stump. And Somerset, of course, when I say of course, you probably won't know this, but about 6, 7, 8 years ago, Somerset had Jack Leach and Don Best, 2 international spinners, and they prepared a series of spinning pitches down at Taunton. for which they were punished by the ECB and penalised 24 points. And so as Gregory is in and bowls, and this is just angled down to third man with an open face. I'm not sure he intended to play it quite that fine, but he picked the gap nicely. 4 runs to Middleton. He moves on to 7. Hampshire 9 without loss. So Somerset have been rather put off preparing spinning pitches, and the pitches at Taunton have been a bit like this one, with not much in them for either batsman or bowlers. So you tend to get sides accumulating quite big totals, but rather slowly and unattractively. Gregory in bowls to Middleton this time. He's defending that into the onside. There's a short mid-wicket, which suggests to me, Sarah, that the odd ball may be just sticking in the pitch and expecting the batsman just to be playing a little bit too early, and
that could get them in quite a bit of trouble.
Yeah,
if it's sticking a bit. The pitches I remember growing up on, I grew up playing on, well, started my cricket career at the Peter Maritzburg Oval, and a lot of the wickets I remember were quite hard wickets, not much grass.
Gregory in and bowls to Middleton, who gets that off the bottom of the bat. End of the over. Hampshire 9 now without loss in the second innings. They've stretched their lead to 180 so far without any damage. Kevin James is going to come in for me alongside Sarah Barber, and I can retreat to a nice quiet cool corner somewhere.
I must say, earlier on Dave mentioned he sat at the bottom of the stairs to get some of the aircon from the hotel, and that was a lovely place to sit for quite a while. It is getting extremely warm here with the sun coming down even more, probably in our eyes. Going to have to be peering into the bowlers just now with our hand over our face. Jack Brooke again into the right-handed Albert, sort of worked onto the leg side for no run, went into sort of the square leg, in front of square leg region. But yeah, sun coming down now, probably obscuring our view a tad. But I must say, I'm glad I brought my sunglasses because I nearly left those at home.
Well, there you go. You're the lucky one.
No sunglasses packed today. Jack Brooks in again, right arm over. That's pitched just outside of off and well left by Albert.
So, well, Hampshire have taken control of this game, haven't they? Slowly but surely throughout the afternoon and into the evening.
Definitely have. Looks like the wind has also died down a bit, because earlier I felt a bit of a breeze and the trees seem to be barely swaying. So I think the heat is just going to be sitting for now. Jack Brooks running in again, right arm over to the right-handed Albert. Just outside off, it seemed quite a bit away. And that is a dot ball, well left by Albert.
Perfect afternoon or evening for a braai.
Oh yeah, I'd say. So for those who don't know what a braai is a barbecue. But South Africans call it a braai.
They do.
I don't know where it comes from. I couldn't tell you the history behind it, but yeah, South Africans love a good old braai on a summer afternoon with a few cold ones. Jack Brooke in again to the right-handed Albert. That is incredibly well left. Pitched sort of 5th, 6th stump and cut in slightly, but left by Albert, and it is an incredible leave. Knowing where your off stump is quite a talent, I'd say. A lot of people still braving the sun with the choice of shade, which is rather bizarre in my eyes, but maybe they enjoy the sun a bit more. Taking in the sun while England still has the sun out with an incoming winter and autumn. And again for Jack Brooks, that is just outside off, slight cutaway of the ball, that's the movement, and that was left by Albert. No run there.
I think you're right about the wind, because one of the giveaways is those sort of little fan things that stand up away to our left by the scoreboard. They're normally blowing around, aren't they? They're one of those things that blow from side to side. They're not doing anything.
No, they're sitting quite comfortably in the heat,
Yeah.
they seem.
They're like rigid.
Yeah. Hopefully he'll pick up just now. Jack Brooke in again to Albert. That has pitched just outside off and sort of moved a tad away. But that is no run, and Albert's left that. Oh, it looks like we have some hope here. The flags look like they're moving quite a bit.
Ooh, bit of breeze.
Is there hope?
The breeze looks like it's moving left to right as we look. I'm just looking at the Somerset flag above their dressing room. It's just a hint of left to right.
Oh, definitely.
And the Hampshire flag, actually, in the same direction. Now, look, I've got an email here, which is a little tester for you by the sounds of this.
Oh, no.
From Martin Osmond. Solentcricket@gmail.com says, can you please tell us how much or little our fantastic new commentator, I presume he means you, because we've been around for too long, has heard of my lifetime hero, Barry Richards?
I've heard quite a bit about Barry Richards. I'm one of those sorts of cricketers who's quite a badger, so I've watched a lot of documentaries about cricket in my day.
Here's Lewis Gregory, right arm over, bowls and on the back foot and punching up to middle on is Fletcher Middleton. Right.
Can't say I know much, but the name does ring a bell, and I think Phil Green has spoken to me a bit about Barry Richards.
Hersley Park ladies manager, yeah.
Yeah.
So, well, he would have been Phil's era as well, yeah. So, well, obviously a big name in these parts, but well, that's obviously a fellow countryman, isn't he? So that's interesting. That's cricket history for you guys as well, isn't it?
Definitely.
And of course, he crudely was around during apartheid, so never got to play as much Test cricket as his talent warranted.
Yeah.
Which is always
a lot of players sort of, I suppose, suffered that.
Yeah. Well, it's good to know. Good to know you know that. So there you are, Martin. Sarah knows as Middleton's forward plays that out into the covers. This one from Bill Seeger, solentcricket@gmail.com, says it's been a real pleasure to see Dawson and Barker in good form. Dawson looks a handful, certainly does. He's a handful with the bat and ball, isn't he? All round at the moment, Mr. Liam Dawson. He's already my cricketer of the year for Hampshire. It doesn't matter what happens in the last two matches. He's got to be Hampshire's player of the year, surely.
Yeah, he has done well. He won it was it last year or the year before he won?
Probably won an award for something, yeah. I mean, obviously there's an end of season do every year, batter, bowl and what have you. Thick outside edge there from Middleton. It runs down to third. It looks like there's a fielder there, but there's just somebody walking around the boundary and he comes around to pick it up. Otherwise there would have been 12 fielders on there for the moment, but it's gone over the rope. He's just helped throw the ball back.
I think he's been quite a valuable asset for Hampshire in the last few years, Liam Dawson has.
And as I've said many times recently, and his performance justifies it, that he's just getting better and better. He really is for me. And I asked him that question last night in the after-day interview. Are you playing as well as you have ever played? And he sort of hinted that he thought he was, but he said, well, you never know. Enjoy it while it lasts, and he's right. Enjoy the highs, but don't get too low with the lows. That's the secret. It's very easy to get too low with the lows.
There you go. In 2016, Liam Dawson was named Players' Player of the Year.
Oh, well done. Top draw. Here's Gregory, and Middleton's on the back foot, pushing that out to Bashir in the covers.
That year, he totaled more than 1,300 runs and took 57 wickets across all competitions for Hampshire. So an incredible asset to Hampshire cricket.
Well done looking that up. So there we are, yes. Players' Player of the Year. That's the big one, really, isn't it? That's always the... Because Hersley Park, you'll miss their end of season awards, won't you?
Unfortunately, I will.
Yeah.
But hopefully there'll be some sort of live stream or something I can join to see how that goes. Miss out on a bit of fun, but I suppose I'll be playing cricket at the other end of the world.
They'll have you up on a big screen, won't they, and say, there's Sarah Barber, had a good season for us. And I'm sure they'll have some trophy for you. I mean, I don't know, I'm just guessing they might have. But Liam Dawson, 2016 that was, would you say?
Yeah, 2016 Players' Player of the Year.
Yeah, well, he's in line. He must be in line for it as Gregory bowls full, driven by Middleton, not timed. Goes out to Bashir once more in the covers. And the total remains at 13 without loss. So Hampshire at the moment lead by 184, having led at the end of the completed Somerset first innings by 171. Somerset bowled out for 137. Barker with a season's best 5 for 32. 50 wickets for Barker last year, and with those 5 wickets he moves on to 19. Hasn't quite been the season that he or Hampshire would have hoped, but he looks like he's coming into a bit of form. And that's played out by Middleton, out on the offside, no run. End of the over, 13 without loss.
Yeah, Keith Barker did bowl incredibly well, and I think sometimes as a bowler it gets incredibly frustrating when you're running in and putting a lot of effort in and you're just getting, it almost feels like no reward, but you definitely are, I suppose, contributing towards the team result, and to get this must be an absolute relief for him and just a lovely thing to do. Get a fifer for your county, your team, whoever you play for.
Yeah. And even at 36 years of age, where he's been and done it and seen it all and what have you, that if you go that long in a season without taking a fifer, it still will rattle. It'll still rattle you. You'll be
definitely
thinking, can I still do this? You know, is my body up to it? You know, am I still, contributing? You know, there's always those doubts, isn't there?
Definitely always those doubts. Looks like there's a change of bowling, and it looks like Neil Wagner's going to be coming in to bowl. Speaking about fifers, actually, as a bowler, I used to be a frontline bowler for the first, 12, 13 years of my cricket career, and I've never taken a fifer.
Have you not?
Never.
Oh dear. Oh.
Left arm over to the right-hander, and that is sort of in the block hole and well kept out by Albert, I'd say. Yeah, never taken a fifer. It's a bit weird, but I always get to 4 wickets, and I don't know, just can't get any more.
Well, there's something to work on for the new season for you.
Definitely. I think that's the goal coming up. Sort of fix all the bowling issues I may or may not have and get that fifer.
Yeah. What's your best analysis for Hursley this year then?
I think it's 4 for 12, if I'm not mistaken. Left arm over again to the right-handed Albert. Tried to drive that and got an inside edge all the way down to the fine leg fielder. I think it's around there. For the one game I got 4 for 11 or 4, and then another one I think I got about 4 for 17, 4 for 12, somewhere around there.
You're not far away then.
Not far away, but I just seem to get to those 4 wickets and it just gets a bit dead. I don't know.
Just got to go that extra mile.
Yeah, definitely need to find a way to squeeze that in. Neil Wagner standing at the top of his mark, while Hampshire lead by 185 at the moment. Left arm over to the right-hander. That is pitched just outside off and sort of straightens up. I think we spoke about this earlier. Well, about Wagner having this sort of talent where he moves it across a bowler and batter and just keeps it really straight. That is Middleton now currently on strike.
Yeah, he did in the first spell, in the first innings, got the ball to straighten into the right-hander as well, but as the game's gone on, that swing has got less and less noticeable.
Definitely has. In again to the right-handed Middleton. That's pitched outside off. It looks like that one moved a bit more away, or he's just angled at it a bit more. But yeah, he didn't really get much reward for his efforts in the first innings, and he did bowl really well. You can't take anything away from him. He bowled really well.
Still looking for his first Somerset wicket.
Yeah.
Signed for the final 3 championship matches of 2023.
This is his debut for Somerset, isn't it?
Yep.
In the county championship.
Yeah.
Standing at the top of his mark again. And he runs into the right-handed Middleton, left arm over. That's a bit straighter. That's a good leave. That's a brilliant leave. Just pitched outside off and straightens up again.
It was.
But that's a brilliant leave by Middleton. Takes quite a bit of concentration, I'd say, to be able to constantly in these longer formats, these 4-day games and these 5-day games, be able to go, oh yeah, that's a ball to leave sort of thing. So they must have some sort of... Me personally, I walk away and switch off. I don't know what these batters do, but it is quite a challenge to concentrate every single ball, to be able to pick the ones to leave and push and prod at and all that. And again to Middleton. That is again pitched out just outside of off. It looked like there was a tad bit of movement, but not enough to take those stumps out. But a brilliant leave again. That was Albert, sorry. A brilliant leave from Albert.
No, that was Middleton. The scoreboard's got it wrong. In fact, they've changed for the next over actually already. So it's Albert to face the next over. So they literally, at the end of the ball, they changed who was facing. Yeah. So you were right.
I was right.
Yeah,
Okay, that's
right.
brilliant.
Yeah.
They're just a bit quicker than I am, that seems.
No, but you're right about concentration, and that's the thing about 4-day cricket. That if you want to bat long, then the concentration is immense, isn't it? And it's switching on and off between balls, isn't it? And being able to switch on 100%, switch off 100% if you can, switch on 100%, and it's like that the whole time, isn't it? And that takes a lot of learning.
Oh, incredible! I think as a youngster, that was the hardest part for me to get through, because I'd get to about 30 runs and I'd be like, okay, I can't really concentrate. I didn't have the talent of switching in between balls, and it's quite a skill to actually get, or I suppose master, being able to sort of switch between concentrating and not concentrating.
Because it's very difficult if you play an innings of about 3, 4, 5 hours to be concentrating 100% the whole of that time. It's not only possible.
I don't think any person can really do that.
No, you can't do that. I don't think you can. It's probably physically impossible. Well, not
probably
physically. Or mentally impossible, whichever way you look at it. 14 without loss, Hampshire in their second innings, and we got some spin in Shoaib Bashir, the tall, rough spinner, and that's driven back to him by Toby Albert. Now, Toby Albert in the first innings showed some promise with his 26. He's on 2 here. Fletcher Middleton failed to trouble the scorers in the first innings. Albert playing mainly because Ian Holland has an injury. Albert opening, pushes that out square on the offside, and there's no run. Didn't really have a one-day cup campaign to talk about. He was in and out the side really because of injury. Played 4 matches, had 3 innings, 64 runs at 21, having really impressed in last year's 50-over competition. That's left alone, but it does come back a fraction, which has got everybody excited, or 1 or 2 excited out there. So he comes into this off the back of no real form, but the injury to Ian Holland necessitated an opening bat, so Toby Albert got the nod.
Well, I'm sure he'll be looking to find some form here, so he can keep his spot.
Yeah, depends how long Ian Holland's out for. That's pushed into the ground, no run. I'm told actually that Ian Holland will be fit for the final, or should be fit for the final, and Hampshire don't have a game next week, so the 2 championship games come after the final, so this may or may not be Toby Albert's one and only chance to impress in the championship. He's playing his first championship game for Hampshire as it goes out towards mid-wicket, and there is no run. His second championship game overall. We mentioned in the first innings that he played for Kent on loan earlier in the season against Nottinghamshire. Got 20 odd in the second innings.
But it is, I'd say it's incredibly difficult to sort of find form after playing, 2 county championship game. Even if he's maybe played second 11 games, it's not quite the same as coming into a county championship.
Oh, 100%. It's pushed out on the onside. That's why it's very difficult trying to make your way in the game. That's an end of the over, and that's a maiden over to start Bashir's spell in this second innings. It's incredibly difficult because, you're under pressure to basically perform straight away.
Yeah.
If you're only getting the odd chance, then you have that only chance to impress, and of course if you miss that, then it might be a few more weeks or whatever before you get another chance. So it's very difficult. I mean, some would say that obviously playing regularly makes it easier, but then that has its own challenges, and that to play regularly you need to be putting in consistent performances. But like your Tom Prests, like your Toby Alberts, that are getting chances few and far between, you've got a very limited time of opportunity to impress. And of course if you have a rough game, a bad game, that's it, maybe it for a few weeks.
Neil Wagner in again to the right-hander. That was just outside off, a tad too full, and that's been driven. It was aerial for a bit, but that would have never reached the field, and that's run away for 4 runs. A lovely shot by Middleton. Yeah, it is. I'd say that's probably one of the most difficult things I've ever come across, not having enough middle time and being expected to perform.
Yeah.
Because even if you are having these middle practices, it's not exactly the same as a match situation. There's different pressures, different situations. It's incredibly difficult, so it's quite a feat just coming in and performing, I suppose.
Well, the pressure comes from knowing you have to perform on that particular occasion.
Yeah, you are 100% correct on that one. Neil Wagner, and again, that is a better length, just outside of off, I'd say, 4/5 stump, and moves away a tad for a dot ball. Middleton leaves that one. He's been showing that actually both of these batters have been leaving really well today. There's been a few that have been, I suppose, maybe 2-3 inches away from the stumps, but they've had incredible leaves so far.
But if you know the ball's not moving much, and Wagner's not getting the ball to come in, so you kind of know, don't you, that if you're leaving the ball going across you, as long as it's not too close, you're pretty safe. Of course, the problem is when he starts to straighten the ball a little bit, which he did in the first innings early on, but hasn't done since.
Neil Wagner in again, and that's just outside of off. Another great leave. Yeah, I suppose it is rather easy when you know what the ball's going to do, but when you get a bowler who's consistently, sort of changing it up a bit, it may become a bit difficult. Maybe chucking in a bit of an off cutter or a leg cutter.
Well, that's why Brooks and Gregory are a little bit more difficult. I mean, Gregory's got the ball to move a little bit both ways, so you've got to be careful about leaving. And Brooks doing the same with his cutters and his ball that swings away. They're two different types of bowlers to this.
Definitely. Wagner in again. That's pitched a bit straighter, sort of on leg stump line, and that looks like it's running away to deep fine, or deep backward square, should I say. Just for that one run. With Albert on strike at the moment.
Yeah, see there. So, anything that he starts straight is going wide of off stump, so they can leave. Anything that he starts a little too straighter, just pick him off, turn him on the leg side. So at the moment, Wagner's got very little, a very small, narrow corridor to bowl in.
Incredibly so. That just shows the quality of the openers being able to sort of move around that. Wagner in again to the right-hander. That is quite far down the leg side, but within reach, I'd say. Good leave. I think that was an attempt at a bouncer.
Yeah.
It did come up quite a bit.
Wagner's got to manoeuvre his field here, really, and just try and do something here. As I say, the ball's going straight up and down for him. That's tough. As a left arm over, that's tough.
It is incredibly tough, but I think you're right. They need to sort of force them to play a bit, so maybe bowling it straighter is the option you really need to get them playing, because they seem, like we mentioned before, they've been leaving it quite a bit, so forcing them to play somehow, if sort of Somerset are desperate for a wicket, which I'm sure they will be. Again, that's down the leg side, another bouncer. I think that's the talent of I wouldn't say talent, but I suppose the Southern Hemisphere cricket players do really love those shorter balls, bowling in a bouncer, nice aggressive cricket. Not that English cricketers aren't that, but I think as a South African, I know I get a bit of a buzz off of bowling quite a few bounces at people. And I'm sure Wagner, being a New Zealander and South African, is the same.
Yeah, there you go. Sarah, thank you. Have a break. Get out of that sun. So the situation in the match is that Somerset trail by 190 runs with Hampshire. Currently 19 without loss in their second innings. Dave Allen will join me. And Albert has 2, Middleton 16. Not taking any chances, these two. There's plenty of time left in the game. It's over 2 days. That's bowled by Bashir. Just turns a fraction. Middleton plays it out on the onside. Welcome back, Dave.
Thank you. Coughing and spluttering suddenly.
I can hear it in your voice that you've got that bit of cold.
Yeah, it's pretty much gone, but it just overtook me for that moment there.
I can hear it. I can hear it in your voice all day. Yeah. Forward. Well forward is Fletcher Middleton. Back to Bashir. Well, he's again in this innings going to be looking to bowl into rough. He might have a little bit of rough that's a fraction straighter now, with Barker having bowled that far end. I mentioned it earlier that Barker runs down the wicket a little straighter than Wagner, so there will be a bit more rough for him to bowl into. Closer to the off stump. That's played back to him by poor old Dave. He's just struggling there a little bit. Cold starting to come out a bit. Maybe the heat is bringing it out. You're right, Dave. Are you sure? Gosh. Here comes Bashir, runs away from us again and bowls flighted, driven up to mid-off, or extra cover actually. Abel's quickly across, can't quite pick it up cleanly. In fact, I'm not sure that is Abel. It's Tom Lammerby actually coming across. Didn't quite pick it up cleanly. You sure you're right, Dave?
I'm all right now, yeah,
Good
thank
man.
you. Yeah.
Good man.
Just suddenly got attacked by a dose of the lurgy for a minute.
Yeah. Bashir flights it again, played into the ground on the leg side by Middleton.
Now here's some good news. Dom Kelly got 3 wickets earlier and Eddie Jack got 2. Dom Kelly's now made a 50 and England have beaten Australia at under 19s. So that's good news for Hampshire.
I don't know when that series ends.
No, I don't.
Apparently, as Middleton's again forward, plays that right into the ground. I'm told that Hampshire do have priority over both Eddie Jack and Dom Kelly for the One Day Cup. So even if sort of England were playing or there was a game coming up the next day or whatever, that Hampshire do have first refusal, but I think that's within reason. So I don't know what that means in terms of. I suppose if they're both taking 5 wickets apiece for England under 19s, then I don't know. But anyway, so it might very well be that depending on that series, when it ends, and I don't know, I haven't looked it up, that they might actually both be available for the final week on Saturday.
Yeah, I have a feeling there's some T20 stuff as well. But the other thing, of course, is that neither of them did actually play in the semi-final, so they might just decide that they're not going to proceed with that. So, Mr. Wagner it will be. The other thing is that Surrey are absolutely stuffing Warwickshire. They're 40 for 5, having followed on Warwickshire. That could finish today. Wagner it is. 8 bowls, and Toby Albert, who is the past master, I think, of letting the ball go if it's there's no point in doing anything, does it again, and he's still 2 not out. Hampshire 19 for naught.
So what's the situation in that Warwickshire Surrey game then?
I think Warwickshire followed on about 240 behind, and they're now 50 odd for. Did I say 4? Yeah, I think so.
Right.
So I mean they're just losing at a rate, aren't they? The problem I'm having is it's so bright in here I can't see anything.
Let me have
no,
a look.
they're 42 for 5 in the second innings. So still about 200 behind. Wagner bowls, and that's just played out on the leg side. It was slightly uppish. There's quite a leg side trap out there, actually. There's a man at short square leg and a man at deepish square leg stroke mid wicket. A long leg and a leg gully, really, I would say.
Yeah.
Yeah, so and Essex are not doing that well. Essex look to me as if they're going to struggle to get the 300 batting point. So
281 for 9 against Somerset.
So Surrey just forging even further ahead. By the time they come here, it could well be all over.
It might not be a bad thing.
Yeah.
Last week here of the season.
Yep. So it's Wagner again from the pavilion end coming into bowl. And it's a short one. He often bowls those short ones, and just left alone by Middleton. He attempts to do nothing with it. Flies past his shoulder. It's the what's that? 4th ball there. The 3rd ball. Wagner 2.3 overs, 0 for 7. Not quite at his best, and I suppose you'd have to say not quite at his best yet, since he's been out of the game for some time. Had an injury, just coming back. And here he is, bowls, and again Middleton just plays that down on the leg side. It goes backward of square to the man at long leg on the boundary, and they come through for an easy single. So Hampshire are just doing things in a leisurely, pretty sensible way at the moment. They're only going at 2 and over, but there are still 11 overs to go after this. And they'll be quite happy if they get through the evening without losing a wicket, and then tomorrow they can push on with a lead of in excess of 200. Shadows beginning to creep across the ground, it being September, despite the ferocity of the sun. It's Wagner bowls, and Albert just plays that defensively out on the offside. The shadows of the 2 pavilions, the sun, as it usually does, is beginning to set in the west, and so the pavilions dedicated to Shane Warne and Rod Bransgrove are beginning to spread shadows across the ground. And Wagner turns at the top of his mark. Essendon bowls, and again just played out defensively by Toby Albert, who's on 3. End of the over, 21 without loss.
He's gone to his sort of familiar bang it in stuff, isn't he, Wagner, really? And there's not a lot of pace in his pitch for him.
No.
So unless it's very short, it isn't really causing too many problems, is
I
it,
do
really?
think Hampshire bowled really well.
Yeah, they have. Oh, terrific
really
stuff.
well.
Terrific stuff. Well, of course, as I say, Somerset a little bit down on their bowling attack. Hampshire at full strength, and of course that does make a difference, doesn't it, really? So the situation is that Hampshire in their second innings are 21 without loss, which means the overall match situation, Hampshire lead by 192 with, I'll come back to that in a minute, amount of overs. That's outside the off stump and always missing. Now I've got a feeling Fletcher Middleton was going to cut it and then he was going to pull it, and in the end he's squared up to the bowler and it's gone through to Rue behind the stumps. Yeah, we're just under 11 overs left in the day's play. 22 minutes past 5 the scoreboard clock is showing. We finished I think just inside 6 o'clock last night. I think we might be just inside 6 o'clock again today, as that's left alone outside the off stump. Again, Bashir is aiming for that rough outside the off stump of Fletcher Middleton.
Yeah, if Bashir bowls at one end, it's,
yeah, we'll be all right.
Keep it going a bit.
Yeah, it would be good. It would be good. As Bashir comes in again. Bowls, and Middleton comes down the wicket, drives, well fielded at mid-wicket. No run there.
I'd give 10 quid for a shower right now, I'll tell you.
Well, I did. I went home last night and had one. I had to.
Yeah.
It was ridiculous, isn't it?
This is extraordinary to see.
It is, isn't it? It's not. It's not even like this in the height of the summer T20s, or very rarely.
No, it isn't. No.
Here's Bashir again, length ball, and it's a straightened deflection on Middleton. Well played as he prods that out on the offside. Really good bowler, this guy. Very good bowler. Just seems to just have the right paces, and the ball just drops. That's what you want as an off spinner. The ball just sort of seemingly drop as it pitches. Someone else just bowl along. He's got that something else which good spinners have. Driven out in the covers, fielded by Wagner.
He's got that height, hasn't he? Which helps. You know, if you're much smaller, then you've got to push it up in the air, and it's difficult.
That will stand him in good stead over the years.
Yeah.
Still only 19. We mustn't forget. Made his first class debut this year. That's pushed out square on the offside. This is his 6th championship match for Somerset. Also played in the first game between these two sides at Taunton. End of the over, maiden over. 3 overs, 3 maidens for Bashir and Hampshire. Still 21 without loss, and seemingly in no hurry tonight, because when we get to the end of play tonight, we're effectively only halfway through the game.
Yeah. No, there's no rush tonight. No rush whatsoever. I think they might want to do things tomorrow. I was suggesting to Anthony earlier that, for example, they could push Fuller up the order at some point tomorrow if they wanted somebody to give it the long handle, but I can't see any argument for rushing this evening.
Yeah. Just going back to the England under-19s and Australia under-19 series, Tom Johnson, thanks for that. Solar Sport has tweeted there is a 4-day game, under-19 game, starting the day of the final.
Okay.
Right.
Wagner is just, what's he doing? He's pulling his man down below us at long leg. Somerset have got a man with a number 1 on his shirt. I'm going to ask you a question about that in a minute, listener. As Wagner bowls, and that's just played on the leg side square by Toby Albert. Somebody's been asking me today, have Hampshire ever had a player with number 1 on the shirt? And I have to say that I couldn't remember. I've got a complete list of all the Hampshire cricketers going back to 1864, and they're all in numbered order. In some cases, I've got the number of their shirts, even when they change them. So I know we've got a number 0, which at one point in his career was Tom Alsop. I don't think we've ever had a number 1, but if anybody can remember, you could tweet in and tell me. As Wagner bowls, and that bounces, and Albert just plays it down. I think he wouldn't have liked playing that shot if there was a forward short leg in there, but I don't know. I suppose part of the problem is that Somerset can't put so much well, I'm saying that, and what happens is, first of all, the man with number 1 on his back runs up and takes the helmet and goes into that precise position, although yeah, that's the thing, isn't it? It's one of those. He's shutting that door after the horse has bolted. But I think Albert can now expect 1 or 2 shorter things aimed at around his shoulders. So
certainly an interesting field set on that left side.
21 foot. In fact, yeah, there is. I mean, because there's also still that lug gully and a sort of a square leg saving one. He plays it out on the offside, which is of course almost inevitable if you strengthen the leg side. So there's a square leg on the boundary and a square leg saving one. A forward short leg who is also pretty square in a catching position. A man at leg gully in a catching position. There's only one slip now, and then in fact there are only 3 men on the offside. Is that right? Yeah, it's a 6-3 offside field, I think. Yes, there's a shortish extra cover, a point and a slip. Wagner bowls, and that was almost that ball, but in fact Albert gets something on it and it runs away to fine leg, really. The man at long leg has to run round to fine leg to pick it up, and 2 more runs. There's some enthusiastic applause from the faithful that remain. I think they're not baking in the way that we are.
Simmering.
So, yeah, simmering perhaps.
They're not quite at the boil.
No.
They're getting there.
Because they're certainly in the shade now. There are a few people on the balcony in the hotel here, but I suppose they can scurry into the air conditioning at any point that it gets too much, really. Here's Wagner again. He bowls, and Middleton just helps that through even finer. So Wagner's bowling just short of a length, but his direction isn't quite right, and that's gone finer for 4. I'm sorry, it's Albert, because he ran 2 before. So Albert has suddenly raced on from 3 from 39 balls to 9 from 41 balls. And, yeah.
I'm off at the end of this over. I'm just going to say this tweet from Ian Lim, at Somerset Sport. Just catching up with the live feed after a day at Southsea. Who's the excellent co-commentator that we are blessed with? Emily Windsor, and now a new star, Sarah Barber. It is.
Oh, I thought it was me.
That's
for a minute.
nice. That's a nice comment, isn't it? I'm just reading it out because she's just come back in to the top, where she's just been with the air conditioning. Now she's back in the heat.
And that's somebody from Southsea, and it wasn't me. I don't know.
No, don't. There is other people living in Southsea, you know.
There are. We met one in the lift today, which was rather lovely. Wagner bowled. That's played defensively, and there's no run. I thought Sarah was great. I enjoyed commentating. I don't think we're going to do any more together, Sarah, you and me. But no, we're not. But never mind. But I enjoyed you very much. So there we are. My last stint for the evening is the next 15 minutes. To which I shall certainly go and lie down in a cool dark room, which is probably the archive actually, which has no windows, no doors, no access to fresh air. And here's Anthony Gibson.
Well, it's, what is it, an hour since I started my last commentary stint, and Hampshire have progressed to 27 without loss. This is not a good advert for county cricket, is it?
Whatever happened to Bazball, Anthony?
Oh, quite. I mean, I just wish that counties would adopt the same approach. It's hardly surprising there's hardly anyone here to watch it.
Do you think it'd be slow hand clap time at Taunton?
No, I don't think so. I mean, it's the same sort of cricket that you get at Taunton because the pitches are so slow.
Yeah.
Is Bashir in a bowls and gets a little bit of away drift to Fletcher Middleton, who's on 17. Hampshire 27 without loss, so they've stretched the lead to 198. And in no hurry whatsoever on this baking hot evening. Bashir in a bowls, Middleton down driving away through the onside. Didn't time it, came rather off the bottom of the bat. But it's not going to be pulled in by Tom Kohler-Cadmore. 4 runs to Middleton, just over pitch from Bashir, who's been the soul of accuracy. I think that's the first runs he's conceded, aren't they?
Yeah, I think so.
In his 4th over.
Yeah.
Just offering up a half volley on leg stump, and Middleton gratefully putting it away. Moves on to 21. Silly point, forward short leg and a slip, close catches. Bashir in and bowls, and Middleton comes decisively forward in defence. We've got another 8.5 overs today to get through. Bashir to Middleton, tosses this one up, gives it quite a lot of air, and Middleton equal to it, comes down hard on the ball. Puff of dust on this hard pitch, which is offering the bowlers not much in the way of assistance. A little bit of turn out of the bowler's foot marks. That's short from Bashir, and Middleton rather misses out there, looking to make room for himself, going outside the leg stump, playing it away through the offside, but mistiming it, getting it back to the bowler. I'm going to have to put my peaked cap on in a moment. Bashir is in and bowls, and this one bounces and has Middleton in all sorts of trouble. There was bounce and turn there, and Somerset are going to have a real battle against Liam Dawson when the fourth innings comes around.
Yeah. One of the things about Middleton is he's had a pretty decent season. He's on the verge of 500 championship runs this season at just over the mid-20s, about 26, 27. But in fact, he's scored only 28 runs in his last 5 championship innings. Now, that's been interrupted by the 50-over game, where he's made some good runs, including 100. But he hasn't quite sustained the huge promise of the first game. He played knots in the first game, 59 and 65 in that. So I think he will be under instructions to just keep going as Wagner bowls there, and it's his partner Albert who plays it out on the offside. Middleton is actually scoring more quickly than Albert. Anyway, Albert's on 9 and Middleton on 21. Albert, on the other hand, has played very little. This is his first championship game for Hampshire this season. I was saying earlier he played one on loan for Kent against Notts, where he got 30 odd. But this is his championship debut for Hampshire. And
he's facing some leg theory from Neil Wagner.
Yes. He comes and bowls, and then he's kind of succumbs the batter there, but he just plays it down into the ground. It's fielded at leg gully, and then he comes down the pitch and has a little bit of a brush and a push.
Neil Wagner bowled Somerset out when he was playing for Essex back in 2017 at Taunton, employing just these sorts of tactics. Bowling over the wicket at the batsman's body, bowling short, digging it in with the leg slip and the forward short leg.
Well, here he is again. That's over the shoulder there. Albert out the way easily enough.
It's a lot of effort, isn't it?
Yes.
A ball that the batsman can just sway out of the way of. But he keeps going. Jack Brooks likening him to Roelof van der Merwe, who I think is off playing in the Caribbean Premier League.
Okay.
At the moment.
Here's Wagner again. Hampshire's lead just over 200 now. And Albert just stands up, plays that defensively out on the offside.
You hear the grunt from Wagner as he dug that ball in.
Is there another real spin option in the Somerset side?
Andrew Mead can bowl off breaks.
Okay.
He topped the average is in the One Day Cup.
All right.
Picking up, he only picked up 3 wickets. He only had one bowl really, and that was at Derbyshire in the very last game. But he bowled pretty nicely.
Wagner bowls, and it's outside the off stump. And Albert, as he's been doing for 2 days now, is very content just to watch that go through to the keeper's gloves.
Or Tom Lammonby has been known to bowl some slow left arm. His normal stock in trade is left arm medium pace, but he didn't bowl in the first innings, and there's a bit of a question mark over his fitness to bowl. He's got persistent ankle problems, so he's hardly bowled at all in this county championship season.
And here's Wagner just turning on the edge of the shadows of the Rod Brownsgrove Pavilion, and Toby Albert plays it back. Wagner stops it, fields it, and that's the end of another over, a maiden over for Wagner. 5 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 14, but not managing the breakthrough. I mean, I guess now, I don't know really. I'm thinking Somerset have got to roll Hampshire over pretty cheaply tomorrow to have some prospects of getting something out of this one. I don't know that it'll happen.
In my dreams, I think.
Okay, yeah.
They don't look remotely like rolling Hampshire over.
They don't. No,
quickly.
you're quite right. Yeah. Although last time out here, Hampshire made 1-3-1 all out in the second innings, but it was a rather different pitch.
Bashir to bowl another over.
In fact, they were also bowled out for 97
Will be
here.
his
against
fifth.
Warwickshire.
3 of his 4 overs so far have been maidens. He's in and bowls to Middleton, who's defending back on his stumps. How many maiden overs have we had? What's the in the second innings? 2, 4, 5, 8 maiden overs so far. Bashir in and bowls to Middleton, who comes firmly forward, gets to the pitch of the ball, plays it down into the pitch. He's got a forward short leg and a silly point. Andy Umeed and Tom Abel respectively. Bashir bowls, and this time it's played back to the bowler. Could say that Middleton and Albert are playing for the close, except they've been playing like this ever since the Hampshire second innings started over an hour ago. Bashir in bowls, tosses this one up. Well, tosses it up, gives it a little bit more air, and it's played back to him by Fletcher Middleton.
I guess it's one of the consequences of being uncapped first season young player. Not going to give anything away if they can avoid it.
Yeah. Bashir bowls. This is shorter, turned into the onside, but Sean Dixon will field at shortish mid-wicket. Ben Green is having some loosening, or going through some loosening up exercises down at long leg. He's also got the benefit of the some shade from the Shane Warne stand.
Yeah, I wish I did.
He's the only fielder who is in the shade, all the others in the full glare of this sun, which is beating down. Bashir to Middleton, short, an appeal for LBW. It was shorter and quicker, and I think it was a little bit high, and I suspect his pad was probably outside the off stump.
Yeah.
As well. Bashir was quite interested, but he didn't get much support.
No, he didn't.
From his teammates.
Middleton tried to whip it away through mid-wicket, but as you say, he didn't get much support. And
just watching the replay. Ooh, it turned quite a lot. It was just a little bit high, I think.
Right. It's time for me to say good night, Anthony.
Thank you, Dave.
I'll see you tomorrow.
It's Dave Allen, who's the Hampshire honorary historian and archivist. Keeper of the Hampshire legacy. What's the score? Ben Green is indeed going to come into the attack, as Sarah Barber comes in alongside. Somerset finding things rather hard going at the moment, Sarah.
I think it must be difficult being out in the field at the moment. And I don't think the pitch is doing much for them now. I think the middle session of the day where it was the most fruitful. I think just before lunch and after lunch it was rather fruitful. Neil Wagner.
No, Ben Green.
Sorry, Ben Green on to bowl. Right arm over to Albert, and that is a dot ball.
Military medium is Ben Green. He's a big, strong, strapping young man, but bangs it into the pitch quite well. But he's no more than sort of mid to high 70s in terms of miles per hour.
So more of a medium pacer, I'd say. In again to Albert, right arm over. That is a good length, good line, and that is just defended for no run here.
Tom Abel is trying everything in the field. He's got 2 short mid-wickets and 2 short extra covers at the moment.
I think he's
obviously 1 or 2 balls are just sticking in the pitch a little bit.
Yeah, I've seen a few balls that actually have been mistimed quite a bit. But yeah, I think that's probably what's prompting it, and I think Somerset are probably wanting at least 1 or 2 wickets before close of play. And again, that's a bit fuller, and that slid down the leg side.
Good take from James Rue.
Incredible footwork.
Used his feet well.
Yeah, lovely to see good footwork. Looks like he has really good hands too.
But he'll tell you himself that his footwork is something that he has been working on.
Okay, that's brilliant. Can't say I've done much research into James Rue's wicket keeping. And again, Ben Green just outside the off-stump line. And that is a dot ball. Well left there by Albert. Yeah, I suppose the footwork is probably the more technical side of wicket keeping, where sometimes those hands can be a bit more natural, because you do come across a few keepers that have incredibly technical footwork but have symbols for hands. Right arm over again for Ben Green, and that is defended by Albert for no run.
Symbols straight. As in clashing symbols.
Yeah, so
percussion instruments.
Yeah, when I say symbols,
you don't mean logos.
No, I don't mean logos, but I suppose I should have explained that a bit more, because
I think it's a lovely expression.
Okay.
Hands like symbols. It puts
so
it very well.
For those who don't know, symbols sort of come together almost like clapping hands, flat clapping hands. And again, Ben Green, that's brilliant bowling. He's really hitting quite a tough line, forcing them to do something with it. That's a brilliant over, and Hampshire are 31 for naught after 18 overs.
I shall appropriate that saying, and the next time a wicketkeeper goes to take a ball and it slips through his hands, I say, "Oh, hands like symbols."
Well, I'm glad you like that phrase.
I do. I really do.
A lot of people, I suppose, always say to me, I have these like weird phrases. I do use quite a few weird phrases, but off the top of my head I can't think of any of them. But when the situation or the time comes, they slip out and people start laughing. I've never heard that one before. Happens quite a bit, to be fair.
Very good. Right, Bashir's going to bowl another over. He's just having a long chat with Sean Dixon for some reason, presumably because Tom Abel, the skipper, is under the lid at City Point. Don't notice any particular changes to the field as a result of that. This is tossed up outside the off stump, driven away through the offside by Fletcher Middleton for 4 runs. He moves on to 25, and Hampshire go on to 35 without loss. The lead is now over 200.
Skipper had to jump up. Sorry. Skipper had to jump out the way there. Quite a big flash of the hands from Fletcher Middleton. Well played. Looks like Bashir's not getting much turn compared to what Dawson was getting.
He's in again and bowls, and this one, a little bit of turn there, just comes off the inner part of the bat on the bounce to Andy Umeed under the helmet at forward short leg. Player's shadows just beginning to lengthen now as the sun moves around towards the west. Bashir in bowls, gives this one a little bit more air, and Middleton is firmly forward in the defence. There's a small crowd here, almost all of them in the shade. There are a few brave souls sitting down in the open seating down to our left. This is another decent ball from Bashir, met with a defensive Middleton bat. Shane Warne stand is in shadow. Most of the Colin Ingleby Mackenzie stand likewise.
I think if I was in sort of the crowd, I'd definitely be in the shade.
Yeah, me too. As that's defended, gets himself in a bit of a tangle there, does Fletcher Middleton. But he's trying to play the ball late and trying to play the ball off the pitch. If it's at all short, if it's pitched up, he'll come right forward in defence. Bashir in and bowls. This time he's back on his stumps again, playing that off the pitch into the onside, so just the 4 runs in that over, which means that Bashir has conceded just the 2 scoring strokes in his 6 overs, both of them 4s. It's 9 to Albert, 25 to Middleton, Hampshire 35 without loss.
I definitely think, yeah, those few that have gone for runs have been a tad too full, especially with, I don't know, he doesn't seem to be getting as much purchase as Liam Dawson did.
Well, he's only young. He's only 19.
Yeah.
Bashir. So he's
still
he's
an incredible
his
young
craft.
talent.
Yeah. And I think he's. It's all there.
Definitely.
But
just takes time and experience.
Particularly, I think with spin bowling.
Oh yeah. It's
although you've got
definitely
some
an
who are
art.
the exception to prove the rule, like Rian Ahmed, the young leg spinner.
Green in again, and that is a good length, but it moves in, and that is worked around the pads by Albert. Just for the 1 run, that's gone down to sort of the far leggish region. Yeah, I'd say spin bowling is a bit of an art. There's a lot of technical aspects that a lot of people who maybe don't go incredibly deep into the game may not understand, I'd say. And it takes hours and hours to perfect the smallest thing, whether it's foot placement or finger placement on the ball. Green in again to Middleton. That's outside off, sort of moving in a tad. Great take by James Rue. That just cut in a bit. That was left. Good hand so far, I'd say. Seems like we have a few people leaving the stadium at the moment, trying to beat the traffic, maybe?
Don't blame them. I'm going to have to go across the other side at the end and interview Somerset's head coach, Jason Kerr.
Ben Green again, right arm over to the right-handed Middleton, and that is just worked a bit on the leg side, but there's a fielder there, so that is no run.
Ask him what he thinks of that Somerset batting performance.
Well, what do you think?
Well, I thought Hampshire bowled pretty well, but Somerset's batting wasn't really very good. There were 1 or 2 poor shots. Tom Lammonby, Lewis Gregory, Tom Kohler-Cadmore wandering down the pitch, getting himself at LBW.
Okay. Ben Green in again, right arm over to the right-handed Middleton. That's outside off, and it's moved in a bit. That's been punched straight to mid-off for no run.
I think the Somerset batting performance has been put in its correct perspective by what's happened since Hampshire have gone in again, when these two have neither of them been in any trouble at all, really.
Yeah. I feel like the Hampshire bowlers have seemed to be able to get a bit more out of the wicket in their innings, though.
Barker and Dawson especially.
Ben Green in again. That's a bit shorter. James Rue takes that and goes for a stumping, but that's given not out. Middleton's gone down the pitch just to check it, because I feel like there may be like some sort of spot there, because that kept quite low for where it pitched, I'd say. Got a slip in too for Ben Green. Quite incredibly fine. Well, at least from our angle, I suppose. Ben Green in again. And that is a brilliant length. And that has come in a bit, and it's just been defended by Middleton. Scoreboard's wrong.
Good over from Ben Green. 2 overs, 1 maiden, conceding just the 1 run.
That takes Hampshire to 36 for naught after 20. I'd say it's been a brilliant performance by Hampshire. Just, occupying the crease at the moment. Trying to see the day out. I'd assume that's what they are trying to do at the moment. Without
brilliant, but not particularly exhilarating.
Not particularly exhilarating. That's exactly the Ageas Bowl we were talking about earlier. It being a rather entertaining bit of cricket to watch.
Well, it's given Test cricket a new lease of life.
Definitely is.
Bashir in the bowls, and it's on middle stump, just played defensively by Toby Albert this time. I think every other delivery that Shoaib Bashir has bowled, all the other 36 have been at Fletcher Middleton. Tosses this one up, and a little bit of turn there out of the bowler's footmarks outside. Albert's off stump, but starting too wide, so he doesn't need to play a shot at it.
No. Those footholds really helping the spinners. They even helped Liam Dawson quite a bit to get quite a lot of turn on a few balls.
Bashir in bowls, and this one comes off the inside edge down to short fine leg, where it's fielded by Ben Green. Had there been a leg slip, he might have been in business, although I think it went down pretty quickly off the inside edge of Toby Albert's bat. It brings him a single, takes the score to 37, the lead to 208. Bashir in a bowl, and that's left alone by Fletcher Middleton, and fairly jags back out of the bowler's footmarks, but misses the off stump.
That was a brilliant ball. I'd say a good leave too, but a risky one at that.
Bashir to Middleton, and this time he's just dropping the bat on it, getting right out to the pitch, letting it run off the face down to backward point.
I think the previous ball probably shook Middleton a bit, because that seemed a bit like a similar arm and length almost.
I don't think he'll be leaving many more that Bashir is pitching up into the bowler's footmarks outside his off stump.
No. That'd be a risky one at that.
Bashir's in a bowl, shorter and quicker, and turned into the onside. There'll be at least 2 runs in it as Ben Green goes striding across the outfield in his white floppy sun hat, and they come back for a comfortable 3 if I'm any judge. It takes the score on to 40 without loss. It's the end of Bashir's over. 7 overs, 4 maidens, none for 12. Sure, Bashir, maybe he's just getting a little bit tired as well.
I must say, I'm rather surprised there aren't more players with white floppies.
I'll make way for Kevin James for the last knockings of the day's play. He'll probably be rather more generous about the cricket we've seen today than I might be.
That is the end of the over, and Bashir is currently sitting on no wickets. But none of the Somerset bowlers are actually sitting on any wickets. The Hampshire batters, Fletcher Middleton and Albert, have done really well to keep their wicket in this final stage of the day, which I'm sure is what Hampshire have been looking to do. Green in again, right arm over. That is just outside off, moving in, straight to the extra cover fielder, but they've misfielded that. Luckily the cover fielder and mid-off fielder have covered them. I think that is Umeed at extra cover. And it is currently Fletcher Middleton on strike facing Ben Green. Yeah, not many white floppies. I'd be wearing a white floppy in this weather. Certainly is rather warm. Welcome back, Kev.
I'll be wearing a silver suit to keep the sun off.
That is another brilliant ball, just outside off, moves away a tad, and James Rew with those brilliant hands grabs that for no run.
Well, it's certainly been a day where I think at the start of the day, I know it was sort of felt that Hampshire were slightly better off at 282 for 7, but they really have slowly but surely turned the screw today, and they've got themselves in a great position. 211 ahead with 10 wickets in hand.
That's incredible. Ben Green in again, just outside off, moving in, and that has been well lit by Middleton. I must say Hampshire have put on an incredible performance today. It seems like Somerset are just struggling. I don't know how to put it, but they seem to be working incredibly hard to get the results that they want, but just nothing, well, doesn't seem to be going their way. But nevertheless, it is a warm day, and they've all been doing well out there. I suppose they're rather well fit for this. Ben Green in again. That's another good length ball, just outside off, moving in, defended to the leg side by Fletcher Middleton. Oh yeah, a lot more people seem to be leaving the ground.
Yeah, it's usually around 6 o'clock. Doesn't matter what time you finish, 6 o'clock, you'll always see people starting to head for the exit.
Yeah, to be fair, it has been a really long day, and not everyone is a 4-day cricketer, so they can't manage the heat for too much longer. Ben Green in again. Another good length ball, and that has been blocked really late, almost onto their own stumps, played so late.
Well, that was an interesting one. There was a shout of catch it out there as well for a moment. He's playing forward there, is Middleton. Watch on the live picture feed. they play that into his boot and went up in the air. Yeah, I don't think Rue saw that at all.
Yeah, must have. Lost it in the sun.
Bizarre.
That is a rather bizarre ball. Green in again. A good length ball, bringing it in. And that's just been defended by Fletcher Middleton. Gone a bit of an edge off of that, and that's gone straight to the point fielder. That is the end of the over, and that takes Hampshire 40 for naught after 22 overs. The Hampshire bowlers Hampshire batters have really been putting in a shift.
They certainly have. And they'll be putting in another one yet, and I think Somerset fielders have got a bit to do yet tomorrow morning. Be interesting to see how Hampshire play this tomorrow morning, because they've definitely been... They've erred on the side of caution today. It's almost as if, don't lose any wickets tonight, lads. Doesn't matter what happens, but we'll assess it in the morning, and if we need to go a little harder, we've got plenty of wickets to do that. And it does look as though that's very much the case. 22 overs and only 40 runs scored. Hasn't really been much effort, is there, to really inject some...
I definitely think that's the case. I'd say they've been rather conservative, trying to keep their wickets, so that gives their batters a bit of a license to go express themselves a bit more tomorrow morning, and that means they've got wickets in hand, so the license is 100% there to go and express themselves a tad more.
Agreed. I mean, obviously depending on whether Hampshire are bowled out or not, but I would say they'll be looking to give themselves a day and a half.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I think a little bit more than 4 sessions I would have thought they'll look to give themselves, but we'll have to wait and see. Depends how quickly they score tomorrow and whether Somerset get amongst the wickets tomorrow morning.
I suppose also it depends on how the conditions change, because the pitch could change within that time.
It's never a massive turning wicket here, though. It won't deteriorate a lot, but obviously the rough will come into more play and the wicket will, of course, get drier. But it's never a massive turn here, and it never massively breaks up.
No.
So it's never an obvious... Oh gosh, this wicket really has deteriorated. It's never quite like that. On the stroke of 6 o'clock, we get to the last over as Bashir bowls, and forward is Albert's played a lot of defensive shots while he's been out there. 60 balls he's faced for his 11, and he's been crowded a little bit with a short leg slip, and a man on the straight drive, and a shortish mid wicket as well to go with that.
It's looking quite warm tomorrow too.
Oh my word! Looking forward to that as it's played quietly back down the pitch. But a similar sort of day then?
It looks a tad hotter. It says 29 degrees on my app.
That's lovely. Looking forward to that immensely.
I think it's going to reach 29 degrees at almost 3 p.m. tomorrow. So when the sun's just about in your eye line.
Yeah, can't wait. There's a nice push drive into the gap in the covers. They'll get a single, momentarily looking for 2, but there wasn't really one there. 41 without loss. So what has it been today? Can you remember? So it's 29 going up to tomorrow. Do you know what it's been today?
I think there's been a high of 28 today, but let's not forget how humid it's been. It's been incredibly humid today. There's been a high of 28 today, and that was at about 3 o'clock too.
Right, good. So another degree warmer. Lovely as Bashir comes in. And Middleton's turn to push that into the ground. So we have 2 balls left of day 2.
I can tell you why it's been incredibly hot. It says 76% is the average humidity for today.
That's high, isn't it?
That's incredibly high. That means there's more than 76% moisture in the air.
Wow. That's getting up towards Durban humidity, isn't it?
Yeah, feeling a bit like Durbs, can't lie.
God, I know all about that. And many others will do, of course. There's been there. That's a nice drive out into the covers. There's nobody there, and that will go all the way. That's a lovely drive for Middleton. Didn't try and hit it too hard. And just lent into that one, and he moves on to 28. And actually, I think he'll be a bit more than that, because I'm sure the score was 41 before that shot. But anyway, the scoreboard is showing 41. I think it's 45 now. 208 runs in the day, says Anthony Gibson in the background. Not a large amount of runs scored. 45, we need those to add to that. There's the last ball of the day, and it's played back to the bowler. And that is halfway through this match, and Hampshire are comfortably in front at 45 without loss in their second innings, with Toby Albert on 12, Fletcher Middleton on 32. And that lead for Hampshire, Sarah, is 216. What a position to be in.
Definitely. They're in a very strong position there, so I suppose the decisions they make are very vital at this point. Obviously, going in tomorrow, we may see what their plans are. We're not going to. I don't think we'll hear what their plans are, but I suppose we could find out a bit about what their thoughts are on the day and what they look forward to tomorrow. But with the heat tomorrow, I don't think Hampshire will fancy getting in the field too soon. I don't know about what you may think, but I definitely don't think they're going to be fancying getting into the field too soon.
That's not. Listen, Sarah, well done today.
Thank you.
It's only your third ever day of commentary, first day in the men's game, so well done. Congratulations. I know we had several messages as well that were complimentary, so enjoy. You're going back to South Africa next week?
Next week, yeah, 12th of September. Thank you so much for having me. I've had the time of my life commentating.
It sounded it as well, which is the most important thing. So the Hampshire players, or the Hampshire batters, leave the field, and they are, as we say, a very good position. 45 runs unbroken opening partnership between Fletcher Middleton and also Toby Albert, and Hampshire lead. I think it's 212. It's just disappeared off the scoreboard, but it's over 200. Thanks for listening, as well as Sarah. Thank you to Anthony. Thank you to David Allen as well. Charlotte Taylor will be back with us tomorrow morning from 10:30.